Hello and welcome everybody to the Road to the Grand Finals, and what a road it has been. I'm Mike Nause in the booth here, and joined by me is going to be John Wright, but not in the booth. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon, great to be there virtually, not in the booth this week, but yeah, can't wait for this one to get started.
Absolutely, this is going to be an absolute thriller. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. We are here at the night, of course, in the Bathurst qualifying. And big thanks to everybody already in chat. I can see John Hawley dropping a subscription already. Thank you so much, Tom. Also, welcome everybody. Rob 2K, Dev Anthony, as well. Andy Borschers, one of the drivers out there. Doc Milwee. Thank you guys, AV6 Scott, for being here for this early morning race here, or rather late night. It's going to be about a 15-degree track temp, so we're almost in that happy hour track temp. In terms of times here, Wes Hepburn we can currently see out in qualifying already. That's going to be in the background there on a really good lap himself. Pole position currently is 2 minutes dead, 2 minutes, 0.5. So about to be broken into the 159s. Not quite yet by Wes, but we'll hop into the session here momentarily. It's been an incredible season so far, John. 30 hours have led up here to this Bathurst race, and the championship could not be any tighter.
It really couldn't. As you say, 30 hours of racing so far, and there is less than 10 points separating the top three at the top of the tables. In fact, there's only 3 points between the top two, and a mere point separating Box 3 Esports in second and RNL Roar in third. Rocket Sim Sport are leading the way with 238 points. They've only had one race win though, Mike, and Vacuum Racing in fourth. They're in the Porsche at Bathurst. It's an uphill struggle. Ba-doom, see what you did there. But they're only 4 points behind and 8 points behind themselves there. So Vacuum Racing, as you and I were saying before, uphill battle in the Porsche, but they're just coming off back-to-back wins. If they make this 3 wins in a row, the calculators are going to be on meltdown come the end of the race today to figure out who's going where.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure with my calculations, which were on fire before the stream, we've come to the conclusion that, well, not we, I won't put John under this one. I'll just take the fall if I'm wrong. The Vacuum needs a race win tonight, as well as the Rocket Sim Sport, the Box 3, and the RNL Roar to at least come, I think, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. If they come in that sequence of order, pretty much any of them, Vacuum should be able to take the championship, though there's a few drivers missing on the grid tonight, so it's going to be hard for them to be separated by that. So Rocket Sim Sports needing to take the race win, no doubt. The Box 3 Lambo can take the race win, and the Rocket Sim Sport can finish in P2, and they will still not win they will win the championship. Never mind. My math is excellent. But like I say, why don't we hop down here into the session as we have some hot laps being set here. Wes Hepburn there brings an end to his qualifying for now. It seems he might be popping back out as he has a little bit of time to do so, or does he? No, he does not. Definitely not enough time to make it up and around the mountain here. It's going to be a 3.8 mile track here at Bathurst with 23 corners, 14 to the left, 9 to the right, and a whopping 174 meters of elevation change. We are, in fact, climbing a mountain here tonight, John, so it is going to be a real thriller.
Really a literal mountain, as you say. The elevation change here is it's quite unique in motor racing. Even Laguna Seca and Spa struggle to get. Oh, they are pretty close, but yeah, 174 meters. It's going to be a test. This track is as beautiful as it is dangerous, set in the Australian hillside. Of course, it started way back in 1938. Contrary to popular belief, that was decades before I was even born. I wasn't there for the groundbreaking ceremony, as some people like to say. The track itself only ever been changed once, and it was because cars coming along the Conrod Straight, as I'm sure most of you have seen the iRacing video with a hump at the end, and there was too many competitors' cars ending up in the locals' gardens. As you'll see, the surrounding track, there is a lot of driveways running in the opposite direction to the track. But yeah, the chase chicane was added at the end of the Conrod Straight, and it's been, in my opinion, one of the greatest additions to any racetrack ever, because that really does separate the drivers from the skivers, that little chase before you get into Murray's Corner. 6 hours tonight, as I say, as dangerous as it is beautiful. We've got all the elevation, we've got the beautiful scenery, but we've also got those walls, Mike, and I can confirm in a straight fight between carbon fibre and a concrete barrier, the carbon fibre will lose 100% of the time. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, unfortunately, it most certainly will, along with all those little tiny precious steel components inside, and they will come flying off with a very hefty hit, as we've seen many a time from Bathurst. The mountain giveth and the mountain taketh away, of course. Gabriel Felipe here trying to take away pole position as it stands. He's 3.7 tenths off the pace of David Cesar. The RNL Roar AMG looking extremely strong here, wanting to take that championship with a stride here. As well, Wes Hepburn only a 2:00.0. I know I say only, but nonetheless, I expected him in the 1:59s here. Gabriel Felipe cresting into there as well, 1/10 off, but a little bit off the pace there from Wes, in my opinion.
Yeah, you would expect him to be a bit quicker. He's still got a little bit of the session to go. Gabriel Felipe, I was saying at the start of the broadcast and before, I wondered about how the Porsche would cope against the other cars at Bathurst. It seems to be doing okay up on the front row of the grid at the minute. Rafael Malo in second, but yeah, Mercedes leading the way. It's good to see a nice bit of variety. Jason Provolone just crosses the line in the Ferrari. That was an out lap. How long do we actually have left? Sorry, we've got 12 minutes still left.
8.
So yeah, night race, walls, cold track temperatures, and it is getting very close up at the front there. 4 different manufacturers.
And 8 minutes left there, John. Sorry about that. But
oh, 8. Oh,
yeah,
sorry, we're
12 minutes a lap.
8 minutes left.
Yep.
There we go. I'm counting the wrong way already. But yeah, the 2 Lambos doing well. The 2 Porsches. Felipe, Charlie Booth in the other one. I'd expect him on his near home track. Near home track, of course. He is a Kiwi, but he does live close to Australia. Cross line 13th for the Porsche, as Morano goes quicker.
Yeah, beginning
He's
is out.
improved on his time in the Ferrari there for the SPQR team. Has he just gained the position there? I think he has.
Still some times yet to be set. Charlie Booth here without a time on the board, starting his first flyer here. I think he invalidated that first one coming around the mountain this time. And the local boy, Charlie. Well, kind of local, as Dom says. Also, big thank you to Andy Borchers in chat. I missed that. Gifting a subscription to Born to Be Try. Thank you very much, Andy, out there on track. Best of luck to you. No biases here. Also, Devin Anthony, not going to be able to participate in the race tonight, having to watch from the stands due to real-life issues. Unfortunate, but, you know, real life always comes first. I totally understand. And Huff also in chat. Welcome, Huff. And Provolone jumping in as well. Got to get out there and qualify, Provolone. Or did you already finish your qualifying? Maybe you have... You're in even plates. Okay, never mind. You are even plate. It's the fastest quali lap you've ever done, and you're still in last. Well, great job on your fastest quali lap. 2:01.4. That's honestly nothing to shake a stick at, Jason. Got a bit of time to gain still. As we have the local legend here, Charlie, heading down towards the chase as John just put it, one of the greatest corners here on this track, one of the best overtaking opportunities as well. The end of the 1.1 mile Conrad Straight. Am I right? It is 1.1 miles. Testing the knowledge on that one, and I was correct. Low 59s from Andy. We'll see. He's got a bit of work to do if he's going to achieve that goal. 1 second off the pace. The McLaren, though, should be very strong here, as John was putting it to me before. Recently has had a bit of a nerf. I'm not sure how much that has affected it in the long run, but I don't know if you want to go into that a little bit, John.
Oh, well, yeah, it was just the Ferrari with it being, and the McLaren being so meta these days. There's obviously, as I'm sure the top end drivers will know there's been many changes made to the weight structure of the car. I'm still trying to figure out which track that was, but yeah, recently, whichever race it was, of course, the Ferrari was removed 40 kilograms in weight, and the McLaren had 30 kilograms added just to make the two cars competitive on the same track. So there definitely is still some work going on with the BOP in the background. Big announcement though, of course, a lot of championships are going to be doing their own BOP per track, which should balance out where Kunos have not quite got it right at the minute. But certainly the old Porsche was infamous for not being able to keep up in a straight line, Paul Ricard. Certainly the Conrad Straight and the Zano courses are always struggled with. The new Porsche is much better in a straight line, but doesn't quite still hit the top speeds that the likes of the Lambo or a zero-wing McLaren or Ferrari can do. Again, at places like Paul Ricard, again, the Conrad Straight, it's certainly long enough to get up to there or thereabouts the top speed of the cars as they come into the chase, so the Porsche could find itself slightly outgunned. But over the 6 hours, it's going to be a lot more than about just that one straight piece of tarmac. And already Felipe, I think, firmly putting any concerns I have to bed with that 1 minute 59.7 he did in the opening half of quali. He's got that Porsche absolutely dialed in, but we will see how that plays out over, because 6 hours is a long race for the drivers to get through, and a long race for the cars as well. So we'll see how the Porsche does over the piece and race trim. But I do still think any Porsche drivers in the chat, I'm more of a Ferrari middle engine driver. And how is the Porsche doing at Bathurst these days in the grand scheme of things?
I think Devin Anthony.
Any experts in the chat to jump in?
Devin Anthony's a Porsche driver, if I'm not mistaken. Might be a GT4 Porsche driver, but I think he drives a Porsche. Also, just wanted to make a little touch here in the time charts. We have Andy Borchers and Peter O'Brien going dead even in terms of their times being set here, which is just so awesome to see here. 6.637 tenths off the time lap, being a 2 minutes, 0.2, 282, of course, down to the 10,000th of a second of a similarity. Of course, ACC still tracks all of the other milliseconds after it, or do they? No, it's just whoever sets the time first, of course.
Yep, old Formula One rules.
Yep. Atomic, welcome.
Yeah,
Oops, sorry, go ahead, Joe.
It does seem a bit archaic in this day and age that they don't take it down to the fourth integer for qualifying. Yeah, but yeah, that's maybe something they should change. I think they should change it, to be honest. I think they should have the fourth, not so much in the races maybe, but certainly for qualifying. If there is the possibility that cars can equally match their times over the track. Wow, Borchers.
Wow. He's going to try to improve that. The King of the Mountain is Andy's nickname, of course. He basically grew up here on this track, even though he lives in Germany. Actually, he might live in America now that I think about it. But regardless of where he's from, Germany, he grew up there, I think. And he had a small rendition of Bathurst actually in his backyard as a karting track, in case anybody was curious.
Wow.
So, he didn't actually.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that would be impressive. But there's people out there with that level of dedication. You just never know. You just never know.
I mean, if anyone ever did, it would be this man here, to be completely honest. Absolutely, completely rapid here on the mountain. We can pop on board with him and just see what it's like to head down this extremely terrifying hill. At the top of the mountain, down sunset, the sun's already set. And at the speeds we're going, I am just terrified we're going to hit the wall at every single time. But look at that. Calm and composed is Andy. Has full control of that McLaren. Nice downshift there, using the engine braking to get it stopped for Forest Elbow there. Heading on to the Conrad Straight. Down to traction control 0. Andy laying on the power here for 1.1 miles. Heading down to the chase. We're going to see the top speed of that McLaren. And that dash is telling him, brother, You got to turn that back on. But Andy says, no way. I got skill. Okay, he turns it back on. Smart man. Nice braking there into the chicane. Has a little bit of a correction on the wheel. He turns that traction control off so early on corner exit. Now coming around the final corner now through Murray's. Onto the start-finish straight. A little bit of a seesaw at the wheel, but is it going to be enough? It's not enough. He gains time, but he only gains a few thousandths of a second, and that isn't enough. 15 thousandths separating David Cesar and Andy Borchers.
Morano in the Ferrari. Oh, he's just lost a 10th. Oh, he was aiming at the front row of the grid there, and I'll tell you what, Charlie Booth is going to come across the line. Oh, and he's going to stay 8th. I thought he was going to make a big jump there, but yeah, Matteo Morano right at the death. He actually dropped a 10th out with the last corner. He was firmly aiming at the front row of the grid there. But that is, yeah, another incredibly close qualifying there. David Cesar, RNL Roar, the team name that seems so easy but does trip me up so often. Taking the top row with a 1:59.6. And again, Mike, it seems to very much be the curse of being the second cars out in qualifying, because once again, massive domination from the even plates, with only 2 of the odd number drivers making it in to the front 3 rows of the grid. Charlie Booth getting 8th, and Kozlowski and Krasnotas, another 2 even plated drivers, rounding out the top 10. So yeah, and it's been that way through the whole series, and that's yeah, it's quite a little anomaly in my opinion, because we both agree the track should be getting quicker as it gets rubbered in, but the second qualifying session, or the second half of quali, has seemed to be the slower of the 2.
Yeah, I didn't take a look at the track temps, so that could have played a hand into it, but I find it very unlikely that they would have changed that much in the course of 10 minutes. But yeah, it's very interesting observation.
Perhaps a degree or 2, but that would be...
Even 2 degrees is a bit extreme in 10 minutes. 1 degree,
well,
you can
2
see.
degrees
2
in 10
degrees
minutes is a lot, actually, yeah.
Bit extreme, but of course we are talking Celsius, not Fahrenheit, and quite a bit of a difference there in terms of individual numbers. We have a little bit more time here before we get in and meet our drivers. It's going to be 15 of them on the grid here for the 6 hour. But as it stands, David Cesar trying to take the championship here. He is in 3rd position as it stands, the RNL Roar Blue team at 334 points, respectively. That is 1 point away from the Box 3 Lambo. And the Box 3 Lambo is nowhere really in sight, all the way down in P6. We also, of course, the Rocket Sim Sports number 22 in P5. The Lamborghini not looking the strongest, it seems. But why don't we get in here and meet our drivers, as it is now time. Here, starting in P1, it is going to be David Cesar. Hear him roar. The number 20 AMG. Going to be starting off here in the first position of the front row. Lined up next to him is going to be the number 97 German driver in the McLaren here. It's going to be Andy Borchers, lined up here on the front row. Gabriel Felipe, 3rd fastest in the Vacuum Racing here, trying to take the championship, maybe take his 3rd race win in a row even, as it's going to be quite the fight here tonight for that. Simone Basolio, 4th fastest in the SPQR team, going to be the Italian stallion, actually Matteo Moreno behind the wheel at the start. Rui Nunez going to be starting off here in P5 next to Wes Hepburn in 6th. Peter O'Brien in the Tire Sim Racing 114, the Charging Bull Lamborghini, going to be starting in P7 himself next to Charlie Booth, the Kiwi just from across the water here, almost his home track, not quite. Number 41 here, starting in P8. We have Kozlowski starting in 9th here, the Polish driver in the AKKA ASP team. And Professor Chronotis in P10. Number 42, Trackalicious Ferrari 296 Zhuvakovsky is going to be lining up in the Fuchsia Competition Esports livery in P11. Next to him is going to be Arsen. I apologize in advance. Actually, it's going to be Stanislav Kirkov behind the wheel of the 383 McLaren at the start here in P12. Zimfir Radu going to be starting off in P13, the Romanian driver. Next to Asa Terret, the, looks like, hometown driver here. Maybe not town driver, but home driver here. An Australian in P14, Asa Terret in the Asa EXE VTubers Racing. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the livery for that one. Jordan Brunch is going to be lined up in P15, and the back of the grid there, last but not least, of course, the number 77 Team Iris car, who's currently sitting P10 in the championship. See if they can make any gains here tonight. Maybe make a shot up into the top 5, as of course the top 5 have a guaranteed slot into the upcoming Grand Finals. Of course, this is the road to them, brought to you by SimGrid. And John, why don't you tell us a little bit more about that?
Indeed, yes, the road to the finals. It is the finals that the drivers are all competing. The teams are all competing to make their way to the top 3, get themselves a slot in the GT3 cars in the 3-round endurance final in November and December. P4 and 5 in the championship get themselves a GT4 car in the finals, and then P6, 7 and 8 in the championships. They go in to a playoff. That playoff will take place in October. It will be contested with GT4 cars, and the top 3 teams from that playoff will get a GT4 car in the finals. There we go. You think with the number of times I've done that, it would absolutely fly off the tongue these days.
You'd think with the amount of times I've heard you do it, I'd be able to do it myself.
I know. Do you even listen now? I bet you just switch off and hear that droning noise and think, oh, there's the bagpipe. And some bagpipes and haggis flying through the air. So, yeah, but it's still unbelievably close. The spots, the competition, the entry competitions are very much coming to an end. Teams have got places here, there and everywhere, and a few places still up for grabs here. That's why we can see the 14 cars still out on track. They've all got some skin in the game, as they say, all looking to be the teams that take their place in the finals. And yeah, we keep saying this, Mike, given the talent that we've seen. I mean, this has been this competition itself, the 30 hours of racing so far, there's been very little lulls in that action. Over the whole series. We're expecting another absolute barnstormer here today, and the finals themselves are going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, hopefully we keep it clean here at the start, as we, like I say, don't have the most amount of drivers here on the grid, a few of them missing, but the big hitters in the championship are all here tonight. It's going to be 8 points separating our top 4, and really anything can happen here tonight. And as I said before, the mountain giveth and the mountain taketh away. Over the course of the 6 hour, you never know. It could be on that 5 hour and 59 minute mark that you make that final mistake and clatter the barrier heading down the mountain. Self-inflicted errors are going to be one to keep an eye on here. Track limits as well. As I saw in chat, Huff made a comment earlier, quali is mega important on this track as it is. It's fairly difficult to overtake on, but if you have the pace, you should be able to get it done.
Yeah, the strategy as well is going to be all important here. The drivers are going to want to be in and out those pits as quickly as possible and as few times as possible. We've seen a couple of attempts at a shorter stint. This might be the track to do so, because as Mike and I were alluding to, this isn't the easiest place to get the overtakes done. Certainly the Conrod Straight and the Chase, very inviting, but up and over the mountain, I mean, when you get past turn 1 and 2, you're effectively in a train until you get to Forest Elbow, and then you girder your loins, you make the big run along the Conrod and try and get an overtake done through the chase. If you don't, it's another lap behind. 6 hours, I mean, it does sound like a long time, but if you're stuck in a procession over the mountain, not able to find that extra pace you need on the Conrod Straight to get the overtake done in the chase, it could be a very long race. So pit strategy here could be key, and it could, I think, Mike, be quite handy for the teams that do look for an early pit strategy, because with only 14 cars on the track, it does massively increase your chances of coming out with a bit of free air in front of you. But yeah, the pit strategies, we'll get a look at them as we come around the last corner and get ready to get this one underway, Mike.
Yes, indeed. As we go 2x2 Noah's Ark formation here, heading down to Hell Corner, it's going to be David Cesar on pole position. Andy Borchers lined up next to him. I'm Mike Nause in the booth. Joined with me is going to be John Wright, and we are green here, heading down to the first corner. It's been a smasher of a start there for the RNL. And Andy Borchers going to be tucking off into the inside, has a look into the first corner, maybe a little bit of contact made. Back behind, Gabriel Felipe is by Mateo, side by side here with Rafael Malo, heading down the mountain straight now towards the very, very infamous Quarry Bend here. We've seen a lot of chaos happen in that corner in the past. Looks like everybody going nip and tuck here down the straight as it stands, but definitely don't count anybody out just yet. A move there from Peter O'Brien, or I think that's Kozlowski, down the inside, a little bit of bumping and banging. Maybe they're from the box 3 of Charlie Booth and the Lamborghini of the tire. We have Asataret, who's off, unfortunately, but side by side up. Big drift from the AMG.
Wow.
And what a save from the Polish driver.
Wow, that was an absolutely incredible save. The cutting very nearly cut this race exceptionally short for 4 to 5 drivers there. He absolutely threw it up turn number 2 there. He was all over that inside curve, looking very defensive as he had a Porsche and a Lamborghini breathing all over. He was just too wide. Yep, I was just checking it. He was far too wide on the replay. Tapped the brakes. The back of the Mercedes tried to step into the wall, and wow, that is a very good save. I can guarantee that is the highest heart rate of any driver on the track at the minute. And he's actually lost the position over the mountain as well, I can see, as the Tire Sim Racing Lamborghini has taken the most of the wayward front splitter on the Mercedes. And Tire Sim Racing already up a position, and Kozlowski, he is going to be struggling now against that Porsche, Mike. David Cesar, no struggles there for the Mercedes driver though. Lap 1 run and done. He is looking very good out there.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a clean lap 1 it's been. A little bit of an issue for Asataret on the first lap, unfortunately. Driving solo here tonight. Bit of a rough start for the solo driver. Looking to maybe improve that here right after the start. Gonna be hoping to get back out there soon enough. Wes Hepburn's been having a look at Mateo in front here, but stuck behind the Ferrari. Bit of a train going on here as Rafael Malo in the slipstream there of Gabriel Felipe. Maybe gonna make a move here into Quarry Bend. He's a bit far back, but he's not gonna think twice. Yes, he does. Rafael, very smart driver, not wanting to put the championship on the line there. Of course, he needs a good result here tonight. Pretty much needs a race win, as David Cesar is actually looking the best in the championship right now, with Andy Borchers behind as a bit of a barrier, honestly. He is going to be wanting to keep Andy very close behind, maybe even keep him in the slipstream for as long as he can and use him as Dimaua, basically, as Andy Borchers is. So the Trackalicious McLaren there going to be maybe a very, very good helping hand here for David Cesar, who took this early.
Yeah, certainly the qualifying. They were saying in chat, "Hey Rob, how we doing, bud? Welcome in, welcome in." Hello to everyone in chat as well. By the way, hope you're looking forward to this one as much as we are. Yeah, qualifying. All important was being, as it was mentioned in chat, and David Cesar doing the absolute maximum that he can with that qualifying at the minute. The Mercedes looking very quick indeed. Rafael Malo certainly giving Felipe pause for thought, and the McLaren in no man's land there. Andreas Borchers, I'm sure, is more than happy with the position he is in at the minute. He has got the race lead firmly in his sight, and he has got the final podium position come under serious contention, Mike, as they come into the chase. Rafael Malo, I think he was maybe listening to me at the start when I was talking about the Porsche maybe slightly outgunned on that straight, and Malo was absolutely having a look. If I was a betting man, I would say Felipe could be losing the position here pretty soon.
It definitely looks that way, as he's been piling the pressure on here, has Malo, early on especially, and it's going to be really a challenge to keep that charging bull behind you for the next 6 hours, well, 5 hours and 55 minutes. Also, as John saying, yes, hello, welcome everybody in chat. I know we haven't said it in a while. We have SPQR Farina in chat, welcome. Rooting the SPQR team, who's had a really solid start back in P4 there, just out of frame. You can see getting chased by the Box 3 Lamborghini. We also have Stig in chat, welcome. Provolone, who's out, going to be on track soon. Big Spook, welcome as well. Asa, I just had brunch. And yeah, Rob G. Barker, welcome. And Jake Wells, the young Jacob Wells, of course, out there. Also, thank you, Francisco Farina, for the follow as well. Much appreciated. We have it, though. Wes Hepburn, I know I just made a brief mention of it. He really is putting on the show here, trying to get the overtake done onto the SPQR team early here. Maybe make some gains. Gain up to Raphael in front. But for now, Mateo being a bit of a thorn in the side here of Wes Hepburn as we come down the mountain onto the Conrad Straight. Charlie Booth's had a yellow flag. Uh-oh. Looks like that is a very damaged Porsche that has come over the crest and been overtaken by an AMG. Let's see what has happened. This looks to be an unforced error here. Just a clattering of the barrier, it seems. Ooh, too deep. Maybe bottomed out. Hits the wall hard. Loses the back end. Luckily, I think that Lamborghini managed to keep out of it. And we, unfortunately, I think, missed it. But Rafael Malo is by Gabriel Felipe. Managed to get by on the Conrad Straight there. Fairly easy overtake for the straight line speed of the Lamborghini. Yet the Porsche very much lacking here tonight in terms of the straight line. Great on corner exit and great on the mountain. Not quite there when it needs the legs, and that's when the overtaking is really where the best overtaking opportunity is. And if you can't be fully alongside come corner entry, well, you have no chance of holding on. Doesn't matter how late you are on the brakes.
Yeah, it really is a struggle. I've got a replay of the overtake on in the bottom corner, and it is indeed exactly as you said, the Conrad Straight, the Lamborghini. So much quicker. We saw this on the last lap, couldn't quite get the full side by side. The Porsche opens the corner up to try and carry as much speed. That's something that the Porsches really do have to do. Get the car right over to the left to carry as much speed as they can, whereas the Lambos will match them pace for pace right up that middle line, and they are going to cruise on past, especially with the added slipstream. So now really is Andreas Borchers going to be as comfy as he would like with Rafael Malo in the Lambo hunting him down. Good to see the little mix up at the front. The McLaren, the Meta McLaren in the middle, with RNL Roar on one side and Rocket Sim Sport on the other. That is quite the opening top three, with Gabriel Felipe chasing them down and forth. And Matteo Morano, who had a great qualifying right at the end, got himself up into the front couple of rows, still running in fifth and at the minute, trying to fend off Wes Hepburn in sixth position. The Tyre Sim Racing car, Peter O'Brien, kind of in no man's land, but just sitting on the edge of the top pack here. Oh, he just has a little bit of lateral movement through the chase. Not the smoothest there, that was for sure. But certainly just on the edge of things. So it's now really what can Rafael Malo do to close the gap to the two ahead? And what can Matteo Morano do here? Is he going to catch up to Felipe before Wes Hepburn catches up? I think if you were a betting man, Mike, you would be putting money on Wes Hepburn catching Morano before Morano catches Felipe, but again, that outgunned Porsche in a straight line. It does look like the Ferrari is destroying that distance between the two of them in fourth and fifth here.
And keeping an eye on this battle back here for P9, or 8, 9, and 10, as we just saw, Charlie Booth's been driving a very wounded Porsche that is on the absolute limit. It's shaking every corner that it goes into. How he is keeping hold of that, I'm not sure. It's going to get quite exhausting with a 75-minute stint time. Drew Burakovsky was under threat, but has managed to have a little bit of a gap because we saw there Kozlowski running wide. Simon not able to keep it on the track, unfortunately takes it off of the Mayo and the Mustard and into the kitty litter. And Charlie Booth says thank you very much and takes the position handedly. Next up the road for him is going to be Drew. Checking into that Wes Hepburn. Wes is extremely close as we come down the mountain. Very risky to be that close, as you never know what's around every single corner here. It could be a echidna, there could be a tree down, there could be a car parked in the road. You never know. Bathurst, it truly is a wonderful track, and some amazing spectacles have happened, of course, here over the years. And we're hoping to see some tonight.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Well, I'm just on board at the minute. Yep, so as you were on board there, sorry, yes, with Wes Hepburn, and there we go. I did think the Ferrari was getting the jump on the Porsche, but it's the Lambo.
Little elbows out.
Yeah, that was a bit close there, actually. Let's see if there was actually contact. I'm sure there was.
Yeah, there was definitely contact on that.
Right,
yeah,
okay.
They most certainly made a nice clattering in the side, each other's side panels. We saw there Matteo Morano going to be sent off into the gravel, rejoins the track, and thinks that was an unjustified move from Wes Hepburn. Stays ahead. That'll be at one for the stewards, no doubt. I think both teams will be reporting that. It might just be a racing incident as well. We also have a potential change in the lead here, as Andy Borchers is going to be... I know I said that David Cesar is going to be trying to use Andy Borchers as a wall. Well, that's only if he can keep him behind him. Andy is looking to take this race lead here. We'll keep an eye on that most certainly as they're beginning their ascent up the mountain. Are these other drivers as well? And overtakes are more going to be pretty thin coming up the mountain. We see Charlie Booth there getting overtaken again by Simon. Heading though into the Audi cutting. He sends it. Actually, I think he was ahead. It was just the camera angle. Porsche looking awfully small as it is compared to an AMG. Also, Fabinator, welcome. I'm assuming that's Fabiano De Gennaro, if I had to guess. Maybe, I'm not sure. Provolone there showing some love for Kronotis, who's chasing down the Polish driver who's off into the barrier. Kozlowski, oh no! The Chrono is just panicking right now. Definitely testing the structural fortitude of his underpants is Professor Kronotis here, watching Simon clatter every single wall available coming down the mountain. That is a not showroom ready AMG.
That's not a race-ready AMG. Oh, that is a schoolboy error he's made at the top of the mountain. I was just, oh my goodness gracious me. And just checking the rigidity of the barriers for his fellow drivers there. Yeah, but that is far too often the back of that Mercedes has stepped out of line. I don't know if they've started with the wrong tyres, if they've started with the wrong setup on the car, but that is surely not the type of reaction you want from your car 13 minutes in to a 6-hour race. We saw it sideways up through the cutting. I've just seen it sideways at 2 corners over the top of the mountain and then just completely collect the wall down into Skyline. That is massively detrimental there, having a decent start to the race as well. But that Mercedes, Mike, as you said, not factory ready, but I don't think they're in their full race setup. I mean, not when you look at David Cesar in the Mercedes. That Mercedes is planted. The back of that thing is just absolutely in check every single corner. But the Polish driver, I think, in the other team there, really struggling with the back of that car. So my bet may even be that they've maybe popped out on their quali setup by mistake, which could be an issue.
Yeah, no doubt, as setup definitely very crucial here over a 6-hour race. Maybe was expecting a bit of wet, tuned it for that, I'm not sure. Regardless, as a result, they've ended up in the barrier, and that setup is now compromised even more. Also in chat, I see we have a lot of people cheering on the Stinky Cheese Man there. Helmatron Gaming cheering on Jason Provolone, who's in chat as it stands. His teammate Professor Knotus is going to be coming down the mountain right now with Drew Burakovsky facing the wrong way at the bottom. Drew making a bit of an error there in Forest Elbow. I'm going to presume he got on the throttle too early. That is my assumption. We're going to check the Wes Hepburn up ahead. Also, we have some support for the SPQR team, and Matteo Morano has just absolutely been driving a masterclass here. Wes Hepburn has been trying to overtake him in every single corner, and he is not letting a single bit of an opportunity in. So great work so far from Morano, but he's got a long ways to go, and Wes Hepburn is definitely not one to give up. He is relentless in his overtaking efforts. So is Andy Borchers, and Andy actually has a SPQR. They've already lapped 4th position. Hold up. That can't be right. Okay, that's Zemfir Radu. Okay. That's the QV Motorsport. It just looks similar. Okay. Whew. Radu, number 63 there, I think started in the pits, is getting lapped here by our leaders. Radu got taken out lap 1. Okay. The descent down the mountain in a McLaren is just absolutely terrifying. This McLaren feels like it weighs absolutely nothing at every single one of those bumps you go over. Andy managing to make it look like it's, just planted down on rails, literally not able to come off. And his use of traction control here is just so cool to see. It's something that I would never mess with. I could never see myself dropping my car into traction control 0, but of course that is because I am a slow pleb, unlike Andy Borchers here. You can see the alternate line being chosen there as he attempts to have a look onto David Cesar, maybe just trying to keep him honest, keep him looking in those wing mirrors, as he is going to be awfully close behind here. You can take a look from the rear wing of David Cesar. You can see that that McLaren is not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, no, he is definitely fixated on that rear spoiler, and quite rightfully so. He's got Rafael Malo in the back, and he's making slight gains on the 2 ahead. Similar gains to what Andy Borchers is making to David Cesar at the minute. So yeah, a little bit closer he is definitely getting as they come up through turn number 2, and Rafael Malo there, Rocket Sim Sport, leading the championship going into this race. Only 1 race win so far, and as you said, Mike, with there being 6 points separating the points haul for first and second, their 2-point gap at the top, or sorry, 3-point gap at the top of the standings is fairly precarious. If they want to take home the top spot, they really do need to win the race, or alternatively finish ahead of Box Sports and RNL Roar, which at the minute is not happening, but RNL Roar leading the way. So it is definitely still a race, a championship absolutely in the balance. RNL Roar, even with the race win, oh yeah, they're 4 points behind, actually 6, but yeah, so the race win will actually bring them the championship. Oh, get the calculators on standby, Mike. This is going to be an interesting 6 hours. Let's get the calculators going.
We'll see, though. I'm not sure that David Cesar is going to be able to hold this league in the short term. Definitely in the long term, that's another question. We'll see if David Cesar can pull some strategic masterclasses he is absolutely known to do in these past few races. Has pulled off just some wondrous pit strategies, making it down to the very wire. Of course, we offer 75-minute stint timers here in the Road to the Grand Finals with 4 limited tire sets over the course of the entirety of the 6 hours, including qualifying as well. So limited amounts of rubber, and you can see Andy Borchers using a bit of that as he comes on the corner exit, and his rear end squirming everywhere. So definitely maybe lacking in rubber already, as we're only 20 minutes into this race, or just about, not even. Of course, sitting in that dirty air of the car in front, that's going to be all the hot, turbulent, dirty wake from the AMG, and that's going to really put the heat into the brakes, heat into the tires.
Oh, wow. Big oh, my word.
And big hit of the barrier there. The fans, I can already see, are going to be throwing up their arms. Let's go back and watch that one live on the feed here as we see Wes going for the move onto the outside. He is fully alongside, but he moves over. And the SPQR really just trying to get back onto the road there. Wes Hepburn, I know I've said it before and I'll say it again. When he gets into these sorts of incidents, oh, he's going to pull over. I really hope he doesn't return to the garage. No, Wes. Such a good potential result. Wes, come on, get back out there. And he is gone. That is going to be a retiree from the race, and that is one of our championship contenders out just like that.
Yes, it is. And yeah, that was a big contact with the two of them, making contact on the straight. It's yeah. It's never going to end well for anyone. That's and the thing is, the Ferrari, I think, likely to get a couple of penalties there as well. So it's going to be an even longer race for them, even if they have gained that position. That does put Peter O'Brien in the Tyre Sim Racing Esports car up to 6th place. They're 6th in the championship, so they're leading the way in the hunt for a playoff spot, but with 208 points, they are a bit far back to be making any impression. So this very much a consolidation for the Tyre Sim Racing Lamborghini, but that 6th place should see them secure 6th in the championship. So should take a bit of a weight off for Peter O'Brien and the team. Because it was pretty close with them as well. Not much points separating any of the teams through this one. David Cesar now finding himself with a bit of a bigger gap back to Borchers. Rafael Malo now closer to Borchers than Borchers is to Cesar. So I was seeing a bit of a swing, and we're only just into this race as well. So plenty of time to go. 22 minutes in, so we've still got a while before we see any of the tyres drop off. So this, the next 38 minutes, Mike, I think it's going to be about raw pace. Of course, 75 minutes stint timer. We'll see how many of the drivers maximise those stint times. But with yeah, the box 3 Lamborghini out, that certainly makes it a slightly easier task for Rafael Malo to retain the championship lead, but it is still very much an uphill battle at the minute. But it is a battle he does look to be winning, as he is making inroads finally into Andreas Borchers ahead. So maybe we'll see a battle for the podium before this very first pit stop. I think it is likely.
And if the checkered flag was to fall right now, and I know that's a massive if, as they still... Rafael Malo actually would not win the championship. I think David Cesar would take that, as he would outscore him by enough points there. So that box 3 Lamborghini being out of this championship, even with just finishing the race in P15, call it, I mean, even in last place on track, you're still going to end up with a healthy points result in 26 points. I know that's just under half, but I think West was still on for a better result than that. Very unfortunate. How do I word this? Not the greatest choice on the move there, I think, from West, to be completely honest. It's just a little early, early to be going for something. As far as
race IQ goes, you would have to rate that about a 0. It's obviously going to be very difficult. It's not easy finishing a lap when you've got that much damage. Your steering wheel is at 3 o'clock and you're trying to get to the end, but certainly getting back to the garage, getting the car repaired and coming out and taking the points, definitely not the worst idea. Not bringing home any points at all. And actually, Tyre Sim Racing, now I think about this, in fact, yeah, I'm talking absolute nonsense. Tyre Sim Racing are looking likely to get themselves 5th place now. They're going to score 40 points. That's going to put them on a total of 248. Box 3 are currently on 235.
Wow. So that's going to knock the Box 3 Lamborghini out of the top 5 as a result.
Very close to being knocked out of the top 5. Yeah, oh well, yeah, they will, of course. Yeah, RNL Roar, Vacuum Racing, SPQR Racing, Tire Sim Racing, Trackalicious are all on track at the minute. And in fact, Team Iris, who started from the pits, oh, they're just a bit too far back. No, the romance story stops at 8th, I'm afraid. Team Iris, they've only got 134 points. There isn't enough points they could bring home to overtake Box 3. So Box 3 will hang on to 8th. They will get a playoff spot in a GT4 car. But RNL Roar, Rocket Sim Sport and Vacuum Racing are now very much the odds-on favourites to take the top 3 automatic qualification spots, with SPQR and Tire Sim Racing looking to take the GT4 spots in 4th and 5th. Team Iris might get into the playoffs because Madhouse aren't here. Nope, they're too far back from Madhouse. They're on 190. Yeah, so it really does throw the cat amongst the pigeons. But yeah, that's Box 3 Esports going from an automatic GT3 spot to maybe hang on to a playoff spot. We'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be that very interesting decision there from Wes. And Wes in chat, unfortunately, yeah, I'd hate to see you in chat, to be completely honest. Wish I saw you out on track. Rafael Malo here is going to be looking very strong for the championship as a result, but he needs to dispatch Andy Borchers. 0.4 tenths, though, is the gap, and he is gaining. It's looking really strong here from Rafael. First stint coming to light here about midway through. We're 12 laps in here. Live standings with the lowest. Oh, interesting. Okay, nameless.
Oh,
their name's on it.
Is there a drop round?
Oh, that's. Is it the lowest and the highest? I need confirmation from Eric.
If it's a drop round, it will be the lowest scoring round that will be removed.
Which would be this
the
one.
final points total
For Wes and the Box 3 Motorsports, but I'm like I say, I need confirmation there, because if that's the case, that means that a lot of what we're saying might not be true, and that adds even more confusion to the calculator.
So yeah, lowest round will be dropped, right? Okay, so this is Box 3 have finished the last 3 races, so this won't affect them.
Okay.
They finished the first 5 rounds, with their worst being a 7th. So yeah, so their current point standard of 235 will remain.
But that also means that the Vacuum is going to have their 17th place removed, which doesn't change anything, does it? Or does it?
Well, well, it will, because the
See, this is interesting. Drop rounds always confuse me. Adding a good amount of confusion here as I have the standings now up on screen. As I try to resize them properly here. They're as proper as they're going to get. You can see where we stand in terms of our championship. Rocket Sim Sport leading the way. The Box 3 Lambo in second, as well as all of the rounds that they have finished in terms of their positions on as well. You can see Vacuum 1-1 for round 4 and round 5. Looking very strong. Provolone fighting for the top 10 in the Trackalicious. Looks like they're fighting quite strong. Potentially even fighting for a top 5. As that's actually going to be very possible for the Trackalicious team. Wait, no, it's not. With the drop round. See, drop rounds are confusing everybody. Oh, you D-team. That's right. Well, we've been
this battle for the podium is definitely brewing, by the way.
It's been on for a while now. Rafael looking awfully patient, though, not wanting to go for anything too bold here early on. He is going to be maybe lining up a move, but he's a bit too far back. Raphael, ever patient, not, like I say, wanting to throw this championship away. That is definitely, he's just looking to make it to the checkered flag here and have the best possible result that he can. As it stands, his drop round would be his 6th place finish, which I still don't know how that works. But we got plenty of support for the Big Cheese team in chat. You'll love to see it. Big Cheese. Provolone, if that's not your next livery, I don't know what's going to be, as Raphael's hit the barrier. That's not going to be too much damage picked up, but he did clip it there. No doubt about it. You saw the adjustment in steering angle and the sudden pitch change. So Raphael maybe getting a little too entranced behind the likes of Andy Borchers there. Sargento livery inbound.
Oh, goodness me. Yes, he did. Double contact with the wall. Right, contacted the wall right at the top, just on the exit, just after the cutting, in fact. And yeah, touched the front quarter panel and the rear quarter panel of the car. So there will be potentially some aerodynamic instability on one side of the car, which you definitely don't need, although the paint job does seem to have survived, so it was a fairly minimal contact. But a contact nonetheless, and as I did say in the opening, if you, yeah, carbon fibre versus concrete, the concrete will win every time. 100% guarantee. Money back. But yeah, so the car looking in not too bad shape at the minute. We'll see if these lap times start to struggle. Name's Luca in the chat cheering on Team RNL. And it's a good team to be cheering on at the minute. They've taken pole position and they've taken the bull by the horns at the start of this race. And in fact, even catching up to a couple of teams that have seen early pit stop action. 4 teams in the pits, a combined 5 times so far. Bathurst is the cruelest of mistresses. It can bring so much joy and so much pain. We're only 15 laps into this one, 17 already into the pits. A couple for damage, one of them potentially for strategy. We will see how it plays out over the 6 hours. The 75-minute stint timers likely to be adhered to pretty stringently, although will they just go, well no, with 75 minutes that's definitely, it's a bit different. So an extra 15 minutes, not like the 65 as well, just going for the hour. But if you can get an extra 15 minutes on the hour, that means your last stint, you could be looking at about 36 or so minutes. So yeah, chucking a nice short stint in and getting yourself out of the traffic, not always a bad idea, as that is that Kozlowski? It is Kozlowski being caught up to by the race leaders. And again, this is another thing that can play massively into a race at Bathurst, Mike. We're talking about how difficult it is to get an overtake done. Blue flags. If you're not past the blue flags by Quarry Bend and you have to follow them over the mountain, that can be hugely detrimental to your lap time. The Mercedes fortunately got caught on the way into the chase, and the top 3 make it through. But can they hope to be that lucky for the next 5.5 hours?
Yeah, we'll definitely see. One thing about the, in terms of going for the undercut early and taking that short pit stop early on, I'm not sure the drivers are going to want to do that here because of the amount of straights. Staying in traffic actually could be a bit helpful as they're in each other's dirty air. I know you've made the comment multiple times. When you're in front of a car, or rather when you are behind a car, and you have a car behind you, and you have a car behind the guy behind you, every single one of those people gets an incremental toe effect as a result, as a bigger hole being punched into the air. So in terms of staying in this DRS, or quote-unquote DRS train, Formula 1, whatever, no DRS here in GT, but staying in this slipstream train is going to be quite beneficial long-term, as these guys are lapping at 2:01.5 basically consistently every single time. Seen a couple errors here and there, and I know in chat we've wanted a little bit of an update from, or is that David Cesar, they said, and yes, David Cesar, who every single time I watch climb this mountain makes me wince because of how close he gets to the barriers, but he makes it look like it's easy. You can tell the man's been around the mountain a few hundred, maybe 1,000 times.
He's definitely got the car. He is at one with this track and car. The Mercedes is a phenomenal engine. It's one of the best sounding in the game. I know the new Ferrari stuff is not bad, but yeah, the Mercedes, he's definitely got that absolutely attuned, taking the pole position, holding on comfortably to the race lead. His lap times have seen very little fluctuation. Despite the attempts of the drivers behind, as Andreas Borchers, who does seem to be playing a bit of ping pong, he seems to be sharing his time fairly evenly over the opening 17 laps, between giving David Cesar some attention and then giving Rafael Malo something to chase. Malo with a contact with the wall, saw him drop those couple of tenths back, which is now giving Borchers impetus to go chasing Cesar down again. But again, they're going to reach Quarry Bend. They're going to take that fast-ish right-hander. And then, yeah, no matter what, it's going to be the same order. Although, Borchers getting a good exit up the hill. Stupid Twitch not being able to rewind. Sorry. Yeah, let's keep an eye on the battle there. Let me just see. I think there is actually a way of making live Twitch rewind. Let me just see if I can go make this work right. 2 seconds.
I thought there was, to be honest. So yeah, I'm glad you know, because I'm not sure on how to do it, but I thought there was. But yeah, there definitely should be. And is that Jake's livery I see? No, Eric made this livery. Jake was a stand-in for the team temporarily, kind of, as the teams have been mashed around, the Trackalicious Enduro teams. Quinn Smith and Andy Borchers being teammates here this time on the mountain. And our other Trackalicious team, of course, behind the wheel is going to be Professor Chronotis. He's also got company of Jason Provolone, the Stinky Cheese Man, and Mike Burkov. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so as the Fabinator was pointing out, for anyone that is interested, if you do want to do it, so you're all looking at the feed at the minute, obviously, and underneath the feed you will see the writing Trackalicious. If you click on the Trackalicious name under the video, it will bring up the VODs, and the first VOD, or the most recent broadcast, is the current one. If you click on that, it will take you to the start, and it will say underneath, 1 hour ago, Road to the Grand Finals, rather than having the last Trackalicious name, and you can... yeah, go back and watch.
Andy Borchers is looking impatient. He gained massively down the Conrad Straight and was putting some heavy pressure onto David Cesar, forcing him to go defensive. It's the first time Cesar has had to go defensive in a while. He's been very comfortable with Andy behind. I think they thought that they were working together, but I think at this point, Andy, he's got a different idea. Maybe wants to get the hurry up on here and take a little bit of a race lead himself. Haven't had a change in race lead just yet. Not sure on the timestamp, but it was just a couple laps ago. Maybe 7 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago?
It was on lap 9. He'd managed to complete his... the Hepburn Box 3 car completed 9 laps of the race. We're currently on lap 18.
There we go. So about...
So yeah, if you keep an eye up at the top and you can see how many laps have run, it'll get you to the point.
Oh man, Scott's getting very close. You're almost there. You might get it this stream. I've been waiting. The suit's been in waiting for a while now. Andy he's got pace is his problem. He's getting out of shape because he's gaining way too much onto David Cesar in the corners. He's just quicker. And as a result, having to compromise this line, but he still sticks right with him. He didn't get a good exit, though, onto the Conrad Straight. Or did he? He's gaining. He may have gotten a great exit, actually. He was just a bit too far back. 3/10. He's still closing as we approach the right-hander. It's just a slight flat-out right-hander, barely even a turn. Now heading into the heavy braking zone, into the chase. He has a look onto the inside. You can see him squirming under braking, but he does tuck to the racing line once again, and David Cesar holds the position for now. But how long? That is going to be the question. Around the final corner they go to complete lap 18 here. But it's not done yet for David Cesar. We have 2:01.5 or 2:01.2 is going to be the fastest lap here. Andy Borscher's lapping 2:01.4, and Andy with the fastest lap. David Cesar, he has a 2:01.4 is his fastest lap, and that was his previous lap as well. So he's getting the hammer down. I'll give him credit. He knows when to increase the pace when he needs to, but I'm not sure he's increasing it enough. Rafael Malo is also slowly creeping up into the background. The charging bull is coming at him very slowly. Not quite charging in there to make the arrival he wants, but nonetheless, 2 seconds is the gap, just about, give or take, between him and Andy. Gabriel Felipe, a bit further behind, though, in 4th.
Yeah, these top 3, though, they're absolutely on it. And Gabriel Felipe, as you mentioned, not far off the pace. And Morano as well. He's done a 2:01.4. I see the Ferrari ran wide. But Wes is at fault for the first bit of contact. That is a quote. By the way, I'm reading Mr. Mark's comment. And this is not a commentator that's suddenly climbing out of his box and making stewarding decisions. I know which box I should firmly be in, and I'm going to stay in that one. But Mr. Mark reckons that Wes potentially at fault for the first bit of contact.
I think I would definitely agree with that.
Top of my head, I can't remember. All I know is when I see 2 drivers at this level make contact on a straight, I think it's a good thing we have the mute button in the studio.
Yes, most certainly. I would agree, though, with the fact that Wes is at fault with the first bit of contact. I don't think there's any denying that, but yeah. What happened afterwards, definitely leaving up to the stewards. I'm sure everybody has their opinions on it, though. And at the end of the day, whoever's fault it was, regardless, I still don't think Wes should have been going for that move this early on in that race, regardless of who was at fault. That's just my personal opinion. Andy Borscher's still hot on the chase, and Rafael is really closing in here. I think we're going to see this Portuguese driver have a bit of a fight himself in these coming moments here, in the coming laps at least, maybe not moments. He's been closing in about 2/10 a lap. His lap time last lap at a 2:01.3 to a 2:01.7 of Andreas. And Andy maybe struggling a little bit. Maybe the dirty air is finally getting to him. We'll see. Everybody else behind, definitely a little bit more spread apart. We've had a few pit stops as well. In fact, we've had 3 pit stops from Jordan Brunch, interestingly. I mean, you know, Mark, that's a fair opinion. I understand both sides of the coin. Although it is a 6-hour race, and look at the result. You know, hindsight's 20/20, I get that, but still. Andy Borscher's, he is being ever patient himself, as well as Rafael Malo, who's really closed it in and is now going to be in overtaking distance. High risk, medium reward, but yeah.
I would go low reward.
Yeah, I would maybe even go that far as well. The reward, sure, he gets the position, but they were doing fine.
Even if it's lap 1 or lap 30, if you're faster, shoot for the move. I wouldn't massively agree with that myself, I don't think, but then I commentate, I don't race. But yeah, no, certainly over a 6-hour race, I think one of the most important things I ever learned in sim racing was to finish first. You must first finish.
Exactly.
Yeah, the only way you can get the points is by getting the car across the finish line. So, yeah, shoot for the move. I get it. You see, but really that early, it did seem a bit of a high risk manoeuvre. Oh, and wow. There is Andy Borscher's making An interesting proposition for the rest of the race. I've just jumped straight onto a replay that I missed.
So have I.
That as we were talking, up through the cut, and he exits the cutting.
Oh, drives straight into the
the same
wall.
bit of wall that Malo hits. That's the same piece of wall that Malo hit.
Oh, Malo following behind, laughing maniacally as he saw that one unfold from the very start and watches the outcome. And P2, he now has been
I guarantee you
granted.
Malo just lost more physical weight than Borchers did. It's one thing to be the driver hitting the wall, but to be the Lambo behind to watch that unfold. His sim racing life just flashed before his very eyes, I can tell you that for absolutely free. That is an incredible place for the McLaren to lose it. I'm still on board with the replay. I'm watching on board from the Lambos. You can see the coming. Oh, he's way wide to the right-hand side. Oh, and wow, Malo.
Great collision avoidance there from Malo.
That was incredible. That could have been a race-ending sequence for more than one car there at the minute. And Borchers has stayed out of the pits.
Also, big thanks to everyone in chat. We have a few follows. He didn't go in? Interesting. He must not have picked up too much damage, I guess. But also, Rainlight01, thank you for the follow. Alace Alpha, thank you for the follow. And as well as Jamie Von, I'm going to mispronounce this and I apologize. Kalben? Jamie Von Kalben? I think that's how you say it. It's so hard when you don't have any capitals or anything like that. It's just all one smorgasbord of letters. Thank you very much for the follow as well as the hydrate. Definitely needed here. The Malo getting so close to that wall as well. Reed Park has claimed claimed the lives of a few big names here tonight. We'll see if it claims any more by the end. I presume it will.
Oh, another contact for Borchers. He's really struggling with that car just on the exit to Reed there. He's just contacted the wall. And Gabriel Felipe is going to find himself back on the podium sooner rather than later at this rate. We are 45 minutes in, so I mean there's a 75-minute stint timer. There's going to be one stint that is shorter than the hour. Is it worth Borchers and the gang coming in now, getting this damage repaired? Taking the short stint now rather than carry on and just lose time lap after lap after lap. We'll see what happens here at the end of this lap. But certainly Felipe, the Porsche, not quite so outgunned against one of its competitors this time around, and it's Borchers damaged aerodynamics that seem to be making that happen, and he stayed out again.
I mean, to be honest, he looks pretty good. His steering columns all check. The only thing that looks really an issue is his braking.
1.5 seconds off his fastest lap.
Yeah, he's definitely lacking in the straight line. There's no doubt about that. And also, his under braking, you can see the car wanting to shake out from underneath him basically every time. I'm not sure. There might be only one bolt holding in that steering column, but it's still straight. Sparrow, welcome. Welcome. Lexio Gappa.
Yeah, Bungie's in the chat as well. So yes, of course, the drop round does obviously play into your favour there. He wanted to run me off track multiple times. It sounds like that was quite the battle between the two of them. So yeah, a lot more going on before that initial contact. It was probably going to end up with one of us in the wall. If it's not good, 6 hours, but you could be losing 2 seconds per lap behind someone, and it all adds up. But I guess that's one of those incidents. Low, only 7th, no way.
Charlie Booth.
7th?
Charlie.
Oh, Charlie Booth.
Definitely not the most
out?
showroom-ready Porsche here from the Box 3 Esports team. Definitely has had a clattering or two with Mr. Barriere tonight. You can see it coming up the wall there. Nice livery. You got Dimitri Athwal and Rob Kieser on that livery. I'm not sure. Is Rob Kieser on the team? I don't remember. Oh, he is. He is the one on the team, not Dimitri Athwal. That's right, Dimitri Athwal. Not able to make it. Laronde, welcome, Chris. Hope you're having a lovely day. We are, of course, here for the 6 hours of Bathurst, the road to the Grand Finals. Grand Finals. What a road it's been. 30 hours leading up to this point to complete our 36 hours of racing here. The championship is ever so close as well. We see these racers up at front. They are also ever so close. Rafael Malo and David Cesar, Gabriel Felipe, and Andy Borchers. Andy Borchers suffering a hit from the barrier recently. Definitely going to affect the raw pace there of the McLaren. His lap times have dwindled since. About a second and a half off his pace from before he hit the wall. And a great stint for Malo. That car is hooked up. Yeah, it really does look it. Both David Cesar and Malo, to be fair. David has been driving the wheels off of that RNL Roar AMG to try to keep ahead here of Malo. But Malo, you can see, he's got the pace. It's a matter of time now. Is it going to be this lap? It very well may be. As we get ready here to set up the exit onto the Conrad Straight. We're very close as well with the slipstream, with the exit. Are we going to be close enough, though? Gaining now on up the hill as we head towards the chase. You can see that AMG's got legs. Moving in a straight line. Definitely you can see compromising their setup on the mountain, I would imagine, and going for that straight line speed, but is it going to be enough? Down the inside goes Rafael Malo. It's not going to be there, though. The number 20 Kia RNL Roar stays ahead. Picked the outside line, opened the corner up, and took the better exit there. Covering off the switchback as well, which Rafael Malo, an opportunist, will always be going for that as well.
Yep, if he sees an opportunity, especially when it comes to the straight line outgunning there, the Lamborghini doing good work in the slipstream. You'll have another go at the end of this lap. Sparrow in the chat asking, can you explain the Grand Finals thing to me, please? Of course, there is the SimGrid VCO. Are having themselves a race event, a 3-round endurance event in November and December. The only way to take part in that event is to win a place through one of 10 host race competitions, this being one of them at Trackalicious. The top 5 teams in this championship will get an automatic place in the final. The top 3 will be in a GT3 car, 4th and 5th will get a GT4 car, and the teams that finish 6th, 7th and 8th in this championship will get to drive a GT4 car in a playoff in October, and the top 3 teams from that playoff will also get themselves a place in the final. So there is the 10 host organisations, there's the 12-week programme on LFM that all provide the automatic places to the final and playoff places, and then the playoff themselves will provide the final 3 teams. And again, that's October for the playoffs, November and December for the grand finals themselves. That's the 3-round endurance. This one's been a 6-round endurance to decide the 5 automatic qualifiers from Trackalicious. It's been 30 hours of awesome racing so far. We've got another 5 left to go, and the battle for the race win and the championship win, Mike, it is absolutely on. It wasn't looking great for Malo and the gang to bring home the race win. They were certainly going to get what they were looking for, the place in the final, but the championship win looked like it was hanging in the balance. It is now looking very good for them early stage here as we come to the end of the first stint, and it is RNL Roar and Malo for SimSport battling out for the top 2 spots in the race and effectively in the championship now that box 3 are in the race.
Yeah, no doubt. Rafael here still not able to get the overtake. I would imagine he's getting a little bit frustrated. As you can tell, he's really putting the effort in to get it done. Gabriel Felipe as well has caught up with Andy Borchers. Andy's still limping the wounded McLaren around the track in holding his gap consistent to Rafael Malo. Even though his last lap was a second slower. He still has a 9.3, maybe it was 8.3 the lap before. I think he's definitely falling in his lap times here. He needs to make that pit stop relatively soon. We're approaching that 60-minute mark, of course, 75-minute stints. He's really wanting, or really thinking at least, that staying out is going to benefit him more long-term than it is in the short term here. So not too worried about his wounded car. We'll see Quinn Smith, I'm assuming, has a similar opinion. I'm not sure. Of course, going to be his spotter in the what is it, on the pit wall, I suppose, which also we have a pit wall in case anyone's curious. It's pinned in chat. Pit wall, you can find all the live timings there where you can watch the race unfold with data in front of your eyes. Side by side though, down the Conrad straight we go. It's going to be the unfavorable line here for Malo as he's tried to get the race lead done again onto David Cesar, but not going to happen. The Porsche is really going to struggle to get an overtake done onto Andy Borschu's here on the Conrad straight. Even though Andy Borschu's has a bonnet that's flopping around and causing him to lose that straight line speed, the Porsche just still can't quite match it. And Forzy as well. Welcome, Forzy, with a little bit of a hydrate.
Yes, not a bad idea, that. But yeah, very much a game of cat and mouse for the podium positions at the minute. We can see Borchers is managing to fend off the Porsche's advances at the minute, and the Mercedes is fending off the Lamborghini's advances at the minute. We're 4 minutes away from the hour. It means we're 19 minutes away from the drivers' stint timers running out. And of course, that old hack, if anyone is in an endurance race or trying to keep an eye on other drivers on the track, of course, jump into helmet cam and push Alt and D, and your PC will make loud dinging noises in your ears. No, there we go, it's working. And you can actually see how long the drivers have got left on their stint time there. So 19 minutes confirmed until the 75 minutes is up. Of course, that does become a bit handy later on in the race when the teams start mixing up their strategies. You're trying to figure out who's got how long left. Although if anyone does come in to serve a drive-through, that will reset their stint timer as well, so it might not give you an accurate reading on what they're likely to be doing in that stint, as the drivers do, especially at this end, like to fuel the car to within an inch of their lives per stint. Running out of fuel is very much a thing that they'll have to worry about. But yeah, otherwise, normally speaking, that would be a great indicator of what exactly the drivers have got left to do on their stint. And yeah, it's going to be a longish 19 minutes for Borchers and for Cesar. Malo is really not in the mood for giving up this battle for the race lead, is he, Mike?
No, he most certainly is not, John. As we are watching this unfold for the past pretty much 10 laps, more or less, these two have been right one with each other. The rear diffuser almost getting a hole rubbed in it by Raphael here. But David not wincing under the pressure whatsoever. Doing an incredible job so far. That AMG has honestly not looked the greatest throughout the season in terms of its performance. I know a lot of drivers have doubted it. Of course, the RNL Roar, they have put the results in. Their first race finishing in fourth, second in second. Their third race is more than likely, well, is probably going to be their drop round at a 7th place finish with another third and a 4th finish. So very consistent in terms of them finishing right around the podium paying positions and in the podiums. But today could be a little bit more. They might be going all the way here tonight. Of course, 6 hours left to go, or 5 hours left to go. Anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. So far, it's looking really good for the RNL Roar boys. And there's a number 71 parked down the mountain. Ace I don't think either of those drivers were expecting that. No overtaking under yellow flags as well, so Raphael forced to hit the brakes there and not do anything about that. Pace, though, also looking a little bit down. 2:01.5 for both of them, respectively, last lap. That's going to be matching the pace. Actually, of nobody else. Everybody is falling off the pace a little bit. Tires are getting down there, of course. We are getting down at the end of the stint. in this set of tires. I would imagine they strapped on a fresh set of boots at the beginning of the race after the qualifying. Of course, we'll see them go to a different one later. Are we going to see a move from Felipe on? It's just not going to happen. That Porsche able to stick right with the McLaren throughout the entirety of it. Heading into the final corner, though, can he get the better drive and the better braking? Gets it stopped a little bit later. Tries to tuck it in for the switchback. Isn't going to happen, though. Gabriel also going to be getting extremely impatient here. And just in the background is going to be Matteo Morano in the SPQR Ferrari. You can see just out of shot coming into the mountain straight. Potential move attempt here for Gabriel Felipe. Not going to happen. We've seen moves go wrong there in the past, but not this time. Gabriel Felipe decides against it, is going to stick with it up the Audi cutting, though, and not going to have any more overtaking opportunities, basically, for the next mile of track.
Yeah, we've got a couple of cars in the pits, as you say. Ace Terek, that forlorn-looking Ferrari. Team Iris, Jordan Brunch, back in the pits. That's Jordan's third trip into the pits so far. That is thankfully the shortest one so far. But yeah, 3 trips into the pits so far. Because I'm not going to be able to get that one correct today at all, am I? Kozlowski, I don't know why it's so difficult, has been in the pits twice as well. So yeah, going to be a long race there from then. Asa Terek has made it back to the pit box,
oh my
thankfully.
Goodness. Sorry to interrupt you, John, here, but we're going to have a change for the race lead. Finally, Rafael Malo has managed to dispatch David Cesar, but there's contact as they come around the corner. David Cesar keeps it out of the barrier somehow. But we have a new change in lead. Let's watch that again here. From the helicam, we can see heading now into the Audi, or into the chase. Going to be fully ahead there. Switchback defense, but David Cesar makes contact. I think he did hit the barrier there just briefly. He is going to stay out. We also have Andy Borchers into the pits. So he is finally had enough of that wounded McLaren and says, all right, Gabriel, you can have it now. Gabriel says thank you very much and takes the P3 and is going to have a bit more pace now, but has been hindered as a result. 7.2 seconds behind David Cesar now after being stuck behind Andy for those laps. Definitely not going to help him in the long run. To be fair, though, neither is that damage that Andy picked up. He's going to have to repair that now. We'll see if he hands the car over to Quinn Smith. I doubt it. But that was our closest battle on track. The gap's now pretty gappy, to be completely fair. As well, we have Alexio Gappa in chat, so I guess that's very fitting. Alexio, how's it going? But yeah, we'll definitely see as the pit strategies come into play a bit of interesting, I will say. We're going to see a lot more coming in towards the end here, where these drivers are currently a bit spread out, but towards the end I think we're going to see a bit more battling, John.
Yeah, so I was just looking through the times there as well, but yeah, it looks like the battling it has died down for the minute. That was a bit of contact there, so we might see some penalties. Ironically, it did seem like it was Cesar had made contact with the back of the Lambo, which initiated that. But yeah, certainly going full-blooded at it early doors. Oh, a Sparrow in the chat there. Borchers back out the pits. And now is he retaken? 1 minute 26. Is he retaken the helm?
No, he is not. Quinn Smith.
No, it is. Quinn Smith's come out for a first crack at the mountain. Back out in 7th position.
And stuck behind a back marker immediately. I know you made this comment earlier where if you catch somebody on the Conrad straight when you are a back marker, when you're a front marker and you're catching a blue flag, but when you catch somebody on the mountain, there's not much you can do. Blue flag's being waved, but of course this is not Formula 1 rules. You do not have to pull over by the second marshal post or you'll receive a penalty. It is you move over at the safest opportunistic time, and it is also the responsibility of the overtaking driver to get a safe job at that. Looks like Quinn Smith didn't repair the damage on his car, but I presume that's just visual. I don't see why he would have came into the pits if he didn't repair his damage, unless he forgot to tick the box, but I think that is just a little bit of a visual bug there. I'd imagine Quinn, excuse me, with a fully ready McLaren. Rafael here, the Portuguese driver, looking to take this one away, actually lapping quite a bit quicker than David Cesar, has already pulled a 4.6 second gap. Of course, there was that contact which influenced that, but it was about 3.5 seconds on the rejoin as well. Gabriel Felipe, 7.5 seconds behind David Cesar, and Mateo Morano going to be about 4 seconds behind Gabriel. Mateo in the SPQR Ferrari looking like a strong result here with the championship standings currently in 5th position as a 4th place finish behind Gabriel Felipe. Behind all of his championship rivals, actually, will not make much of a change in terms of his championship results. We'll see, though. He will have that 10th place round dropped and pick up a much better finish this time around. Fourth position is the current status. I guess he is also going to be more than likely behind Quinn Smith when they decide to pit, of course. Quinn Smith taking his short stint early. And Devin Anthony asks, how's it going out there? A bit of a gap in terms of our action right now. Timings. Championship is getting intense. The championship is extremely intense, Felipe. Now, is that Felipe Gabriel in chat? Or is that Gabriel Felipe that isn't Gabriel Felipe? I don't remember. But we can take a look at our championship standings. Yes, it is Felipe Gabriel. Look at that. I remembered. Looking at the championship here, we can see the Rocket Sim Sports leading the way by a whopping 3 points over the Box 3 Lambo. Of course, Box 3 Lambo with a DNF in this race, but it is going to be a one-race drop result, so this race will be dropped from the result cards for the Lambo. So they are going to end up finishing on 253 points. Right? Yes, they will not be changing in terms of their points total. And as it stands, the RNL Roar Blue gaining with a loss of their P17 and a gain, I think that would that's Vacuum I'm looking at, excuse me. With a loss of their P7 and a gain of this, I think Box 3 is, if the flag was going to fall, pushed out of the top 3 at the very least, potentially into the 4 and 5 where I think he's going to be safe. But it's such a tight championship, as Felipe Gabriel is saying there, yeah. It's so hard to call anything, and looking at the numbers, it's just almost useless looking at them as it stands, because anything can happen in racing, and any one of these positions could change at any time. I guess another thing that we can go over real quick, the 201 needs to finish top 3. Yes, okay. That makes sense. Let's go every other team. Atomic, not biased at all towards Hepburn, of course. So yeah, that makes sense. So if the SPQR team finishes within the top 3, they're going to have enough points to knock Box 3 after they drop their 10th position. I didn't go to school for math, everybody. This is getting a bit complicated for me. Why don't we talk about something that I do know? And what I do know is our upcoming leagues here at Trackalicious. We can take a look at them all on screen now. This is just a look at one of our series coming up, or just a few of them. We have our GT3 Championship, which is going to be resuming once again. That's going to be starting October 22nd with a 30-45 doubleheader at Misano. And our Porsche Cup series will be there to complement it. Misano as well, of course. That'll be an hour before the GT3 Championship. As well, our special events coming up. We have our Hyperclock race which is going to be 24 hours in 90 minutes. Extreme weather, 16 times multiplier. That'll be at 8:30 p.m. on October 15th. 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All these times are Eastern Standard, of course. Or Eastern, I'm not sure because there's daylight savings and stuff. But regardless of that technicality, we also have our GT4 Rookie Championship starting up and our GT4 Open as a complement. We have our Rookie Championship, which is going to be offered on Monday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and our GT4 Open, which is also going to be on SimGrid. That's going to be open to everybody, of course. And our Rookie Championship, strictly to rookies this time around. We're not going to be having any white plates. We, as well, are going to be having our M2 reverse grid. That's going to be last but not least in terms of what we have to offer here for the upcoming leagues, and as well as our one-off events. But Kyalami, October 19th, 2020 double, and that will be, like I say, M2s, the BMWs, and a reverse grid. I think I also missed it. We have our IRL friend swap. So we have the Hyperclock race on the 15th, and our IRL friend swap race, which, if you're not curious what that is, basically invite one of your friends over or your spouse or whoever you would like to join you, maybe somebody who doesn't have the sim racing experience, and do an IRL driver swap. Not a in-game driver swap, but you'll be physically changing positions at the rig. And yes, this is John Hawley now pointing that out as I forgot to do so. And has got an event, and John Hawley going to be doing that with his wife, which is so cool. We have a lot of, it used to be called the spouse swap, but we've changed it. So we definitely get somebody new and show your passion, basically, of sim racing. And get them maybe to get that bug and get out there on track themselves at some point. You never know. While I was talking about all that, we've had a bit of a development on track. David Cesar, he's made his one pit stop, or one of his pit stops, a little bit early actually, and has come out 1.3 seconds ahead of Matteo Morano. Tim Schaefer going to be behind the wheel of the RNL Roar. Matteo retaining the SPQR seat. And everybody rooting against the 201. If it makes you guys feel any better, I'm not rooting against you, SPQR. I'm also not necessarily rooting for you. Hashtag commentator no bias here. But, nah, of course, I want to see the best results possible. Have another change in lead as well. Raphael into the pits. Gabriel takes the lead of this race. Matteo chasing down the RNL Roar here. You can hear the Ferrari 296 engine as it roars down the straight itself. Sixth gear, flat out, heading into the bend. That's going to be way too deep for the RNL Roar, and we are going to see a change in position right away. Matteo Morano gets the job done, capitalizing on Tim Schaefer. Tim Schaefer fresh out of the pits on that cold rubber. Maybe just a little bit too overly opportunistic into the braking zone there, and Matteo is by. Yeah, Atomic, I need to add a command for that. But yes, thank you, Atomic. Or wait, that's Automatic, not Atomic. Automatic Rabbit, welcome, Automatic. Sorry, you guys both have purple names. But yes, I do need an exclamation mark clerk command. And there's the SPQR team. There's support for the Murano, of course. Fellow teammate there. Francisco Farina. Francisco, I'm not sure of your name. I do not think I've seen you driving in our Trackalicious Leagues. Is that a name that we might see in the future? I'm curious. Love to see it. Of course, the SPQR, an absolutely awesome community. Big shout out to them. They run SimGrid events, right, John? Yes, they do, obviously. But you know way more about SPQR than I do. I know that for a fact.
I do know some of the drivers. I've been aware of them for a very, very, very long time, yes. They've raced in multiple leagues and competitions and races I've provided over, and they are, yeah, Yeah, very, very, very speedy, fast. Yeah, I'm sure they were one of the teams that raced way back when on PlayStation, when ACC first came to PlayStation. So, yeah, they are one of the team. SPQR. Who was the other one?
Which
Oh,
other
there was
one?
another one as well. The another Italian team as well. Yes.
Oh, yes. Give me a second, I'll think about it. But yeah.
Yeah, they're not in the race today, but it was.
As we both scour the sim grid,
yeah,
and it goes
totally
radio
blank.
silent as a result. I actually don't see any more Italian teams in there. Maybe we're mistaken. I swear there was another Italian team, though. I think you're right.
Yeah, Fire Beast Racing Team. It's not an Italian name they've got. FBT, Fire Beast Racing.
Okay.
Yes, got quite a few Italian drivers in there as well. So yeah, that was the two teams. But yeah, yeah, very quick, very quick. And Morano's got some quick teammates in with him today as well. Actually, I did spot the names.
Say.
Yes, Zampiero and Basolio. And we've seen what Basolio can do. Very quick. 4 races per monitor, 2 monitors, 8 to watch at once. EV Scott, there we go.
No spoilers, everybody, on the Formula 1 stuff, even though I accidentally had it spoiled on Instagram this morning. I hate it when that happens. But yes, plenty of racing today. No MotoGP? No, I think MotoGP is off this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. I know we had Motegi last weekend, and I think this weekend is an off weekend, with next week being Valencia or something? No, Valencia's already finished, obviously. Regardless, Monaco? No, Indonesia? Indonesia. Wow, the Indonesia and Monaco flag are very similar. Wait, are they the exact same? They might be. Why do countries got to do that? Indonesia and Monaco with, like, basically the exact same flag.
Yeah, they are pretty similar.
Like, come on.
MotoGP, October the 12th to 14th, Indonesia.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's go. Looking forward to that one. Motegi was sweet. Absolutely love Motegi.
Yeah, and the Formula 1 race is on today.
Yes.
And not Sunday.
Oh, the sprint race is on today.
Ah, the sprint race is today. That's why quali was yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting quali result. Once again, no spoilers, no for anything related to any of the racing going on today, just for the sake of everybody in chat and me, because I need to catch up on it. Yeah, and Raven, yes. We are too busy commentating a 6-hour to watch any other form of motor racing, but I can assure you, as soon as this is over, some other form of sports is going to be going on right afterwards. Potentially MMA, potentially racing. We'll see.
Yes, indeed. Although I'll probably be watching most of it from my bed. Tim Schafer, will he be on the top spot for bedtime? We're going to see Morano, Felipe, and it's Rui Nunez that is out behind the wheel for Rocket Sim Sport. And yeah, Rui is a rocket behind that wheel as well. Their whole team are. There's a reason they're leading the championship at the minute. Gabriel Felipe comes back out for a second stint. Morano does the same, and Tim Schafer comes out to take his stint. But interestingly for me, sorry Mike, while we've been talking about all this, Schafer, the RNL Roar car, I know that they lost the time to Rocket Simsport when they lost the race, but they're back out the pits in 4th position. Is this something that you've noticed, and I've completely been reading stats?
I briefly noticed it when they came out of the pits, in that they were battling with Matteo Morano, and that didn't seem right to me, but I didn't say anything at the time. But yeah, now that you mention it, you're absolutely right. In terms of their pit stop, in fact, they had an absolute mare of a pit stop. Looking at it, stopped for 32 seconds compared to 25 from Matteo. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe missing their pit box? Rui Nunez, though, also had a 34.5 second stop time. So potentially Mateo as well as Gabriel double stinting their tires on the first stint or on the second stint. That also very well could be. But something has had a result, and Tim Schafer has been in the pits longer than both Mateo and Gabriel. That much I do know is true.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it could have been there was a slight contact, of course, between Nunez and Schafer, so it could have been just a slight bit of damage. The two of them were looking to get repaired, or potentially just put in a little bit more fuel than the two competitors. That could be. But yeah, we will certainly see. But as you say, a big difference between the pit times. 8-9 seconds. Malo himself overall stop was 1 minute 6. Cesar was 1 minute 4. So it was actually Malo who's had the longest pit stop out of anyone in the top 4. But he's still in the lead of the race, and Schafer off the podium.
And my goodness, Lateral G dropping another subscription. They have subscribed Tier 1 for the past 21 months on a 21-month streak. Thank you so much for your continued support, Lateral G. You're an absolute G. That is incredible. Yeah, you like it? Yeah. And Fabiano says, Fabiano says that the 201 and the 66 are likely double stinting. That's an interesting call. Double stinting this early on means that they're going to be absolutely flying for the rest of the race, but they're going to be really slow here at the start of this stint. And I would expect Tim Schafer to reel Mateo in relatively quick. Looking at their lap times, though, they're about dead even. No, they're not. Mateo is actually quicker, in fact. So, interesting. Could have been damage repaired. I also see Jeremy Mercer had a very similar pit stop time as well as Jason Provolone, so it might be the standard time around 32 seconds, or 35 seconds in that mark. Because you need 30 seconds for a tire change. Yeah. You're right. So yes, Mateo and Felipe definitely then 100% on a double stinted set of tires. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Tim Schafer and Rui Nunez taking new sets. So we're going to see if that set of tire heats up relatively early here. So far, though, it's not looking good. The double stint may pay dividends for the SPQR team, and we've seen some very interesting strategies from this team. In fact, some strategies that both John and I have come to doubt and later have absolutely eaten our words as just our sheer lack, our small brains in terms of what we can see in the booth versus what these geniuses can see out on track behind the wheel and in the pit wall.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, the team strategists have been working feverishly all season. They've certainly made a mockery of you and I's guesses and guesstimates. So far, I do feel that is a trend that is likely to continue for the rest of the racing that we're going to see. But yeah, it will certainly be interesting to see how they all play out. Ace Eterna, unfortunately, no longer in the race after that massive contact with the wall. But we do see some blue flags there as All In just being passed there by the Lambo. And again on the Conrod Straight, exactly where you need to get that done. But yeah, certainly the strategies are going to be an interesting one. Double stinting the tyres early doors. Again, for me, that's something that you and I talked about multiple times, Mike. We always thought potentially keep the worn out tyres till the end, let the track cool down a bit. But yeah, early doors, get the double stint out of the way. It looks like Felipe and Morano and the teams are looking for sure footing come the end of the race rather than a bit of extra track position. So yeah, again, we'll see how it plays out over the whole race. Beautiful livery, says Francesco Farina. Some slight bias, Winfields, but yeah, it is a top livery. There's absolutely no arguing with that. It's yeah, the SPQR cars do look good.
Also, Zampieri saying, today not starting the race per usual. Now that you mention it, you're right. You've started every single one of these, haven't you? And this time around, Matteo starting and has done an excellent job. Definitely can't take anything away from the start here of Matteo, managing to get it up to the podium. Starting, of course, in P4, so up one position from where they started, but one position, that's still onto the podium, like I said, so great effort so far, and looking to chase down Gabriel Felipe, who's just 2.6 seconds up the road. Francisco, if you didn't correct yourself, I never would have known the difference, to be completely honest. I misspell that word all the time. Granted, everybody knows I misspell, like, every word. I don't do it intentionally, I promise. And it's a beautiful livery, proud to be driving it, says Zampieri. It is I will say, it's a beautiful livery. The black, red, and orange, they just complement each other so good, as well as the Italian flag on there. Very patriotic livery, as well as just a very cool livery. A little bit off into the gravel, though. Gonna make it a bit dirtier. Unfortunately, don't have the vacuum racing Porsche of Gabriel Felipe. Normally, though, beautiful bright purple, at least as the base for the vacuums as it typically stands. So you can imagine that. Just picture it, you know, a beautiful bright purple car with a giant Brazilian logo. That's the livery that I have come up with for Gabriel Felipe. But it's kind of similar, I think. Any Vacuum Racing members in chat? Any Brazilian representation? Put the Italian flag on the spoiler? That would look so good. Yo, Hajo Horman, is that? Hajo Horman from Vivid Global Racing? Is that who that is in chat? Welcome, if that is. I'm assuming that is. Or Hayo. Is it Hayo? That's right, it's Hayo, isn't it? I've forgotten. I know I've been told that name in the past.
Yeah, if I was going to throw a guess at that, I would say Hajo Horman would be a very good guess as to who that was. It is me. Oh, he's in box 3 now.
Really?
Wow.
Is
nice.
Vivid's on a bit of a hiatus? Am I correct in saying that? Or is Vivid still rolling? I don't want to spread false information. Because I know some of the Vivid members have taken a break. I know that. Times are closing here up at the front. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, John.
Best of luck with your future teaming endeavours. Always looking forward to getting you back out on track. Yeah, it's quite the team you joined box 3 as well. You're quick, so you'll be off to the finals in some capacity as well. Although that would be quite the start.
Yeah, for anyone curious.
Check out box 3. There we go.
There's a little link right there, !box 3. If you guys are wanting to check out our community as well, I know we have a lot of people asking all the time, do we run console events here at Trackalicious? And no, we do not run console events here at Trackalicious. However, Box 3, our friends over there, they run some pretty incredible console-based leagues. So if you're into that sort of thing and looking to branch out, maybe into league racing, you're on Xbox and not thinking that's possible, maybe you're wondering how that even happens, go to Box 3, check them out, highly recommend them. They're an awesome community over there. So definitely the place to have that. Oh, and Vivid is still active, is given a chance to prove yourself at Box 3. Awesome. Horman, I think wherever you go, you're going to prove yourself. I don't think that's too much of a concern. Very quick boy. As it stands, last lap, Felipe, about 1.5 tenths quicker than Matteo here in the SPQR team. Tim Schaefer behind. A little bit quicker than it was. In fact, actually 6 tenths quicker than Matteo Morano. So maybe might see a battle between them once again here soon. Mateo maybe with a off lap, but is lapping the same pace as Gabriel Felipe in front. 2:01.9 this time around, though, compared to a 2:02.6. So Gabriel falling off the pace. Rui, though, definitely the one to mention here tonight. 8 seconds pulled onto Gabriel Felipe so far, and the Rocket Sim Sports has led every single one of these laps that he hasn't had a car in front of him with that hasn't pit. That was the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever said. He has led every race, or every single lap that he doesn't have a car in front of him. Yes, definitely. Definitely a true statement there.
Indeed. Cannot disagree with that in any way, shape, or form, Mike. That is on the money once again.
Not quite what I was trying to say, let's just say that, but it's how it came out.
Ain't that always the way?
But point being, he's led every single racing lap of this race, basically. Still lapping the quickest, 2:01.7. The only driver relatively close is going to be Mateo Morano, who's going to be lapping at 2:01.9. Actually, Quinn Smith. What am I talking about? Quinn Smith down in P10. He is lapping in the 2:01.4s, so potentially catching Jeremy Mercer, but a lot of a gap to go. 10 seconds to catch the 114 Lamborghini there, the Tire Sim Racing, which, by the way, we got to take a look at this livery, because this livery, I know I say it every time, is just something else. Coming down the Conrad straight here, we have a good opportunity to look at it without any elevation changes, and the camera getting all wonky. The Sim Racing Alliance Tire Sim Racing Lamborghini there, you can see heading into the chase. A little bit of a short shift there to gain some traction, heading to the final corner now. And big thank you to Cool Shark Racer for the follow. Much appreciated. Also, one thing to mention, I just kind of realized this, but big thank you to everybody in chat and everybody that's hit the follow button. We have achieved our goal here tonight. We have hit our 1555 follower goal, which was set quite a while back. So big thank you to everybody. And as a result, Dominic Smedra and I will be having a kiss cam soon enough. So look forward to that, I guess, if you're into that sort of thing. But we have achieved 1555 followers here at Trackalicious, and that is all thanks to every single one of you guys in the community. So thank you guys so much for hitting that follow button and just being here on all of these races. I know this one's got a little bit of lull in action as it stands, but we are going to have a bit more coming up. Mateo Morano has caught Gabriel Felipe, in fact. And live standings as well from Names UK, or from Names Luca. His name's Luca. My goodness. I've been reading that wrong the entire time. That's incredible. Where the Sim Sport will be finishing in first place with Box 3 in second, and the RNL Roar taking third, with Vacuum in fourth, and the SPQR team in fifth. SPQR team, though, looking to maybe gain another position here. That will shake things up. And points behind the teams. Yes, 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 thank you. 258 points, 235. Wait, really? Oh, yeah, obviously. SimSports dominating right now. Yeah, okay. And then RNL Roar with 242. Oh, I see. Not in order, right? That, yes. I got you. Okay. I was reading it in order, my bad. Yeah. Could you structure? Hey, hold on. I can do it. I'm a big boy. I can do it. So obviously, as it stands, I pinned the message. Oh goodness. Chat. What are we doing here? The guys in the truck are messing up. Okay, we're back. We're good. Yeah, you'll do it next time. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yes, the live point standings here are going to be changing soon, I would imagine, as Matteo Morano here piling the pressure onto Gabriel Felipe. Down the mountain we go now. You can see just every single corner approaching so quickly on the descent. Bathurst, such a terrifying prospect. You can hear the crackling there of the exhaust. A big short shift. Definitely, ooh, bit of a bump on the wall there. Slight brush. As John said before, the battle with the concrete wall between carbon fiber, the concrete wall is going to win every single time. Gaining down the straight is Matteo. Gabriel Felipe lacking in straight line speed. That's just the Porsche there. And hammering the throttle while he's going down the gears. That might be just the Ferrari and how it sounds on the downshift, honestly. No, he was definitely getting on the throttle mid-corner, so a bit more, could have broke a little bit later through the cutting. Matteo, though, being very patient, not wanting to go for anything too rash, gets nice and close, though, into the first corner as we approach now the mountain straight, heading towards one of the most famous corners on the track, Quarry Bend, where we begin our 174 meter ascent. We may not even have time, though, to get to that before this overtake is done, as the SPQR Ferrari blows by Gabriel Felipe, and not much of a contest there. Gabriel took the racing line, and Matteo able to just drive by him like he's in a different class. Gabriel's going to keep the pressure up as they come up the mountain, though, heading towards Reed Park now. Looking nice and tidy there, though, from the SPQR, who has now gained a position up into the second place of this race. Next up the road is going to be none other than Rui Nunez, but a bit up the road is Rui. Got quite a bit. As we begin now the descent down the mountain once again. And here's our live standings now. Vacuum Racing at 260. So as it stands, Vacuum is going to be taking the championship. Is this with the P3? Wow. So Vacuum are looking really good to win this championship right now. Of course, Rui Nunez. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. Sim Sports with 248. Man, that's so close. But how? Wait, but Rui is leading. But the drop round. Oh, the drop round, of course. Oh, math is crazy, everybody. This is, the championship is so tight, it's so hard to gauge. But okay, so Vacuum in first with Rocket Sim Sports in second at 258 points. The R&L Roar taking third with 242. SPQR in fourth and Box 3 in fifth. That is, of course, as it stands. Sixth position. Who is going to be trying to sneak in there? Okay, that's going to be Tire Sim Racing, who doesn't have much of a chance to sneak in. Okay. So Tire Sim Racing, I don't think will be getting into the top 5. Definitely going to need a bit more of a result from where they are right now. Change my path. Don't worry, names. It's all good. I appreciate what you're doing, like genuinely beyond words. So you're keeping us updated here with the live standings, of course, from the pit wall. Down in the pit lane is names Luca. Luca bringing us all the live reports. Gabriel Felipe, though, I gotta say, credit where credit's due. Driving the Porsche here at Bathurst is a real challenge. The straight line speed is lacking, and this is a track that really rewards that. Though Gabriel, both, I would say not just Gabriel, I know I'm giving credit here, but also Renato, both Gabriel and Renato driving the Porsche extremely well this season. The Porsche is just looking, well, at least when they're driving it, it's a very loyal looking car. It's as loyal as a Labrador, if you ask me. And it's so nice to see they just gel with this car. I personally, not quite. About as loyal as a dash hound chasing the mailman for when I drive it. These guys, though, able to keep it under control to another level. In fact, another level to the point where they may be even winning the championship. Vacuum -4, SPQ +4, which would mean that Boxes or SimSports winning. Okay, SimSports would be winning then. Okay, and then SPQR up 4 at 238 would mean that nothing changes. No, it means that they're tied with RNL. Oh goodness, what happens if there's a tie? I don't know. This championship is so tight. I love to see championships this tight. Of course, we can take a look at the live points, or not live points rather. This is the points as of before the start of this race. Don't have live standings to offer besides names, or besides Luca from the pit lane. But you can see that Gabriel Felipe, he has lost a bit of time there onto Mateo. If it's a tie, best position will determine who is on top. Okay, that makes sense. Which would be RNL because of a P3. Okay. That makes total sense. So RNL looking really strong here. Tim Schaefer currently behind the wheel, needing to keep it between the mayo and the mustard. That's his only goal right now. Maybe gaining to Gabriel Felipe and catching would be nice. Not looking too likely, though, as the pace about even between Gabriel and Tim, and Gabriel, in fact, slightly towards his favorite. Next update after the pit stops. Thank you very much, Luca. I need to think of a catchy phrase for that. Definitely, though, Rui Nunez, he's been putting on a masterclass this entire season. So has the rest of the Rocket Sim Sports teams. Of course, Jensen Button Rocket Sim Sports team, Rafael Malo behind the wheel, as well as Rui Nunez. And yes, Atomic says, over 4 hours left. I'm sure there will be no disconnects or crashes. Wink, wink. Most certainly not. And there's Malo in chat. Rafael, welcome. Rooting his teammate on to push, push, push. And that he is doing. 9-second gap to Mateo in front. Currently 29 minutes into the stint timer, so another 45 minutes to go. I keep forgetting it's a 75-minute stint timer, not a 65. So used to 65 stint timers. Which is ridiculous, because we've always had 75 in this league. Besides the point, though, Rui, as well as Rafael, an absolute masterclass. Looking to take the championship in stride, really. Take the win here with the championship. That would be the dream, of course. In fact, that's kind of what they need to do. They want to take the championship. It's going to be very close if they don't get the win. Take a look here at Felipe, the Brazilian driver in P3. Why don't we ride along with him for a little bit here? You can hear that flat 6 Porsche engine roaring down the straight. Not much of a roar, to be honest, more screaming down the straight. As it hits 281 kilometers per hour there. Maximum chap just about. Gets the car stopped in time, rounds through the cutting. Now on to the final corner through Murray's. And on to the pit straight. We get another lap here. That lap time, 2:02.5 from Gabriel Felipe. 2:02.4 from Mateo in front. You can see that car, though, as our benchmarkers. Once again, we go flat out for a little bit, heading up a brief hill. We begin a slight descent, where we begin our massive ascent up the mountain. Nice. Mike just curses all the driver. Not cool, man. Look. Pretty boring race for us. We are in no man's land. Yeah. I think a lot of people right now are in no man's land. Yeah, I agree, Atomic. But that is life. I mean, at the end of the day, is what it is. Still got to make it to the checkered flag, you know? 4 hours, 16 minutes, 13 seconds left to go, and Gabriel Felipe descending the mountain once again. You can see him milking a cow on the descent. That steering wheel all over the place. That's just the nature of the corner complexes, as there's 23 corners on this track. Of course, 14 of them to the left, 9 of them to the right. And on that downhill stretch on the mountain, they come at you so quickly. It's almost overwhelming. Great exit this time around. Gabriel up on his previous lap, and Mateo is down. 50 laps have been completed so far. Porsche looks like a bit of a handful, and the braking boards have been taken out. That is not going to help anybody. A little tip to anybody who is currently in a second driver's seat: before you take the wheel of the car, obviously, before your pit sign, I would recommend relogging, leaving the server and rejoining. I don't know if that affects anything if you're the first driver, though, but maybe, I don't know about that, actually. But regardless, if you leave and rejoin, you will have all of your pit boards reform. All of the braking markers and everything, all the polystyrene comes back when you relog. Can the driver one leave the server at any time? Chat, are they free? Is it just on initial joining, or is it for in general? Yes, that doesn't help, Burnsy. Yes to which? So you can't leave and come back. Yeah, yes to fill grid. Can they leave or no? That was, I appreciate, yes, Burnsy, thank you. It was a serious question, though. I am curious. Yes, driver one can leave. Okay, thank you. I didn't want to literally have somebody leave and not be able to rejoin, so that was what I was going at. So yes, driver one can leave and rejoin, and they will have all of their braking boards. And if that doesn't work, then blame Hepburn, because I'm just relaying his information. I really hope that works. It should work. I think I've said that before, so I'm pretty sure it works. And yeah, you gotta, I will say, that is unfortunate there, Palm Tree. Palm Tree, are you Jordan's teammate? No. You're not Lucas. Are you? Palm Tree, I forgot your in-game, your actual name, I'm sorry. Number 40 Porsche. Okay. No longer in this race. Charlie! Oh, obviously it's Charlie. The Kiwi not able to make it to the checkered flag here. Take a look a bit further down. Quinn Smith, he's slowly reeling in Jeremy Mercer. Last lap was not the slowest, though. Was for Jeremy. Jeremy with a bit of an error potentially there. 2:02.9, almost into the 2:03s. Quinn Smith, though, 2:02.0, almost in the 2:01s. But yes, Quinn, I will say, I mean, yeah, I understand, Charlie. In that's annoying, but it does give us more people on track as well. Yeah, to fill the grid is, I mean, yes. We're lacking in that department. I think that's quite obvious. But besides that point, Quinn Smith, he is really getting close now to Jeremy Mercer. Hop on board here with Quinn. Behind the wheel of the Tracklicious Enduro A car. You can see that small Lamborghini up the road, but it's going to be getting ever bigger as he closes the distance. Approaching the braking markers now, which are not there. Still makes the apex a little bit deep. Maybe you can get your tires a tiny bit closer, but of course we're not on hot lap mode here. We are on survival mode. Quinn, though, maybe in a bit more hot lap mode than I'm giving him credit for. Bit of a correction at the wheel there at the end, so he's definitely pushing. Smells blood in the water here. Jeremy Mercer struggling potentially. 2:02.4 last lap and 2:01.7 for Quinn Smith. He is looking very strong here. Another one to keep an eye on. Gabriel Felipe up in P3 has caught back up to Mateo. In fact, it was Mateo had a bit of an error, because their pace has been very similar. That's a back marker there. That's going to be Rob Kieser. Currently sitting in P7. Charlie Booth in chat, his teammate. Gabriel there getting held up down the mountain. Not the time you want to catch the fellow Porsche teammate. Well, not teammate, but fellow Porsche car. Are we going to see the 41 move out of the way here? It's a wounded Porsche for, well, it might not be, as they might have repaired damage and it might just be visual. They got into that collision awfully early. Moves off to the side, and we see the 66 car safely getting by. Great job there from Rob Kieser. That is how you let a faster car through right there into the braking zone. He picks the racing line and allows Gabriel Felipe to do the hard work and get the job done himself. Very safe, very fair racing there. Mateo Morano, he's in the pits. That's after a 40-minute stint. 40-minute stint on old tires, too. So Gabriel Felipe, he also, remember, come the pit stop phase, he is on old tires as well. So looking to set himself up very good later on in the race. Both Rui Nunez as well as Tim Schaefer took fresh set of boots in the pit stop, and Gabriel is managing to stay up with them. And they had 30 seconds damage, but it fixed it. Okay. And Mike Burkov in chat. Welcome, Mike. Supporting his fellow teammate, the Stinky Cheese Man, who's going to be out there lapping on track in P8 as it stands. Gaining on Rob Kieser. About 30 seconds up the road is Rob. We have Mateo, who's out. Actually handed the car over to Alessandro Zampieri. SPQR team with a new pilot behind the wheel. Quinn Smith here chasing Jeremy Mercer. Approaching that 2 hours in mark, almost 4 hours, 7 minutes, 30 seconds left to go here at Bathurst. This, of course, is the grand finals to the road to the grand finals. It's been 30 hours of racing so far. This is the final 6. Unfortunately, I think we see a bit of an offing. Ooh, Hubert, the Polish driver, coming up the mountain here. What has happened? Coming through Reed Park now, heading towards Solomon. Wow, the back end. Wow. Violent oversteer there from the 944. I think John made the comment earlier when this car had a lap 1 incident that the rear end just did not look planted and very clearly actually did end up retiring there after that. Did not get the setup right. I think that's evident there from that from the Mercedes. That was very uncharacteristic from the AMG, as it's typically an understeery car, so a lot of understeer into violent oversteer typically is down to a setup issue. Charlie, it is what it is, unfortunately. Just report your incidents. Quinn Smith here, having a look into the Audi cutting. We're going to be making a move up the mountain, heading in towards Reed Park now. Quinn backs out smartly, because that would be absurd if he went for that. Quinn not short on confidence. Currently, though, short on position. Looking to make one up here. We descend down the mountain once more here. You can see Provolone 17 seconds up the road from these two. You did report it? Well, we'll see then. The stewards, of course, we have live stewarding on this event, and they're working hard to get everything done. There is a penalty viewing sheet, which I should probably have up, and I do not. Quinn Smith here, hot on the chase, and looking to make a move into the chase. Not able to do it. Maybe into Murray's, though. He's going to have the outside line. It's going to be very opportunistic if he can get this done. Potential switchback setup here. Can he get enough momentum? Heading on to the start-finish straight, you can see that back end stepping out, and that's not going to help him on exit at all. Laying the power down just slightly too early was Quinn Smith there. Hinders him on his progress. As we have it now coming down the mountain straight. Outside line, we've seen this before. Lamborghini on the inside, McLaren on the outside, though. There's contact. We see Quinn Smith going around, and he is going to be parking it into the barrier. Quinn. Such a tough move there. But that's what it is. I mean, you go for the outside line up into Quarry Bend. You know what can happen as a racing driver, and that is exactly what can happen. Definitely space. So hard to see. The trees being in the way there really does not do it justice. But definitely, in my opinion, space left there from Jeremy Mercer. Quinn Smith, unfortunately, got onto those marbles, as that's the killer right there. Onto the outside, you have to go for it. Not only do you have to carry more speed onto the next part of the track, but you have to deal with those marbles where you suddenly lose traction and understeer towards that barrier. And I think that was what happened. Quinn Smith tried to save it, and as a result, ends up having a bit of contact. Jeremy Mercer moves on. Luckily, no victim there, but Quinn Smith has a big incident. Well, not a big incident. He has an incident. Facing the wrong way. Luckily, nobody behind him to collect him, as if there was a bit of a pack there, that could have been extremely dangerous. There wasn't, luckily, so we move on. I mean, yes, Atomic, they could have, obviously, because they wouldn't have been there. But we would have less people and less people to look at. Granted, they left, so would that have mattered in the end? Who knows? But at the end of the day, I think it's all good to have people joining. It's just, you know, 12 drivers on the grid is never what you want to see, to be completely honest. Doesn't matter if it's a 6-hour race, doesn't matter if it's a 20-minute race. It's just, you know, that's all. But it's where we are. So it is what it is. And yeah, as well, as it's not really that bad for the Porsche team. They actually are looking to put on a pretty decent result. Rob Kieser behind the wheel, currently in P7. So still a good haul of points for the Box 3 Esports team, who's going to be battling into the top 10 having a nice fight. In fact, at 104 points after that drop round, it's going to look pretty good with a top 10 result for you guys. I know top 10 doesn't quite get anything, but still, nothing to shake a stick at. Jason Provolone behind, also trying to do the same thing, battle for the top 10. Provolone, as it stands, sitting in P11 at 131 points. Just going to be 3 points behind the Team Iris McLaren, who they are currently ahead of. Team Iris of... Oh, that's not Iris. We're Lucas Lichten. There we go. Who's now behind the wheel and has a bit of damage picked up on that front end. We also have Olin here, the Danish driver behind the wheel of the QV Motorsport by Orahack. Nice Daniel Versosa livery there. Why don't we check it out a little bit? Show it some love. So it has Ricardo Sapien name on the side of it. Come on, Dan. Not making last-second changes for your drivers. Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. Olin's right there. We just have different names on each side of the car. There's so many drivers on the QV team. They don't even got enough room on one of the side panels. You can see you got Radu in there, got Toth, and Booster Olin. Interesting. So his nickname Booster. Of course, driving that twin turbocharged Ferrari 296 definitely has a bit of a booster in it. And Jace Wright, ever so humble. Solid stint by yours truly. Hands the wheel over to Drew Burakovsky once again behind the Fuchsia Competition Esports. Vidic still yet to show his face behind the wheel there. Yeah, Charlie, I don't have many joking opportunities here in the booth, unfortunately. I can do it only so much. Otherwise, people will just take me seriously. And nobody wants that. Who wants to take me seriously? No, I'm kidding, of course. The big spook supporting the cheese man himself. He's on a very big window of time between him and the next driver. Drew Burakovsky is, I'm not sure how far behind, as my ACC TV seems to think that he is 6,114 seconds behind, though I find that very unlikely. I'm not sure what that is in minutes, but probably not true. So I think that might be more than 6 hours, to be honest. In fact, that should be way more. That's 250 days. Man's got a 250-day gap. Holy smokes. According to my ACC TV, Drew Burakovsky really needs to get the hurry up on here. He's got this. Yeah, he's got a bit of work. 250 days to catch up Jason Provolone, according to my timing charts, which is, once again, not incorrect. If you guys want a correct version of the timing charts, you can take a look over on Pitwall. That is where you can find live timings of all of the race here and all of the pit stops, when they had it, how long they were in for, basically every bit of data that you could possibly want. It's going to be available over there. Do check that out. You can study each driver pretty in-depth here, as you got enough time to do so. Tim Schaefer, last lap at a 2:02.2 compared to Gabriel Felipe's 2:02.7. 6 seconds separating the two of them. Within maybe 6 laps, we might see a battle forming, potentially. We'll see if that was just an odd lap, though, from Gabriel, as I think Gabriel has a bit more pace, but also he is on those old tires. In terms of stint timers, Quinn Smith is going to be the furthest one out on his stint time. He is at 1 hour and 42 seconds. So another 15 minutes able to stay out on track before he has to come in. Lime GG. Lime GGI? Is that an L or an I? Regardless, Lime GG. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Big thanks to everybody for joining tonight. Thank you to the drivers for being here, sticking it out to the last race, as well as everybody in chat dropping that follow. Once again, massive thank you to everybody for making us hit that goal that we set a couple months ago. I know that goal, I think I set it about 700 followers ago. 100 followers a goal? Yeah, sure, that's how that English works. But thank you guys so much. We are currently at 1559 followers out of 1555, which means that Dominic Smedger and I will have a kiss cam. By popular request. Why, you ask? Why a kiss cam? I don't know. Because you guys are weird. That was what you guys wanted. Just remember that. So, yeah. You know. Thank you, I guess. No, not I guess. Thank you guys very much. And thank you to the Big Spook as well for dropping a follow. Where is Raven? I'm not completely sure. He dropped me a message a little bit ago saying that he was going to be gone for a second. He has yet to return. And he needs, yeah. So, we'll see. I'm not completely sure where he went. He may have gotten lost here at the Bathurst venue. It's a bit of a big venue. The trip down to the snack cart, I know, is a bit of a walk, so he might have got caught up chatting with somebody. I'm sure he'll be back within a little bit here. But that is the question. Where's Raven? We'll see. Now, big thank you to John, of course, for joining me for the past 30 hours. I know we also had Lizzie joining me in the last race, so thank you very much to Lizzie for that. So it's been an absolute pleasure working alongside John. He's a little bit sick today, so I'll give an excuse for him in advance. He's probably dealing with that, if I had to guess, so it's understandable. I have no fault to John there. It's, you know, he's honestly being a trooper for even being here today. But on that other note, I'm running out of things to talk about here. So chat, how's it going? I know Atomic, would you say 36 weeks at this point? Getting ever close. And you're going to have to send pictures, obviously, when the event happens. 36 weeks today. Oh my goodness, that thing is ready to pop. Good old Holly to come into this world. Did I get that right? And there's an update from John in chat. Like I said, John, don't worry about it, man. I thank you for being here. Is Wes ready to be a dad? That is the question. Yeah, it seems like Atomic, you seem fairly prepared for this. Has Wes been reading his parenting books? Has he been up to date on all of the latest things Elmo? Gonna be very important in these coming up days. Just a different yeah, that's... I'm sure Wes has a different way of expressing himself, that's fair. I'd imagine Wes is fairly cool, calm, and collected in his day-to-day life, but I could be wrong. It's a 50-50 shot on that one. But no, honestly, Atomic, I can't wait for you guys. That's so cool. bringing another one into this world. And hopefully we'll be on the sim rig within a couple months. That's the goal, I would imagine. Get her trained up nice and early. Get her a go-kart by the age of 1. She'll be a racing driver before she even learns how to walk. And Luca has to drive in an hour at another race. Live standings will come. So Luca, gonna have to be going from one pit lane to the next. No worries, brother. Thank you very much for what you're doing. That's so cool, Atomic. I'm sure Wes is reading that, or if Wes read that, he'd be like, oh, LOL cringe, but also, you're right. Yeah, Wes, I'm sure he's going to make an awesome father. No, like I said, I can't wait for you guys. And you guys got to send pictures, of course. Picture it didn't happen. And speaking of pics, I know we did this last week, but last week it worked out very well. I love seeing all of your guys' setups in the Discord when we were talking about that. So if you guys still have, I know before we've seen quite a few people's sim rigs, but if you haven't posted your rig in the rig and rig information chat, or wait, what is it called? As I try to find it. I tried finding it before I got to the saying, but I've gotten to saying it before I could find it, unfortunately. Rig and rig info. I was right, in the sim corner. People posting the picture of their leagues last week. That was just super cool to see all of the awesome setups and the not so awesome setups that are also awesome in their own rights. You gotta love the wheelie chairs with the wheels removed and duct taped to the floor. You gotta love the 2x4 rigs. Of course, everybody with a different setup. And then you have the other people with their $1,000, multiple $1,000 setups that just have some incredible things going on with triples and all that. So if you guys do want to post your pictures, now is the chance because, you know, we haven't got much going on, so I'd appreciate it. That can be found over on the Trackalicious Discord. There's a link to it right there. And of course, there will be lots of baby spam. That's awesome. And he's a softie when it comes to family. Wes, he's like a turtle, you know? He's very, very hard on the outside, but if you can get that shell opened up, he's just a squishy little being himself, so... Don't tell him I said that. He'd probably... he probably would want to punch me in the face repeatedly after saying that, but I've said it nonetheless. Take a look at a few more drivers that we haven't had too much of a look at. Lucas Lichten, for example. Why don't we ride along here with Lucas Lichten for a little bit? Driver currently sitting in last on track, but let's see what they got going on, as their lap times are not bad at all, to be fair. 2:05.1 last time around, you know, not quite up to the pace of the leaders, but nothing at all to shake a stick at. Thank you. Thanks, Bernsey. Plus, turtles don't really like people, and we don't like many people. That's hilarious. Thank you guys, and once again, congratulations. Like, seriously, congratulations. That's so cool. I love how excited you guys are, too. Lucas Lichten here in the Team Iris, looking awfully composed. Just going to be trying to keep that lap time consistent here, as he's about 0.2 faster, actually, than his previous lap. Definitely a bit more speed in through Murray's corner to be had there, as he had a bit of a washing out mid-corner. Lost a bit of his delta, comes across the line almost dead even with his previous lap, but also, that's his fastest lap, 2:03.0. So he just needed a little bit of onboard motivation, did Lucas, as we're going to follow along with him more now. Oh my goodness, Atomic. Staying with you for a month. Oh man. They cannot wait to be grandparents. That's so cool. And they're coming like 2 weeks before. Oh, it sounds like they're going to be overly prepared. You're going to have an incredible baby shower, I would imagine, if they have anything to say about it. Nice and close to the wall gets Lucas there. See how close he gets to this one. You can see some drivers have gotten a little bit too close. Some paint being left behind. Taking the city out of a job there. Down the gears we go. Down the mountain. You can tell this is really where you can see the difference between, and I don't want to take anything away from Lucas here, by the way. It's going to sound a bit rude, but I don't mean it this way at all, because Lucas is doing an excellent job. But this is really where you can see the difference in pace between Lucas and the top pack. The amount of minimum speed that these guys carry through. In fact, Rui Nunez, who's about to begin his descent. Let's watch Rui now, as we just had a good idea of what it looked like from the Iris. Now let's watch first place and just see how quickly they go through that and get it stopped in time. I don't understand how they do it, to be completely honest. Bathurst is one of my weakest tracks to drive. And these guys are just on another level. Short shift up to second to get that traction laid down. And it looks like Rui is going to be trying to set a fastest lap this time. .201.6 is the time to beat. Can Rui manage it here? Coming out to the end of the cutting. No, the chase. I always do that. And now through the final corner we go. Into the line, Rui. Gonna be a 2:01.5. Fastest lap set. And Mateo says, GG. I'm assuming that means that you are done with your stint. Well, I mean, you've been done with your stint for a while, but Mateo, behind the wheel there of the SPQR. Yes, oh my goodness, I almost embarrassed myself. I thought that was the wrong team momentarily. But managing to put in a solid stint. And Zampieri following suit, it seems. 2:05.0, not quite up to the pace that you were putting just yet, but Zampieri still being very consistent throughout his stint. 42 seconds to Jeremy Mercer. And Nunez is very consistent. Nunez is ridiculous, man. He is on another planet. Both Rui, as well as, I know we haven't seen Malo out there yet, but Rafael Malo. No, we have seen Rafael Malo out. Excuse me. Rui Nunez, though, just hammering the lap times in. So consistent. Looking, as I said before, take this championships in strides. We have the championship standings here. You can see up on the board. 238 points, respectively, for the Rocket Sim Sports number 22 car. The Box 3 Lambo is going to be holding their points standings here at 235 points. We've recently had an update for our live championship standings, and as it stands, while I try to find them, here we are. Our most recent championship standings, if the race was to fall right now, the checkered flag, we would have the Vacuum Racing in P2, of course, behind Rocket Sim Sports in P1. The drop round is going to be, actually, but this is wait, +4, -4. No, we're fine. Yes, because the Vacuum switch places with the SP. Okay, so this is so confusing. So the Vacuum will be at 256 points? Yes, 256 points versus the Sim Sports 262 points. RNL Roar at 242 in P3. SPQR in 238 in P4, and Box 3 in P5 at 235. That is the current standings where they would fall. I think that they are still, those are the ones that he gave me a while back. I mean, 201 would be behind Box 3 currently. 201 would be behind Box 3 currently because 201's in P5, yes. They have taken an extra pit stop we will see them return back to their position soon enough, as they are just a little bit out of phase with the rest of the runners. We are going to see in the next 10 minutes Rui Nunez, Gabriel Felipe, Tim Schaefer, and Jeremy Mercer all come into the pits, and Zampieri will be left out in his, or on his own little bubble there. Rui here, as we've seen in chat, just doing an excellent job, but the 201 needs to be in the top 3 to beat box 3. Okay. Which, like I say, once we come to the pit phase, I think that will happen. Alessandro is on fresh tires, but they also are going to be 30 minutes into their pits, or they're 35 minutes into their stint timer, come the time everybody else has to come in. So they're on a different strategy. And I know I said this before in this race, we always are very harsh to judge the SPQR strategy. I know I've made that mistake in the past of saying, oh, the SPQR going for an early pit stop. What is this? This seems terrible. And then they come back and they finish in P3, barring to everything that I had believed up until the final hour of this race. So I'm not going to count out Zampieri as well as the SPQR boys to the very end here. They manage some incredible strategy calls throughout the entirety of this season, to be honest. And so really I give the totem pole to them in that. We'll see how they end up. Tim Schaefer, though, he's caught up with Gabriel Felipe. But as it stands, Jeremy Mercer 13 seconds behind Tim Schaefer and Felipe. Currently, though, why don't we pop on board with the RNL Roar. Not sure anybody can do the full 75 on without fuel. So interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. Merc is like 17 liters short of being able to make, or 17 liters short of being able to make 75 minutes. Wow, that's quite a margin. Like 6 to 8 minutes short. Wow. Okay, so we're not going to be seeing 75-minute stint timers then. We're going to be on a very low fuel. Currently, Tim Schaefer is at 1 hour and 10 minutes, though. Actually, 1 hour and 11 minutes. So presumably, we're going to see him come in this lap. Gabriel Felipe at 1 hour and 6 minutes. We have Rob Kieser, who's at 1 hour and 11 minutes. And they're just beginning their descent down the mountain. And Fabinator, okay, so Fabinator is driving in map 2 the whole way. People can save, yeah, obviously. People can fuel save, yes. So barring fuel saving, driving at full chap, which explains the pace difference that we're seeing here, where these drivers lapping in the 202s throughout the entirety of this. They have more pace than 202.7, I assure you, does Gabriel Felipe. But he's just managing here, and he comes into the pits. That's going to be his last lap. In he goes as well. Tim Schaefer stays out another lap. Rui Nunez continues on as well. Can you see what map they're in here? Engine map 3 for Rui Nunez. So in a fuel saving map, I presume. I know box 3 has all of those commands, I know for a fact. Should probably go check those out. And what the current, anyways. Lambo's maps 1 through 5 don't change fuel consumption. See, this is why I need to go to box 3 and check out the page. I know they have a specific thing for this over in the box 3 channel. I don't remember which channel it was, but I remember seeing it at one point. Yeah, I don't know the new engine maps, that's for sure. I barely know the old engine maps, nevertheless the new ones. Tim Schaefer here, coming down the mountain. He is in map 1, so he's on a charge. Then out for 1 hour and 12 minutes. Lambo is barely short on fuel, though. Okay. Yeah, the Porsche, I feel like, is going to be the one that struggles quite a bit. Porsche with a much smaller... Wait, but the 992 has a bigger fuel tank than the 991, doesn't it? So I don't know. Now, this is all these new cars adding new metas here into this game. I know they're not new anymore. The 1.9 update dropped like 6 months ago at this point, it feels like. And in the pits goes Tim Schafer. See if Jeremy Mercer here follows suit. I presume he's going to stay out another lap. Oh, no, he's out. What am I talking about? He's on a completely... Wait, no. Yeah, he stays out another lap. Okay. So, another lap to go here for the Lamborghini of the Tire Sim Racing. Currently moved up to P3. We are going to see where Tim Schafer comes out in relation to Alessandro Zampieri. This is the big question. Zampieri, who has been lapping 202s recently, so has gotten out of that 205 streak. Must have just had cold tires at the start, not able to really get his hammer down, get the pace down to where he wanted it. Where is the other driver is going to come out in relation here? Tim Schafer is going to be approaching. We see Renato. He's rounding the final corner now. Tim Schafer has already got moving and is actually already out of the pits. So Zampieri as well as Renato a bit further behind of Tim than I expected. Tim Schafer without taking tires. That explains it. 19-second stop for Tim Schafer. Just taking fuel this time around. Is going to be limping around on another set of tires for another probably about 45 minutes, if I had to guess. Maybe 35 to 45 minutes in that time range. He's going to be trying to do this stint. But interesting strategy calls all around here tonight. We also have Renato Dornales behind the wheel. They have taken tires as well as a driver change, has the Vacuum Racing ORT. Renato Dornales behind the wheel of the Porsche. Gabriel Felipe handing that over after an incredible stint from Gabriel. Should be very, very happy with himself after that one. And Rui Nunez, our race leader, also into the pits. We have Jeremy Mercer in as well, so Tim Schafer may take... No, shouldn't take the lead of this race. Rui Nunez is going to retain the lead of this race, I'm pretty sure. Jeremy Mercer may come out behind Renato. It's very possible. As they're coming down the Conrad straight now, they still have a little bit over a mile to go before they reach the finish line, though. And pop on board here. We got map 4 for the Porsche, so I'm not sure what that means, but that sounds like a fuel saving mode. That's a pretty random one. Also, the braking boards are back in the final corner. I'm not sure how that happened either. Cool. They managed to reform themselves, or the marshals rather, going out there and putting the pieces of polystyrene back together. You really got to love the marshals here at Bathurst. They're going above and beyond. Am I mistaken? No, they are back. How did they come back? They were gone. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. Okay. Anyways. I actually don't know what to think about that, but sure. Such a little thing. Renato's found the back here of Drew Burakovsky. That is a back marker, of course. Drew sitting down in P9, Renato in 3rd. Drew needing to make his stop here. Actually, excuse me, just made his stop 9 minutes ago. So actually out of the pits a bit earlier than Renato was. We see Jason Provolone. He is in. And back out in the 296 Ferrari. Stays behind the wheel there, does Jason. Charlie Booth taking control of the Box 3 Esports Porsche. The sole remaining Box 3 Esports car on track here. Charlie Booth trying to pilot this here, do a little bit better of a result. Not too happy with the start of his race. Getting caught up in a incident. And moving on from that, though, he's managed to get his head down. Still P7. 1 lap behind Quinn Smith, I think. Yeah, 1 lap behind Quinn Smith. So quite the margin there. But he is gaining. Gaining on Quinn Smith at least. So chance to unlap himself here. Maybe make a little bit better of a result than he was expecting at this maybe about an hour ago. Or maybe 2 hours ago at this point. Down the Conrad Straight, though, into the chase we go. Zampieri here. He's actually found the back of Renato. At least is closing a little bit. The SPQR Ferrari here. The Italian team and the Italian machinery. Trying to do what he can. Coming out up the mountain. Last lap, 2:04.2 from Renato, so an absolute mare of a lap, to be completely honest, compared to a 2:02.4 from Alessandro. Was that just a bad lap from Renato, or is he maybe not feeling this car at the beginning of this stint? This is the first time he's come behind the wheel. His teammate has done most of the work so far. Of course, Renato has done a bit of it, being in the pits. It's one thing. Just because you're out of the car here in these endurance races does not mean that you are out of the race. Although, oh my goodness, what has happened to Drew? Drew is seemingly facing the wrong way. As it zoomed into the wrong Lamborghini there. Let's take a look at what happened. As this is going to be the back end stepping out once again. Too much curb. Actually lost the front end there. The front end not wanting to grip up. Interesting. Took too much curb there and asking a little bit too much out of the front right of that Lamborghini. And the Lamborghini does not comply. Drew Burakovsky still, according to my timing charts, about 250 days behind Jason Provolone. So Provolone looking very safe from the ACC TV side of things. Though I presume that gap is not quite that. I think Jason Provolone's probably about a lap. Actually, he's 2 laps ahead. He's on lap 71. Drew Burakovsky on 69. Nice. Thank you for the follow, Rafael Malo. As well as the Big Spook. I'm not sure if I said that. I think I caught that, but I might have missed that. The Big Spook, thank you for the follow. And Zampieri here, still reeling him in. 1.5 seconds, well, 1 second if you look at the ACC timing charts. Somehow we're going longer stints than expected, says Malo. Yeah, it does seem like fuel consumption is down here on the track. We're looking at 25-degree track temp, so it's a real scorcher out there. In terms of friction, cars should be generating their fair share of it. So heat into the tires will be an issue. It's definitely a colder day, though, for Australia. 25 degrees is quite warm, but it's not like some of the 35 to 39-degree track temps that I've seen here from Bathurst. Can get quite hot here at the mountain. A little bit of a cloudy day today, though. Means the sun not quite shining to its fullest potential here at the mountain. And wind factor as well. Yeah, we can take a look here. 0 wind. Absolutely none. Interesting. See the top right there. So that should be really not helping any drivers out. You know, it should be helping all the drivers out, and as a result, not helping anyone in specific. But yeah, big shout out to our race leaders so far. Rui Nunez and Rafael Malo leading the charge and have been since the start of this race. Actually, I take that back. They started in P5. But on lap 1, they took the lead, didn't they? What a start. I didn't even think about that. I just assumed they started a bit higher. I know I've made comments before that Quinn Smith, his teammate, Andy Borchers. Well, he's the king of the mountain in my books. Not Quinn Smith, but Andy Borchers, Andreas Borchers. The German driver who grew up basically at Bathurst, even though he's a German-American driver. Like I say, had a rendition of it in karting in his backyard when he was a child. Not really, but still. Not looking as...
I'm here to save you from this conversation,
Lovely.
Mike.
Eric,
this
welcome.
is not going anywhere.
How'd you know?
It was about time. I got a sixth sense that this was a painful route of sentencing, so let's save you from completing, you and everybody watching, from you completing that sentence.
Yeah, you know. Back marker there getting involved. Blue flags being waved for the QV of Zimfir Radu. He'll be back in P10 for right now. But Eric, how's it looked from your side of things? I know over on the stewarding side, it's been a very interesting race so far.
Yeah, you know, with the lower numbers, obviously we have lesser reports, but there've been a couple of incidents that were unfavorable. And are going to be penalized accordingly. Ooh, we got a yellow flag in the mountain. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of those through the race as time goes on. But yeah, overall, I think what's cool to see is that our back markers are actually pretty reasonable, so they do get out of the way and don't cause extensive amount of issues. We've been keeping an eye on those because obviously a little mistake on the mountain means a big problem for those potentially fighting for the championship. Lost a couple of cars already, so went down from 15 cars to 11 now. But still, these guys, you know, third and fourth are fighting. O'Brien, I'm sure, is trying to get up there with them. Quinn and Andy, I'm sure, are going to be rocketing back up to try and get back up to those guys higher up in the pack. But yeah, some cool racing so far. And I think Mike has stepped away, so I am actually not in the Twitch chat. How is everybody in chat doing today? Raphael, I see you guys are doing quite well up there. A nice, comfortable 25-second lead. Thanks, Atomic. Mike just stepped away for a second. Glad to feel all the love from you on that end. John, hello. Burnsy. Sad day for box 3 today. Glad you're feeling better. I'll come back, Atomic. Don't worry. If you think you're gonna hurt my feelings, quite used to girls asking for someone else to be around them. So no harm, no foul there. Finally found one that's willing to stick around.
Startling insight.
Yeah, John. John, you being a handsome lad, I don't think have the same problem as I do.
Don't make me laugh.
I tell people,
Wow.
those who challenge their looks with me, come back to me when you've been rejected by women that you haven't hit on. that is an achievement that I'm quite proud of.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
I thought I'll come back for some calm competition, some calm conversation, but there we go. All the fun. But no, I do. Whatever, after that compliment, calling me a handsome man, whatever the question is, Eric, the answer is yes. You can have whatever you'd like. Thank you very much. But yeah, I don't know about bringing back Mike, but how would a half-dead Scotsman do in the meantime? Apologies for bandering Mike. I'm a little touch under the weather. My daughter very kindly shared some of her... yeah, she's so my daughter is how could we call this? Circulatory. Yes, her circulation isn't always the best. So she got a flu jab and a COVID jab on the same day, and yeah, a day later or 2 days later, I end up feeling like death after going out for lunch. She's feeling a bit better, but yeah, I've been embracing the flu symptoms all week. So yeah, things like breathing aren't so much fun.
You know, we have that in our household right now. We just got over some COVID. The wife had COVID. I think the kids had it as well last week, and then just yesterday started getting a separate wave of flu symptoms, which 2 of my kids and my wife are feeling right now, which she terribly appreciates my commitment to sim racing and being down at the basement for 6 hours.
Big shout out to Eric's wife. Thank you, Miss Kukasian.
Yep, indeed.
Having to deal with
Indeed.
3 children in the meantime. Also, yes,
4.
I am back. 3.5.
4. We can't class Eric as an adult, surely.
Oh,
That's
fair
true.
enough.
And I don't think you know this, John, but we actually have another one on the way, so there's going to be 5 children in the house.
My goodness me, do you not have a television? Watch a movie. Wow.
That's the problem. It's the Netflix and chill that gets us.
That's what it is.
Yeah, there's
So there we go.
multiple things I'm too afraid of doing at the household these days. There's no going upstairs after 8 p.m. anymore. There's no sneezing in the house because I don't know how it keeps happening, how she keeps getting pregnant, but I think that sneezing might be one of the root causes. But yeah.
Wow, the sheer insanity of it. 5 kids. That's
Yeah.
I've
Well,
got 1.
well.
That is more than enough.
4, but then the 5th one, including Eric.
Yeah, the adult child, right?
The adult
Yeah.
child.
Yeah, but 4 under 4, it's going to be quite the challenge.
Yeah, I wonder whose
No.
choice
Under
that was.
4.
Regardless.
Honestly,
not
Eric,
mine.
I was feeling ropey before the start of the stream. It's been a steady downhill decline, but wow. Just the thought of that has thrown me off the edge of a cliff.
Yeah,
4 under 4.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
going to be the greatest Christmas morning ever. With the other 364 days, my friend. I hope you're not too attached to your hair.
No,
No.
my wife
Excellent,
is though.
excellent.
She likes that I'm not bald, so.
Oh,
It's like-
well, yeah, there may be issues, Eric. I feel the hairline
I
may
found
disappear.
I found the one woman on the planet who doesn't care about the fact that I've got a jacked up face and that I'm only 5'8", but loves the fact that I have a full head of hair.
Oh, full head of hair for the win.
You just
Yeah.
Definitely.
low-key blasted so many people in chat too right there, Eric.
I mean, I'm just saying what my wife appreciates about me because there's not much
Only
to
5'8",
appreciate.
5'8". Only 5'8". That's,
Oh,
that's
that's
like
definitely a sentence to
literally
start the phone
average.
with.
That's like literally average height. I'm
Listen.
Correct.
Listen,
5'11", so I'm not. I'm defending my shorter audience out there. Okay, I understand that there are some people that are. I'm digging my own hole here now.
Look.
Yeah, but when they're that short, you can't really hear them shouting when you're on with it. My apologies. Sorry.
Look,
That's
power to my short kings out in the world. I'm not the one who's out there blasting out if he's not 6 foot, then he's not welcome type verbiage, because that's what
Pretty
I don't
sure
know.
I just heard you say exactly that, Eric.
did you not see my air
No,
quotes?
I'm pretty sure you are.
Did you not
I'm
see my
pretty
air
sure you
quotes?
believe that. You heard it here, folks. Eric hates short people, allegedly. And whatever your definition, short is all relative, anyways.
it's called short man
Self-deprecating.
syndrome. That's what it's called, Mike. It's called short man syndrome.
Yes, he hates other short
Uh,
people because he refuses to admit that he is short
Oh
himself.
no, short people hate everything. That is short man syndrome.
It's the
It's the chip on
Napoleon
the shoulder
complex.
that no one can
The
see because
Napoleon
it's so
complex.
far away.
Yeah, you better watch out. Next thing you know, I'll be taking over all of Europe.
5 can you hear me down there? Of course, Atomic Rabbit there, or Automatic Rabbit is 5'12". You love to see it.
See? I'm
Don't make me
not expressing an opinion
Wow.
that's my own. I'm just merely expressing the opinion of the general public. But you know what? One thing short people are good for is they fit into race cars really well. So tall people, joke's on you.
That is
Also
true.
fit into fighter jets. That's why I'm not a fighter jet pilot.
Oh,
as I
that's
was told
why.
When I was
That's
13 years
why.
old, that I was going to be too tall.
That's
Yeah.
So I was no longer allowed to pursue a career as a fighter jet pilot.
Has
But yes.
nothing to do with your hand-eye coordination or your intellect or your ability to stand up to the world,
Correct.
I guess.
None of those things
Evil.
at all. All of those are actually top drawer. Despite the outward appearance, I was a bit of a genius at school, and my hand-eye coordination, I was the highest point scorer in my basketball team. 2 out of the 3 seasons that I played. And the second season that I didn't get it, it was because I was injured for 4 months with a torn up ankle from playing basketball. So yeah, none of it was purely, genuinely all about the height. Yeah, you can't be over 6 foot tall in a fighter jet because the ejector seat will break your neck.
That doesn't sound ideal.
Definitely, it's not. It's not what the. It's not what they want happening to the pilots. No, so you have to be above 5'7" and below 5'11", I believe it is, 6 foot. Or yeah, you can't be in a fighter jet because your head will get popped off.
Well, Automatic
Short
Rabbit,
Kings
he's
unite.
Automatic Rabbit in chat's 6'2" and has a full head of hair, so he's basically the definition of a
Yes.
Chad.
Excuse me, I'm 6'3" with a full head of hair. What did you just call me?
Well, look, John, there's exceptions to every situation, okay?
So there's an exception to the rule, and that would be me. Thank you very much, Mike. I now realise why I dragged myself out my sickbed this morning to come and spend 6 hours with you. Thank you.
Well, now that the two actual professionals are here to commentate, I'm going to bow out and relieve Atomic
Yeah,
of my presence here. She's clearly not fond of my presence, so
I know, I go to the snack cart for 5 minutes, not even, for 2 seconds, and she's freaking out. Thank you,
Chaos
Tom.
breaks out in the booth, Mike.
it's just Atomic things. The harassment that she goes around.
John
Anyways,
Holly
I'm outta
taking
here.
notes for his Tinder profile. Fair enough. I'm not sure we are the people to take notes. Maybe take notes on what not to do, but other than that, I wouldn't recommend it. Ooh, what snacks are they? Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't find it. I was walking down to the bathroom. It's too far away. It's all the way down the pit lane here at Bathurst for whatever reason.
Well, folks, gentlemen, I bow out. Good luck with the rest of the commentary.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
I have heard rumors, though, that the snack cart has bananas and yogurt. That is one thing that I have heard rumors of and will potentially indulge myself in at some point in this race, but we will see. So far, we're running on... We still got fuel left, so we're good right now. But may need to stop for a quick little cheeky berry at some point. In case anyone... A banana's a berry, isn't it? Am I wrong in saying that? I think I'm right, no?
Is a banana a berry? It does grow in clusters and hang from trees. I'm sure the berries not only grow from bushes. No.
I don't remember what the
I don't know.
definition
That's
of
a
a
good
berry
question.
is, but I think
I was
so.
actually just looking at the list of ingredients on my medication to see what I was being fueled by today. I'm thinking the snack cart might be, yeah, a slightly better idea. I can't even pronounce this one. Hexaleris or some,
Yo.
yeah.
Let's go. Bananas are berries. How did I know that? Other strange fruits that you guys didn't expect to be fruits. The coconut.
Or discussing today during a 6-hour race.
We don't got much else to discuss, unfortunately,
No.
right now. We're working on it. Zampieri is
are
gaining
working
on
on it.
Renato Dordalis, so that will happen at some point. We're keeping an eye on it, but that's really the only thing to keep an eye on right now. But if anyone didn't know, the coconut, which I know I say it all the time, you're crazy in the coconut, John. It's a cocoa fruit. In case anyone was curious, coconuts, they're not nuts. They are the cocoa fruit from the cocoa tree, from the cocoa palm family. So, fun fact there for everybody that now everyone knows. Yeah, coconuts are imposters. They're not nuts, they're fruits.
Well, Charlie Booth is a bit nuts.
Is
And
he?
his name's Palm Tree and Twitch.
John
Sorry,
Hawley.
Clutching the straws there. There we go. Dad jokes.
John Hawley gifting a sub there to Atomic Beauty. Thank you very much, John Hawley, for somehow putting up with this. We appreciate all of you guys in chat to listening to us. Sub for the fruit convo only. Let's go. I love it. But of
Once
course,
during the Golf Masters, the two commentators were found to be discussing eating chocolate in the bath.
now
Let's just
that
hope it doesn't get that far.
is odd. Because who takes baths
It
anymore?
is. How can...
But that's beside the point.
I would love to have a bath. I'm too tall to fit in my bath. I ordered the special bath and it got stolen, and I haven't been able to replace it, so I had to get a standard bath fitted. Yeah, some
Where do
employee
you
someplace.
live? That somebody stole your freaking shower pan. What?
Yeah, no,
Or
my
your
bath.
tub.
Yeah, I was getting a brand new bath fitted by my landlord. He had to order in a special one because I'm so tall. That, as you say, the average height 5'8", so the average bath is made to fit someone who is 5'8". I'm 6'3", so I ordered a bath and it was delayed by 2 days, and then we discovered that apparently it was damaged in transit with no receipt of the damage, and we were told that this company were dealing with it, and yeah, they just basically sent over a standard sized bath once again. So yes, don't mock the baths. I would love to have a bath, Mike, but I'm just too tall to fit in it and enjoy it, unfortunately.
Fair enough. I don't enjoy the prospect of laying in my own filth, but that's beside, that's just me.
Do you not shower before you go in the bath? My God, man, what is wrong with you?
Now that makes sense. But that's a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
of water.
100%.
I mean, that makes... See, I've never actually heard of anybody doing that, but that makes sense. And no, I don't...
Oh,
I've never
yes.
taken a shower before getting into a bath, because I don't
Either
get into
that, or
baths.
just lie in the bath and then turn the shower on at the end,
That's a...
and then stand up
Yes.
straight from the bath into your shower. It's Mike. Come on, there's ways and means to be efficient and enjoy your spare time. Get yourself a nice loud set of Bluetooth waterproof speakers. Put Trackalicious late night racing on. Listen to the beautiful Mike Nause commentate while you're lying in a candlelit bath. Just beautiful, Mike. Picture it now.
No, honestly, that sounds like the life right there. That is goals at the end of the day. I can't disagree with you. But back...
There we go. The acoustics, and everyone knows, you've got yourself a tiled bathroom. The acoustics are phenomenal. What more could you ask for?
A little bit tinny at times, but other than that, yes, that is definitely... I cannot think of a better spot to be watching the 6 hours here at Trackalicious, quite frankly. Except for in the booth, obviously, with you next to me in Bathurst, New South Wales. Is that right? It is in New South Wales. Yes, it is in New South Wales.
It is in New South Wales. I'm just wondering if I want to be in the bath while we're at Bathurst. Could I commentate from the bath?
I don't want you in the bath next to me, John. No offense.
I thought
We'll
this
just
was the
leave-
beginning of a beautiful
We'll just
friendship.
leave it at that.
Never mind. Oh, goodness me. We've got slightly off track.
Yeah.
The drivers, they're definitely not. Tim Schaefer and the gang, I see, back up into second position. The pit stops all seem to have been coming in fairly smoothly at the moment, but SPQR did do a short stint to see while I was off skulking in the background. So they did a short 40-minute stint, so that could be their tyres done and out the way. And it does mean that Zampiero's going to be coming in pretty soon. So yeah, Mike, we were saying about the pit strategy earlier on, would we see any type of short stints or the tyre double stint? And SPQR came in and got that done, stints 1 and 2. So it's an hour and 40 minutes. They've gotten out the way. That 140-minute stint should hold them in good stead, but it does. They're still in a good position for them to be slightly out of sync with the pits in that shorter stop. Still running in 4th place, Dornales, Schaefer and Rui Nunez still occupying those podium spots pretty comfortably at the minute.
Yeah, no doubt. And one thing also that is to be said about Tim Schaefer's strategy here. Tim Schaefer's on an old set of tires. He managed to come in, he boxed, took him 20 seconds in his pit stop. So just taking fuel and probably not maxing his fuel out either. I know we had a comment earlier in chat from Wes Hepburn saying that at Bathurst here, it is impossible, it's almost impossible to go flat out in map 1 for the full 75 minutes. You will run out of fuel, no doubt. So these drivers haven't run in different maps, they're running fuel saving, they're running very different strategies here tonight, which is extremely fascinating and will play into this later on in the cards as we see Renato here getting by Drew Burakovsky. in the 463 Squadra Fuchsia competition livery there, with Alessandro Zampieri next to Dispatch. Hopefully into the final corner here. Looks like it should be nice and easy, as Drew does not fight it at all, lets him by. And the fight will resume here for Alessandro Zampieri and Renato Dornales. 1 second separating them as they come to the line here to complete lap 84 tonight. And 19 seconds is about 70 liters. That is a very, very small tank of fuel that they took. So they'll probably be only out there for 45 minutes, 40 minutes, which is expected. Obviously, they're on an old set of tires. They're not going to be pushing those for the 75 minutes. That would be ridiculous. So,
the Fabinator, not too fab. Wes giving away the secrets there. Oops. We'll see if we can get one of the mods to delete those or something. It's okay, nobody saw it. No, nothing to see here. We can just gloss over. Nothing
didn't mention
to
it
see
live
here.
on TV at all.
These are not the stats you're looking for. Tried the old Jedi mind trick there. I've heard it's good.
I don't think it worked, John.
No, I don't think it did.
I don't think they bought it.
It's always worth a try. I've always told myself, because I was born in 1977, the same year as Star Wars came out, I'm a Star Wars baby, so therefore I am a Jedi Knight, so...
you hear this, nerd?
Makes sense to me. Makes it... Oh, massive nerd. Massive Star Wars, Star Trek. I've got Star Trek badges that make beeping sounds. Genuinely, I've got
That's awesome.
I did have a bottle of Romulan ale until it fell and shattered up the wall. It turned the walls a very strange blue colour. I can assure you, Mother Raven, not impressed.
And Luke Nelson here saying 6 hours of Bathurst looks painful. Oh, come on.
No, it's a phenomenal track.
Probably one of the
Just don't hit
best
the wall.
6 hour tracks, honestly. And yeah, you're okay. Good point there. It's one of the best 6 hour tracks until you hit the wall. Then it's
Indeed,
not
yeah.
the best 6 hour track. Chrono says best track in the
says
game.
Chronos.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
There is absolutely an argument that could be made for it. Absolutely an argument that can be made. I know it has the comfiest wall, says Professor Chronotis. And I can confirm that as well. I have tested the rigidity of every single millimetre of wall at this track over the years, way back. Oh goodness, I'm not even going to finish that sentence about my sim racing starting days. But yeah, no, Bathurst is definitely, it is a really good track. You've just got to kind of ignore that the walls are there. It's not really any different to any other racetrack. There is a white line at either side. Keep the car between those white lines. Good things will happen. Go the other side of the white lines. Yeah, not so great.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's a bad track. I'm just saying it's hard. It definitely takes concentration. It definitely magnifies the concentration. I think if I'm gonna, do you drive a Ferrari? I'm stuttering over my words. That'll be the anaesthetic in the back of the throat. Do you drive a Ferrari by any chance? Because I know that the new Ferrari around here, having tested it myself. It's a bit of a handful going into Forest Elbow.
Are you asking Luke or are you asking me?
Both actually. We'll ask Luke and we'll ask Mike in the box.
I haven't driven the
What cars
Ferrari.
have you driven around here?
I
haven't driven the Ferrari.
No, I'm a McLaren boy. I've pretty much only driven the McLaren around here, and I'm going to be honest, I am terrible at this track. I love it. I love this track. It's one of my favorite tracks to watch. Driving it, though, I cannot figure out how to go down the mountain without making contact, as you said, with every single inch of every single wall. It's a challenge for me. I can't do it. The McLaren just feels like as soon as you crest sunset, the car just weighs nothing. The car just literally doesn't have any weight to it, and it just goes straight on into a barrier. That's how I feel every time I begin my descent, which is why I envy these guys so much in seeing how quickly they keep their minimum speed up. Like Rui Nunez, we'll watch him on the mountain here on board just to see the sheer amount of minimum speed they keep through the corners. It's incredible. I don't understand how they do it.
Professor Chronotis throwing the shade.
Have I tried doing it right? I've tried. I haven't succeeded. Tried plenty. I just cannot succeed.
The Fabinator is on a controller. Can we get Fabinator a timeout just for showing off, please? So what? On a controller. Incredible. Although, yeah, I've seen, the talent that some people have got on controller, on keyboard and mouse. Of course, IC, the German streamer that, streams purely with a keyboard and mouse. After his car crash in a wheelchair, uses his head to change gears, and incredible amounts of pace. This track was very fun. I've never driven. Now, popular or not, this statement may be, I do not like driving GT4 cars.
That's crazy, really.
Really, I just cannot get to grips with them at all.
I love it.
I do mean IC, yes. Sorry, I thought I did say his name there. Yeah, IC on Twitch, ICEY. You should definitely look that guy. I raced on the same track as him. We were not in the same race. He was light years ahead of me on LFM at Mazzano. And just incredible. The GT4s are way more fun in my opinion.
So
the GT4s, it's very much a thing. It's you don't really often meet people that are down the middle 100%, like GT3s and GT4s. You generally find that people will lean much more towards one or the other. Again, you can't argue with that statement at all. From a commentary point of view, no complaints whatsoever now. If you put a grid of GT4s in front of me, absolutely, all day long. You get some very, very, very close racing. They can take a bit of a bump, and a lot less aerodynamically inclined and dependent. So therefore, can take a bit of a touch on a wall here and there, a bit of door banging. So you really do get some very close racing. The Fabinator, just to prove how quick he is, he loves the M2, the slowest of the GT4 cars.
I will say, as you were saying there with the banging and whatnot, as GT4s do respond much better to that. I personally love, and as of late especially, when I do drive, I've been driving GT4s. I've been dipping my toes in the water every now and then, driving with the rookies and stuff like that. That's definitely, I enjoy driving with them.
So which car do you drive? Which GT4 do you drive, Mike?
I have recently, I have not liked the McLaren GT4, to be completely honest. I've recently settled on the BMW as well as the Alpine, obviously. The Alpine being arguably the best GT4 car by miles. But the BMW is super, yeah, definitely doesn't cap out on the straights at all. But an Aston Martin's what I used to drive, but I didn't like the gearing as much on the Aston Martin as I liked the BMW. But one of your points, as you said before, less aerodynamic grip, way more reliant on the mechanical grip, which I just think is it's more like driving a road car, and that's why I love it. It's way more, in my opinion, more skillful to be able to plant those cars in the correct locations because they're so momentum based in order getting the best possible exit you can, maximizing your minimum speed through the corners. It's your number one goal in a GT4 because you're just lacking in power. It's all about getting the best possible exit and getting the momentum, and especially here at like Bathurst, as we're seeing in chat. Such a fun track to drive at Bathurst, as well as one of my favorites to drive GT4s at is going to actually be Imola. The Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Idino Ferrari. Definitely one of the best GT4 tracks in my opinion. So much fun just going through the Acqua Minerale and Piratella area. It's just GT4s are awesome. I love them. I don't know. I personally enjoy driving GT4s more than GT3s, but I love driving in general, so I'll drive anything. And you like how balanced the Aston is? Yeah, the Aston, very understeery and very... I don't know, like I say, I was driving it for a while. I really enjoyed it, but then I drove the BMW, and I just got a bit more in tune with the gearing that the BMW has. I think it has a little bit shorter gears on the Aston Martin, and I don't like that as much. I like a little bit longer gears, personally. That's why I didn't like the Audi that much.
Snetterton for GT4s. I've got to be honest again, this is where Uncle Raven is being fully outed today. The British track pack, Snetterton, Oulton and Donington, they scare the living daylights out of me. I've raced a couple of them on Project Cars 2 back in the day, raced a couple of them on, and it really, Yeah, some of those tracks are absolutely horrifying. There's one at Snetterton. I cannot complete a lap around there. I literally
The final, yeah, the
threw
final
my
sector
toys
is
out the
terrible.
pram and just gave up. I don't have, I can't even get my track stars there, and I can do a 1:54 at the Nürburgring. So there we go.
Yeah, I will admit, that track is very tough. We see a battle unfolding momentarily between Renato Dornales and Alessandro Zampieri, but Zampieri says enough's enough and comes into the pits. He does not want to lose any time squabbling with these two. And Olton's great for multi-class racing. Jace Wright bringing that plane up. Absolutely. That was one of the coolest multi-class races I've ever seen, was that track. I personally, yeah, it's a tough track to drive, definitely. I really like the British tracks, except for one of them, which I think is...
Race leader in for a pit stop. That's a really short stint. That's the shortest stint we've seen by anyone in the top 5. In fact, that's 2 laps shorter than Matteo Morano's short stint. And their previous pit stop was 51 seconds, 15 slower. This pit stop, 105. So yeah, that's a short stint done for Nunez in the gang. And they've come back out. That one has caught myself, that's caught me out there. I was expecting Zampiero to be the next car in, and he almost wasn't. Nunez came in.
That is an interesting call. Staying on a new set of tires as well. They're strapping a new set of boots on, so they're going to be going for the strategy that we predicted at the beginning of this race. Taking your new sets of tires, waiting till the track cools down, which actually, it isn't going to cool down now that I'm looking at the temperature. It's actually only going up in temperature, so maybe going for the early tire strategy when the track was at its coolest was the best way to do it. Less wear on the tires long term. So maybe the SPQR team, and by maybe, I mean I said this before, we severely misjudged their strategy in the past races. I think we may have done it again, even though we weren't judging it. So, the SPQR looking really strong here. The Alessandro Zampieri, short term down into 6th position, but I think long term they're going to be up in the podium fighting positions.
Yeah, I think so. And I think RNL have just retaken the lead of the race. They have indeed. So RNL Roar have gotten past again. So it's Rafael Malo that's back out behind the wheel. They've come back out the pits in 4th position behind Peter O'Brien for Tyre Sim Racing, who's now promoted to 3rd. So what does Schaefer and Dornelles do? Answer in kind or stick to their current strat, which, although in saying that, it does look like Schaefer's on for a short stint, because it was only 51 seconds he was in the pit for. But that was after it.
Yeah, so this was when you were, like I said, I mentioned this before, this was when you were away, when he made that pit stop, and he took his short strategy, but he's staying out for much longer than I expected. He also only took about 70 liters of fuel, according to, I think it was Hepburn in chat? Yeah, Wes saying that in chat, that it was probably around, I mean, obviously that's give or take, you know, that's a very rough estimate, but somewhere in that 70, so he's not on a full tank of fuel by any stretch of the imagination. We should be seeing him come in soon. And how many drivers per team? Yes, 2 to 3 for the drivers per team. And then I think we have one crazy individual out there who may or may not be still. No, I don't think they are out there still. So we had one today. No, we had one at the start.
Ace of Terra was out, but yeah, car no
out.
Longer in the race, unfortunately. Yeah.
Hello, I forgot we would forget
in chat
on this strat.
You know what? The Fabinator, my Jedi mind tricks didn't work. Let me just see if my Men in Black neuralizer will work. Can everyone just please look at the light? Let's forget the strategy.
I have a feeling we're going to touch in on it a few more times, just to be completely honest.
No idea what we're talking about now. That definitely worked, Mike. Yep, definitely worked. Okay.
We have hit the over halfway point. We are at 2 hours and 52 minutes and 26 seconds left to go. Tim Schaefer leading this race at the halfway mark with a few drivers that have just made their pit stops. Alessandro Zampieri ahead of Andy Borchers. They have made their stops, as well as Zimfir Radu made their third stop. 8 pit stops for Lucas Lichten in the Team Iris. Not sure what has gone
That's
on
quite on
there.
strategy.
Yeah, I think that might not be the intended amount of pit stops thus far into the race. But still carrying on in P11 is the number 77, also only a couple laps down, so still in the competitive nature of this track. Still a little bit competitive. We'll see. But definitely the eyes are going to be on the Portuguese driver here, Rafael Malo, who is back behind the wheel. They seem to be switching over, pretty much double stinting each time. Rui Nunez and Malo getting an even split behind the wheel. Drew Burakovsky has made contact with the Box 3 Porsche of Charlie Booth. This is in the Audi cutting. Holy drift! So we missed the incident that led to Drew Burakovsky being stranded here, but we're about to have an amazing view of Charlie Booth approaching a car park that he does not know is there, and there's a chicane in the hairpin, and he cannot do anything about it. Drew's still stranded there. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, another couple of cars made their way through as well, so you had to hold these brakes to let them through. The only thing worse than ruining your day is ruining someone else's along with it. Definitely not happening there, but oh well. Not more than one driver, but yeah, Charlie Booth, it has been what can only be described as the most unluckiest of races for the Box 3 Porsche. The team in general, actually, the Lamborghini not having the greatest start to the race. A fairly elongated battle with the SPQR team. Hepburn's Lambo out and Booth's car taking another bit of contact there, and we did see them with a lot of damage early doors as well. So Booth showing all the dedication, because it must still be very, very early where Charlie is.
Yeah.
6 or 7 in the morning.
That's crazy. 6 or 7 in the morning tomorrow.
Correct, yes, it's already Sunday. It's already Sunday, so the Sunday dinner will be cooking. On the Charter Tournament Anvil. So yeah, the Porsche, wrong place, wrong time, finds a car the wrong way in the cutting. And that cutting, Mike, that's been an interesting little hotspot so far. We saw the Mercedes that is no longer in the race. Kozlowski, the back of that Mercedes, that was the first car to highlight the problems going through the cutting, and I think that's why that car was out. As I say, I'm pretty sure they maybe started the race with the wrong setup, because the back of that McLaren looked lively, but the cutting, we've seen a few cars that lose it through there, so it looks like that might be a hot spot for this race, Mike. The drivers, they're going to be going to do well to pay special attention when they're making their way through there for the rest of the race.
Absolutely, and I don't think it's just a hot spot in this race necessarily. I think it's a hot spot in every race, in any racing series here at Bathurst. We've seen it in the past. I know there's some nerds in chat like me that have seen a lot of Bathurst clips, and I'm sure people have seen where into the cutting, I can't remember the two drivers' names, where they basically got into a fist fight in the cutting. So, very much so, a corner that can draw some high emotions. It's very tight and very much... the reason that it's so challenging is because it's a right-hander that leads into a left-hander. It's basically a completely blind, off-camber, up-the-hill hairpin that is just so hard to spot. We're going to ride along with Renato Dornales as he actually approaches it. Coming up through Quarry Bend, a bit hesitant on the throttle there. But we're going to see... a slight right-hand kink to, or left-hander into a left-hander, I guess, is more what I'm looking at. Not really a slight right-hander, but completely blind as you approach the apex, and that's why we saw Charlie Booth hit the likes of Drew Burakovsky coming up the hill. We've also seen a few incidents here, up through McPhillamy Park. Or that's not McPhillamy, is it? That's, what is it?
Suleiman.
Yeah, so yes, thank you. Yeah, Solomon Park. Wait. Anyways, as I for some reason don't have the track facts up anymore. It is Sullivan and it's Reed Park. Reed Park, that's right. I knew there was one in there that I was missing. But down at the bottom of the hill now and onto the Conrad straight through Forest Elbow, where we've seen trees down in the past. I'm gonna say anything can happen at Bathurst. This is such a track that just has such a ripe history, located basically in the smack dab in the middle of New South Wales, more or less. And it's just, there's wildlife, there's housing, as John said, there are people's driveways just off the road, basically. It is a public road, open to everybody, actually, for the rest of the year, but come race days, it is a closed track. I actually thought it was a permanent race circuit, but it's not. That was my bad. I think I spread some false information recently.
Yeah, no, it is definitely very much a public road. There is probably has to easily be the most popular eating establishment in all of Australia. Just at the start-finish straight, Mike, as you go along the start-finish straight and you turn left for turn 1, if you don't, that little escape road, or it looks like an escape road straight on, that's actually a road to the local cafe dining establishment, and imagine they do an absolutely roaring trade a lot of the year, because I do know there's a lot of people do live streams from there. They'll just tourists and things, much like the Nause life, and Monaco as well, although Monaco, slightly more expensive holiday.
Yeah, also Monaco being a literal public road that people use like every day to get to work, so this one not so much.
So is this. This is a full public road. Yeah, this is a full public road.
I was more meaning how many people use it, I guess, in terms of, but yeah.
I suppose, because Monaco is more city centre type. So there probably is a higher volume of traffic there. But you'll certainly get a lot of tourists every day turning up, sticking a GoPro camera on the front of the car and having themselves a couple of laps. I know I would if I was across there.
Absolutely. Why would you not? Sign me up in my Camry. Let's do it.
Oh, Mike and his Camry. What is your car's name, by the way, Mike? What is it you've called your Camry?
I don't actually name my cars, believe it or not. I don't have a name for my car.
Hashtag ban Mike in the chat.
Yeah, I've never named a car that I own, so it's just, I don't know. I don't like car names. I respect people for having car names, but I personally have never, I don't know. I've never named a car. I just haven't.
Hashtag ban Mike, hashtag car names matter.
Hashtag car name, fair. What is your car's name, John? If it's so important, what are you driving? What is it named?
So I don't have a car at the moment, but my last car was a Volkswagen Golf, a V5 edition with a semi-automatic Tiptronic gearbox.
Great choice.
Very nice. Thank you. Well, it was actually a friend of mine owned it, and he knew I always wanted the Golf. He was selling it to buy himself a Audi S4, I believe he got. So I got his Golf. Choice. It was very nice, and it was a beautiful silver colour, and I'm a massive David Bowie fan, so my daughter called it Ziggy.
All right.
After
Fair
Ziggy
enough.
Stardust. So I had Ziggy the Golf. Who else did we have? What was the Honda called? I will message my daughter, who's ill, but I will get her awake. And I'll find out what my other previous car names were. But yes, certainly, Ziggy was the Golf's name. So we'll need to get a name for Mike's Camry. Any suggestions? What colour is your Camry, Mike?
It's a blue, but it's a weird blue. It's that weird 2002 blue. I don't really know what it's called. I've looked up the name for it and tried to go through the database of colors that Toyota has, and I couldn't find it, even through the database of colors in that specific year, which is really odd because I've seen that color around, so I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's probably just faded in time.
Any suggestions in chat then? Let's get some names for Mike's car.
A light blue 2002 Toyota Camry. 4-cylinder.
Yeah.
It's an absolute rocket ship. 0 to 60 in about, give or take, 16 seconds. No, okay, maybe I'm being a bit harsh.
Downhill or is that downhill or on a straight?
More like, let's be honest, more like maybe 10 seconds. I might be being a bit harsh to my Camry, but Lloyd. I actually kind of like Lloyd, to be honest. I don't mind Lloyd, but Let's keep them flowing. That's a good start.
Yeah, let's.
Mikkel. I cannot name it Mikkel.
Pretty sure that says Michael.
No, it's not. My name is Michael. I know how to spell Michael.
There are multiple spellings of Michael.
Is there? I thought it was Mikkel when you do it that way. But okay, fair enough. That could be.
Across at this side of the pond, that's very much Michael.
Really?
I
Interesting.
think so, yeah.
Okay. Because it's A-E-L. At least that's how you spell my name, is A-E-L. Not E-A-L. But fair enough. Languages are weird.
Oh no, you know what? You're maybe right, and I'm being an absolute moron. That is always a possibility.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I know how to spell my own name.
No, okay, so there is a British actor who does. Yeah, there is. So
Is
yeah,
it Michael?
so that is a spelling of Michael Ox. Also, yeah, Michael Ward, Jamaican British actor.
Okay, but not Michael Caine.
Not Michael Kidd.
Michael Caine.
You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
It's much better than my Michael Caine impression. Oi, I'm Michael Caine. We're seeing David Cesar here. No, I went like Kiwi almost.
That's Australian.
Yeah.
You went Kiwi there.
How did I manage that? Regardless, David Cesar has caught up with Alessandro Zampieri, and we're heating up.
It is getting spicy again. Zampieri's going to be coming into the pits. Oh no, my apologies. He is not. He's out the pits. 7 laps out. Cesar hasn't done quite as many as that. He's a couple behind. So yeah, this is a straight out battle for what will be 4th on track. We do have O'Brien and Dornales ahead. Those two are going to be coming into the pits. Where O'Brien comes back out, and actually where Dornales comes back out, is two very fascinating questions, because Nunez is handed over to Malo. Zampiero pitted on the same lap. Cesar pitted just after taking that stint. So yeah, Zampiero did come in, but yeah, O'Brien and Dornales ahead. On track leader, so Cesar and Zampiero. This is effectively, I believe, the battle for 3rd. I think it is 3rd.
Yes, I think it's 3rd, yeah. Because we are going to be seeing... No, it's for 4th, actually, because I think Peter O'Brien... Where is he? No, Peter O'Brien might get... I don't know, it's close.
Yeah.
Peter O'Brien's going to be
close,
in there, but it's close. Also, moving on, says John Hawley. I'm still open for car names. We don't need to move on necessarily. If you guys have any ideas for car names for my 2002 Toyota Camry 4-cylinder, feel free to suggest them. Light blue-ish. Light blue, dark-ish blue. It's kind of weird. It's a weird blue, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what it is. David Cesar, though, with a move into the... or up the mountain straight now, heading into Quarry Bend, at least a look. We've seen 2 moves there happen so far, and both of them went wrong. Lloyd 2.0. I still like Lloyd. I will say Lloyd's it's a great choice. Steven Tomazic, welcome. Reduced field today. Yep, definitely a few drivers missing. Very unfortunate, but we are still here, and the championship is still close. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're right, John. No, why don't you talk about that real quick?
Yeah, this whole competition has been about winning the road to the grand finals here at Trackalicious, but the end game is to get places in the final. There is a 3-round endurance series taking place in November and December. It's been hosted by VCO and the SimGrid, and the only way to get a place in that starting grid is by entering one of 10 competitions put on by the largest ACC hosts on the SimGrid website. Trackalicious, obviously, comfortably in that top 10. And of course, LFM have done, the Local Motorsport website are doing a 12-week programme. And all 11 of these competitions offer the same prize, which is the top 5 cars and teams will get themselves a spot directly in the final. The top 3 get a GT3 car, 4th and 5th get a GT4 car directly in the final. 6th, 7th and 8th in each of those competitions will then go into a playoff drive in October, and that will take place in GT4 cars again, and the top 3 teams from that will make their way into a GT4 car in the grand finals themselves. So 55 places in total up for grabs. So as you can imagine, a lot of teams entered a lot of competitions. Make hay while the sun doth shine, and just try and make sure they get their place in the final. So some teams that were in this competition have already won places in the final through other competitions, so not necessarily here racing today. Every one of the 10 competitions, I can assure you, has seen the same four-dimensional chess, I like to call it. We're seeing three-dimensional chess out on track with the strategies and the way the different competitions have laid out the different races. We're seeing it here. 6-hour race, 4 sets of tyres. It's an interesting one for the strategists to come up with, but it is well worth it because it is a place in the grand final. So yeah, that's why we're seeing diminished numbers. This is the final round, so teams not necessarily in the hunt, not showing up, and some of the teams that have already made their way through, I'd imagine they're already getting a lot of practice in for October, because again, Mike, can't say this, please make sure you go onto Trackalicious' YouTube page. I might be slightly biased because I was involved, but the broadcast and the racing so far across this whole competition, absolutely worth the watch back. It has been incredible. I'm not seeing links at the minute,
It turns out there's a command that I need to add. Yes.
Okay, got ya. Okay,
here's
sorry,
the move though from David Cesar. Sorry, we're going to be seeing a potential change here in position, and David Cesar licks the stamp and sends it there, gets the job done. Zampieri with no response, but is he going to come back into the final corner? No, it's going to be closed, that gap. No space left from David Cesar, but very fair racing from the two of them. Also, Rafael Malo and Peter O'Brien, they are coming together for a bit of a battle. Peter O'Brien's on a slightly different strategy, but we're not going to see him come into the pits for probably at least another 5 laps. And some extreme love being thrown the way there of David. Awesome, absolutely awesome to see David Cesar with plenty of love in chat there. Hear the chat roar.
I see what you did there.
I thought that was clever.
That was very good. Sarah loves Simon. Yep, big fan of David as well, it would seem. Go, 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 go. And, wow, dear Ruben Nause. Nope.
I thought it was... Now I gotta make a fool of myself. Yeah, Dairu...
So because
Dairu
I played
Benes,
so many zombie games on Call of Duty, I believe Die is
yes. The Rubens.
Yeah, the Ruben. Let's go with Ruben. Hopefully Ruben.
Yeah, the Ruben. Yeah, there you go. Die Ruben.
Watch this. We'll both be completely miles off, but then
I'm sure we are.
Expect. Jay Provolone with a hydrate. Let me just grab my bottle of honey. Pouring honey, of course. Based on your regulation, that overtake is not regular.
No. That was clean, fair racing as far as I know. Unless I'm missing something, but that should be... That was a clean racing. David Cesar firmly by. Definitely with the pace difference, you can see he's already walking away from Zampieri.
Yeah, which overtake did we see? Did Rafael Malo make an overtake there as well on O'Brien? No, he's not, so it must be this overtake. No. I don't know, Larry Wax. I'm not sure. At first view, it certainly looked like a clean enough overtake from this angle.
Okay, chat.
Was he far? Okay, so he's maybe questioning if he was close enough
too far back
up the inside.
Because we do have a rule for being too far back. If you're 3 car lengths behind, I think it is, you can get a penalty for sending it too hard. He was not that far behind. He was well within racing distance. It was a good send. I mean, it was a send, but it was not from 3 cars. That was a very fair overtake, and plenty of racing room was left from both drivers.
But yeah, certainly there is a full stewarding team that are fastidiously keeping an eye on things, and if any of the teams do feel like they've had an issue or had an overtake which they feel was egregious, then 100% jump in and bring it to the steward's attention and get them to look at it, and if any penalties do need to be applied, they will do so.
We've also completed
yeah, certainly
100
at first
laps.
glance it looked.
Sorry, go ahead.
It looked okay. No, sorry, yeah, Mike. No, take us away, mate. 100 laps in.
Yeah, 100 laps completed here at Bathurst so far today, and few more to go. 101 now as we cross the line. With 3 hours, or 2.5 hours remaining, we're probably going to see another 80-something laps complete here. So plenty more racing to be had. Rafael Malo behind Peter O'Brien here on lap 101. 1.5 seconds is the gap. And closing low. Last lap 201.5 compared to a 201.7. Peter O'Brien about 2/10 slower. Also, John Hawley, D. Yes, it is D. Why, again, I've forgotten. I know I've been told this in the past, but when do you use D and when do you use die? I know they mean the same, but you use them in different contexts. And I've forgotten. Definitely been told this in the past. Also, 40. Is that how you say that? Is that Fort? Oh, wait, Fort. Fort Went. Fort Went. Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. And big thanks to everybody as well. Eskel Peeth in chat. Dropping in to show their love to some fellow drivers.
That is very good. It's pronounced 420.
Oh, it is 420. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. That's so good. 421 or 421. But yes, 420.
Very good.
I
yep.
see it. I see
like
it
that.
now. That is good. Rafael Malo here, though, the Portuguese driver, gaining on Peter. Can the American hold on? That's going to be the question here in the TYR Sim Racing or Tire Sim Racing. He's on a much older set of tires. In fact, about, well, another 35-minute older tires than Rafael Malo. So, fresh set of boots here for the Portuguese driver. Can he make it happen? So far, it hasn't been able to. We've definitely seen some struggles for overtakes on this track. Not the easiest track to overtake on, not the hardest either. Really relies on your exits here, especially out of this corner in particular, turn 1, as well as from Forest Elbow onto the Conrad. Those are going to be your best overtaking opportunities, as coming up the mountain, it's going to be virtually impossible. So far, though, Rafael way too far behind to make any sort of move. We've seen some good moves from him in the past, but this one a little bit too much. David Cesar has walked a good bit away from Alessandro Zampieri since we last caught their battle. It's about 3 seconds is the gap between those two. The 201 down in P5 for right now. Zampieri going to be about, where is he in his stint? 26 minutes into his stint. See if he comes back in, if he hands that car over to Matteo or Simone, who have not seen Basolio actually out there on track this time around. But Simone, with some extreme pace he's proven in the past, John, that we'll see if he can manage to get that back under the wheel and maybe catch up to Rafael, or even catch, well, first up back to David Cesar.
Indeed, yeah. Well, you know where I stand on this argument. He's in the Ferrari, therefore, I believe. Back to you, Mike. No, I'm looking. He's in, yeah, he's... yes, you are not mistaken. We have seen endless amounts of pace throughout the SPQR team. Basolio, definitely. A trader in that himself. The lap times he can put in, the control he's got over that beautiful, beloved machine of mine is something to behold. So it'll be interesting to see if he can. When he comes out, to see if he can get caught up. Morano and Zampieri done their stint and a half each. Zampieri's got about 20 minutes left based on his team's previous stint. It does look like they're going to get the 2 sets of used tyres out the way. Of course, 4 sets of tyres for the whole 6-hour race for the teams to share between the members, and it looks like the SPQR team are just going to do a straight double stint of the tyres each for the first 2 stints, and then it'll be Basolio out for, I would say, then to do 2 very full stints. And given the pit, no shade at all on the rest of the team, they are otherworldly quick, but Basolio has seemed to be the one with just that little bit more pace. Certainly the average lap times over the stints have been incredible. So if he comes out and does 2 full stints at the end, that really does put the team in a very, very, very good position for bringing home a podium here today, and goodness knows where that could see them end up in the championship, because between my lack of glasses and a whole lot of medication today, there's no way I'm getting the calculator out to do a drop round calculation to see how this one's going to end.
Come the pit stop
I'm
phases,
just
we
going to
should
be
have an
frank
update.
and earnest on this. In fact, I'll be frank and Mike can be earnest. But
Hilarious. I've been known to be called Ernie in the
Samuel
past.
Jackson.
But yeah, we should have an update soon
Excellent.
enough, as Luca from the pit lane, once we get to the pit phase, Luca should be updating us if he, I mean, obviously doesn't have to, but he might. We'll see. As it stands, Renato Dornales, he's been driving around in map 4. Now, I don't know the maps well on the Porsche, but I assume that is not its
forget
race map.
That could be its race map.
You're right, it very well could be.
It very much could be. The Porsche engine, yeah, it very much could be. The Porsche engine maps are, even the Ferrari 488 Evo. Please don't get me started on the race maps in that thing. I just want to be able to jump in and get behind the wheel of the car and put my foot on the accelerator. But yeah, no, those things are not idiot-proof, I can assure you. So let me just jump onto Uncle Google and see if we can get some answers on that.
Well, John is working on that. We can hop on here and see that the Lamborghini, he is on engine map 3, which I've been told is that is its race map. It's not its fuel-saving map, which once again, so confusing, because yeah, why don't they just do map 1 like the McLaren does? Like every sane car, in my opinion, just has map 1. That's your race map. That makes sense to me. But of course, 12 maps per car allows some pretty variable settings. I think some cars may have more, some cars may have less, but 12 being roughly on average. Map 4 is most commonly used for wet races. Which car are you talking about, Stephen?
He is talking about the new Porsche.
Okay.
So the Porsche 991II or 2 GT3R Evo edition runs the same as the previous. So engine map 1 through 3 are all normal power, but have different throttle maps. So they're a normal power and consumption, least progressive throttle, progressive throttle, and an aggressive throttle. Map 4 is normal power and consumption with a linear throttle map.
What?
Commonly used for wet races. So not only does the Porsche engine map change the power consumption, it also changes the mapping of the throttle, depending on how you put the foot on the pedal, depends on how the car will then react. So yes, any Porsche drivers, you're all absolutely insane. The quickest engine maps, Mike, for the Porsche start at 5.
Interesting.
That would be quali power.
Okay,
And
so
it's
that
quali power for 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then engine map 9 is low power, low consumption, and progressive throttle map. So apparently engine map 8 is quali power, high consumption, and a linear throttle map, which is most commonly used for dry racing.
I'm going to be honest, I don't fully know what you just said throughout the past couple minutes, but my brief understanding is that map 4, which is what Renato was driving in, is a wet map. Map
Correct.
5 is a race map, and map 8 is a quali map?
Map 5 is quali.
And
Map 8
is also
is
quali?
quali, but considered dry race as well.
What is the difference? But okay. Anyways, Rafael Malo is hot on the charge here, rubbing a hole in the diffuser of Peter O'Brien. We're coming down the mountain now, heading towards the Conrad Straight. This is where a good overtaking opportunity could happen. Rocket Simsport looking to take the lead of this race once again here. 33 minutes left in his stint. We're going to probably see Peter O'Brien come in either this lap or the next. It's getting very close to his times. I don't even know what map is. Honestly, yes. I'm at this point, I don't either. Completely lost. But like I say, all I know is the McLaren race map is map 1. So that's good for me. It's nice and simple. Down into the chase we go. Inside line for Rafael Malo. Is he going to get late enough on the brakes? It looks like he is. Peter O'Brien going to stick, though, with it and gets a better launch even. Wow. What a line there from Peter O'Brien, but he comes right into the pits immediately, and that is going to be the position for Malo. Sealed. Mike Burkov dropping a prime sub. Did I just learn something? Mike Burkov, a very talented driver, and a Porsche driver as well, at least at times. I know you flutter between quite a few different cars, but I know that one of the Porsche is one of your mains, and yeah, you know the maps there. Better for the GT4 in map 1. Okay. Interesting.
I've just shared the quick link in chat as well if anyone does want to have a little perusal of that. I'm actually even going to share that.
I'm going to pin that.
Oh, yeah.
That seems like a useful thing to have, to be completely honest.
There was another website I used that had it visualized slightly better than that, but yeah, we'll find that. But yeah, that gives you a very good look at the engine maps for each car, and you can see just how crazy it is. Got to love Jaguar, literally 1 through 6. The British cars are all just
I love
pretty straight up.
Looking at the Hondas. First off, rest in peace Honda NSX. Haven't seen one out on track in about, well, since 1.9. But I love all of its modes. Engine map 1, full power. Engine map 2, full power. Engine map 3, full power. And engine map 4, full power. It's just like, yes, go for it. That's the Honda for you. Go right into a barrier.
ACC Wiki. Forgot about that.
An ACC Wiki, okay. Steven, that is a man who has some facts up his sleeve when it comes to this game, so definitely anything that Rose Gaiman has to say in chat there, I would listen to. Because I put him on the spot and he's going to be like, no, don't listen to me, but no, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, we'll keep a look at that too.
And Mike loves the Porsche. Another driver that is loving the Porsche, or rather maybe not so much, is going to be Charlie Booth. Professor Kronotis, yellow flag at the bottom of the mountain. Been driving so well so far, has Kronotis. Let's see what has happened. Why don't we ride on board as well? Way too much throttle there onto the grass. Does have to lift off. Corrects it before we get to Skyline. Wow, what? Okay, violent tank slapper for Professor Kronotis. Definitely some damage picked up from that 296. More damage, I think, dealt, though, emotionally than in terms of the actual physical damage on the car.
Felipe is behind O'Brien now that O'Brien is out the pits.
Okay.
O'Brien's in 4th place. Felipe now down into 5th position. Borcher's in 6th.
Okay, that's because Peter didn't take tires. Peter on a 28-second stop. He just took fuel this time around. He is going to be on his old set. So we should see Gabriel Felipe gaining here and potentially getting an overtake in this stint. Might take a lap or two. And Mike Burkhoff saying, bad time to downshift. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Definitely a little bit too much engine braking caused, I think, the rear axle to lock up there, maybe? I don't know the exact science of what just happened in that spin, but all I know is it was very violent and very sudden. And the live standings here, as it stands, from Luca in the pit lane, is going to be, if the checkered flag was to fall, the Sim Sports number 22 car, Rocket Sim Sports, of currently behind the wheel of it is going to be Malo, but both Malo as well as Rui Nunez, there we go, going to be taking the championship. Next to them will be RNL Roar at 250 points with a P2 finish here. Right behind, of course, 258. Right behind, though, RNL Roar with a 249-point finish is going to be the Vacuum Racing. So if the Vacuum can manage to make up a little bit more ground, which it definitely can, currently sitting in P5, we'll see. Can he get that potential points-paying position? SPQR down at 238 for P4 and Box 3 at 235. It's going to be tough for SPQR to work their way up into the big paying positions here, but Zampieri into the pits, actually. It's going to get even harder.
Well, we say it's going to get even harder. They're about to release Basolio.
True. That is true. About to have a madman on the track, so he's going to be tearing those lap times to pieces.
And I think he's going to get the new sets of tyres. Well, I mean, we've just seen the stint times that they've done, so that's their 2 sets of tyres double stint. They've got 2 fresh sets to see out the race. And Basolio behind the wheel. 201 needs a top 3 to beat box 3. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Do they? Because of the drop round?
You're going to get me hard pushed. You're going to get me hard pushed to bet against them.
I feel like
just because they've made a mockery of me before in the commentary box with their unbelievable strategy and pace, and yeah, I'm going to believe the hype.
SPQR, they're going to have their 10th place, because SPQR has a 10th place that's going to get dropped off with and it's going to get replaced with a really good result. So SPQR is going to be gaining quite a bit of points here. You did all the standing? Okay, fair enough, Tom. It's going to be close as it currently stands. The math is so hard to do. That is definitely for the computer. And obviously barring penalties as well, which we have seen none of so far. Which is shocking, actually, now that I think about it. In fact, I should check that. Do we have any penalties? Let's take a look at the endurance penalty viewer. We do have a couple penalties. Yes, okay. Few warnings, but I'm not sure any of the cars are still out on track. Doesn't look to be. The cars that have received penalties have disappeared. But going down the standings, Rafael Malo leading us here, coming down the mountain here on lap 109 with 2 hours, 14 minutes, 40 seconds left. David Cesar in the RNL Roar AMG. He is going to be handedly in P2, 45 seconds to Rafael Malo. Quite the gap there, although we are going to see Malo come in before Cesar, but it's only a 10-minute difference, so that is pretty much due to merit alone there in terms of pace. Peter O'Brien will be taking third as it stands in the 114 TYR Tire Sim Racing, and Gabriel Felipe in fourth, the Vacuum ORT. Andy Borchers in fifth, Simone Basolio, who is now behind the wheel of the SPQR Ferrari. Charlie Booth in P7, Professor Kanotis in P8, who's in the pits, Zimfi Radu in the pits, and Jace Wright in P10. Lucas Lichten bringing out the back there in P11. And you won't be able to tell.
Yeah, Bungie in the chat pointing that out. That's 100% correct.
Yep.
It is a lesson that Mike and I should have learned, especially given the 6 or 8 to 5 races that we've had so far. But we do like to chuck our little guesses in there. But the strategies are going to make it very interesting. The track temperature at the minute at 29 degrees. So it is climbing and it is starting to get... it's going to get over that 30-degree mark, you would think. So yeah, the teams that have managed to double stint the tyres early doors will certainly have been grateful. As you were saying earlier, Mike, a lot of times as the races got later, the track has cooled, so it's been better to get that tyres double stinted out the way later on. But certainly when you're in someplace like Australia, and it's just going to get hotter and hotter as the day goes on. Yeah, getting them out the way early doors, not a bad idea. Basolio, just keeping an eye on his sector times, he is hoofing it, and that is the technical terminology, but he is hoofing it since he's been out the pits. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. I cannot wait to see how this one comes together in the closing stages. Malo should be in before Cesar. I think Cesar's on a longer stint. O'Brien and Felipe not long back out. Basolio just out. Andreas Borchers, he's 40 minutes in. And Charlie Booth is back out for his third stint. He's just done a back-to-back, and there's Chronotis back out. And Radu as well.
And yeah, Tomic's saying there. Yeah, if they don't.
Sorry, you go, Mike. Yeah.
Basically, yeah. If they want to beat box 3, they need to be in the top 3. Other than that, they're not sure. Basically, yeah, it's gonna be. It's tight. The championship's tight, man. It's so cool. Especially after 36 hours of racing, the championship going to be decided by a singular amount of points, basically. And that is quite the spectacle to be had. It's been an awesome series here at the Road to the Grand Finals. Say 36 hours of racing for these cars. No small feat.
So Atomic Beauty, there is another little caveat just to throw into that mix as well. As you say, if they want to beat box 3, they need to be in the top 3. But if they don't finish top 3, they'll be a point behind. If they finish 4th and take 2 points for the fastest lap,
oh yeah,
would that then give it to them by a point? Because there is, the point for the fastest lap as well, which at the minute is going to the Lamborghini of Malo. But if you tell Basolio and the SPQR team that the difference, they ain't getting fastest lap.
Bold statement there.
Yeah,
we'll
in the
see.
Ferrari, they're in the Ferrari,
yeah,
so...
that's true. Yeah, it's not the quickest car on this track. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But yeah, Malo and Nunez, they are very quick. Very quick.
I find it hard to take it from those two anyways. Current fastest lap, though, is sitting at, what is it, a 2:00.09 or something? 2:08, I think?
2 minute 0.9, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, especially with the track temp increasing, it's going to be quite the miracle if they can make that happen. Track temp started at a relatively cool, which I say relatively because it's heated up a bit, about 24 degrees, I think, was around the track temp starting, so a very warm track to begin with. We're already up. First off, we're only at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. It's already 29 degrees on the track, so only going to get hotter as the day goes on and the sun intensifies above and beams the heat down onto this shining piece of tarmac here at New South Wales Bathurst.
Yep, it's definitely going to keep the drivers on their toes. I mean, as we were being educated in the chat, you can't do 75 minutes absolutely flat out with the fuel tank. When the temperature, when we see, well, even an hour from now, 19 degrees was the starting track temperature, so
oh, okay.
Up 10 degrees so far, and we're only just, and we've still got an hour until we reach the hottest part of the day, of course, at lunchtime. There's not many clouds in the sky to deflect the sun's rays, so yeah, I think we could see a fairly huge increase in the temperature over the next hour. Also, to be honest, Cesar Quali P1, yeah, again, that is, if they go for a splash and dash at the end, they could snag the purple lap at the finish. RNL is speedy. Yes. All the teams on track right now are speedy, let's face it, that's why they're here on track. They're battling it out for the final positions in the finals. The attendance might not be high, but the quality on track most certainly is. Also, Andy Borchers is back out there, so he could snag a purple as well. So there you go. It's just one of those things, Mike. You say, oh yeah, so-and-so could grab a purple lap here. Oh yeah, so could David Cesar. Tim Shaver, Nunez, Malo, Hepburn, and yeah, Charlie Booth's out there as well. Mike Bercott, you can run down the field from top to bottom. And yeah, there's a lot of drivers out there that are capable, and that's the level of competition that we've seen. As you said, we've had 30 hours of racing up to this point, and there was only 4, in fact there was 8 points separating the top 4 in this competition coming into the final round, and now we're over halfway through the final round and nobody's really got a clue what's going on. No, some people out there have obviously got the calculators out, but it is yeah, it's a testament to the strength of field and the drivers out there, the laps that they're putting in, the races that they've had, the consistency that they're bringing, and also part on the back to track Alicia's as well, the format for the competition they've brought out, 4 sets of tyres for a 6-hour race. It's really brought the best out of the drivers and the teams, and we're going to have some well-deserving winners when we do figure it all out at the end.
Most certainly. Thank you very much to Marcus89TV for the follow. We're currently seeing a very hot battle on track right now. Gabriel Felipe trying to overtake Peter O'Brien. It hasn't worked just yet. Also a brief yellow flag there from Rafael Malo. I don't know if you want to see if anything actually happened there, if that was just my game bugging out, but we're going to see a move here. Gabriel Felipe going to be trying to go down the inside here of Quarry Bend. We've seen this move before, but he backs out. The Porsche definitely had the line there, but smart racing from Gabriel, not wanting to end his race there, as it very easily could have happened. At least put a massive hamper on it. Currently, though, heading up the hill once again. You can pop on board here. Listen to that flat 6 as it screams up the mountain now. We reach the top just about. Still a little bit more to go. Flat. Ooh, big lift. A little bit hot into there. Dirty air definitely affecting the pace. You can see him falling back a bit at the top of the mountain. Big twitch there from the Lamborghini. That's going to give the opportunity to Gabriel Felipe to close that gap. You can see the alternate line being taken. Actually, a bit of a poorer line being taken there from Gabriel. A little bit too hot coming down the hill. Maybe got caught up, distracted by that little twitch from Peter O'Brien. Onto the Conrad straight, and Peter is going to be way too far ahead for us to make any sort of move here at the end.
Malo with a big contact with the wall, Mike.
Really?
Yep, into the dipper. Made a big contact, front right-hand corner. And yeah, his car has taken some damage, so that yellow flag was well warranted there. That was a double contact. And after the early contact that had with the wall, I don't imagine they'll be keen to do that too often. But yeah, that was a big run into the wall that the race leader took there. It's not going to make a huge, well, I'm saying it's not going to make a huge difference. Yeah, you don't know what will make a huge difference over a 1-hour stint, but certainly that is not the type of contact that Malo needed with the wall there.
He seems to be pretty good in shape here. Doesn't look like it's affected his pace whatsoever. We'll see as he comes around this lap. This lap time definitely not. Well, his last lap was a 2:03.6, so even that,
was
is not,
yeah.
And that is not even a bad lap. That's the worst part. Dude hits the wall and still can put in a faster lap than I can even conceptualize here, but still, it's beside the point. What is the purple lap? It's going to be a 2:00.09.
No way, what's just happened? Mike, are you still there?
Yeah, what? No, you're good. What's happened? Oh, I see you've disconnected, huh?
Okay. I thought everyone, never mind.
No, I had that happen to me last week, to be honest. I'm not sure what happened, but don't worry, it's all good. It seems to just be the server, for whatever reason. Like I say, it did that to me last week too, so.
I'm very impressed I didn't swear there after the. Yeah. I was very close to a very exasperated.
The filter kicked in though.
There, but yes, it did. Yes, it did. Check before you panic. There we go. I thought everyone would be removed from the server. That would have been, there we go. It's only me. It's only me.
Yep, it's all good. I nearly had a heart attack last week when that happened to me, so.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Gabriel Felipe here in the slipstream of the Lamborghini. He's going to have the inside line, but is he close enough? He gets onto the brakes, but no, he's just not. The Porsche just doesn't have the legs. It's a Dash Hound versus a Doberman here, and the Doberman is much quicker, has the longer legs to get the job done. Lizzie, welcome, welcome. Sorry you're late. You're very late. Got 2 hours left to go here. 2/3 of the way through this session. More love from TSG 1 million. Cheering on his buddy there, David Cesar, currently sitting in P2 and has put on quite the show for us so far. More energy being thrown the way of Cesar. Currently, though, all eyes on Gabriel Felipe and Peter O'Brien. Heading up the mountain now. It's going to be tough for Gabriel to make any gains. But as they begin the descent, he's going to be setting it up to get the job done onto the Conrad Straight. Bump of the wall from Peter O'Brien. Don't think I didn't see that, Peter. I caught that. It was a slight brush. Maybe 0.2 seconds of damage being picked up, but that's still damage nonetheless. Every little hit adds up. Whoa! Big moment there mid-corner for the Vacuum ORT. Maybe Peter, they're slowing a bit more than Gabriel expected. I'm not sure. That was, or just coming in a bit too hot. The car getting very unstable under braking, which is odd for the Porsche. Full onboard lap for David Cesar. You know what? We'll get to that here in a minute. I want to keep an eye here on this Gabriel Felipe. Or actually, I don't know, John, if you want to keep an eye on this after we get through the mountain straight, I'll pop on. Come to the end of the Conrad here. We'll see if he can set it up onto the mountain. If not, we'll pop over to Raphael. Or excuse me, to David. Coming now on to, or through Murray's. Big moment there, and that's going to give the opportunity to Gabriel heading into the first corner. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. It's side by side. Heading now even into the braking zone. The Porsche, can he go late enough? It's a big squeeze there from Peter, but he manages to get it done. And who is that joining the party? That's Rafael Malo, our previous race leader. Now a three-way battle out on track. We see Peter O'Brien. He is on the older rubber. It's going to be very fresh tires for the Lamborghini in front. Oh, big contact. That's going to be the Lamborghini. Massive hit into the wall. Also, the tire sim racing off in Quarry Bend. That has changed this race astronomically, John.
That is a championship ending crash. Am I overstating the point there? That was a big contact there. The two Lamborghinis going side by side. Malo out the pits on the fresh tire sim racing, showing the outside line. Oh. And that is a massive, massive contact into the walls on the straight there. I'm going to let the stewards make a decision on that one again. We got one quick look at that. Rafael Malo is getting no quick look at the surroundings. That is a long, long in-lap. To come back into the pits, just out of the pits there. 27 laps into that stint.
Yeah, it's looking like a one-lap stint here for Malo, and that is not what he was looking for. He actually hits the wall on the way down the mountain, just to add insult to injury there. I'd imagine that steering wheel not quite in the factory position, you would say. You're not quite supposed to make that much steering angle to make the corner, but you can see limping down the mountain, and limping is an understatement. He's nursing that car all the way back, and spam this to push the RNL Roar. The RNL Roar crowd has gone crazy, it seems, as a result. The championship has just gone so in the favor here of this car that we're looking at right now. Both the Box 3 Lambo and the Rocket Sim Sports are out of this race, and this is looking good for David Cesar and co.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's some good points. There's certainly, Malo, they're both, they're not quite out of the race. They're certainly out of the hunt for the podium at the minute, but they are going to pop themselves into the pit. And if you want to talk about this playing into the hands of another team, it's an ill wind that blows nobody some good. SPQR. This is very good for them as they do make their way past Rafael Malo's stricken car as he enters the pits. That's him just getting into the pits now. and that is Basolio and the SPQR team being gifted a free position, Mike. So that third place in the standings for SPQR is now looking very, very, very promising. We've still got just under 2 hours of racing to go, but certainly SPQR, be it the strategy, be it the consistency, be it the pace, they find themselves looking to jump from 5th in the standings and a GT4 car in the final to getting themselves a straight GT3. I think we all know it'll be the Ferrari, but yeah, SPQR look like they're going to be massive beneficiaries there, of the two Lambos coming together and ending up in the wall.
Yeah, that is a huge decider in our championship. Simone, there a little bit of lag. Oh man, I hope everything is all good. We, need to make it to the end of the stint, obviously, but what a change up there. And that is, we'll see. Simone Basolio needs to still land that P3, I'm pretty sure, in order to get the position on box 3. But that is really not going to help the charge in terms of the win for the Rocket Sim Sport, because the RNL Roar Blue, they're going to have a P7 dropped from their record, and it may be replaced with a P1. Rocket Sim Sports only drops this round, so they are going to be at 200. Well, no, they're not going to be. Never mind, they're not going to drop, or they might drop this round. Oh goodness, this is confusing. So confusing. I don't understand, but we'll just take another look at the championship standings here real quick.
If SPQR finish in 3rd, they will get 50 points. If Rocket Sim Sport, Rocket Sim Sport, if they finish outside the top 6 today, then their current points total will stand.
Right.
Because it will be their best 5 results. If they finish inside, so if they were to finish 5th, they would drop the 6th place and then add the difference effectively between a 5th and a 6th place finish, which means they would gain 7 points only, which would take them to 245 points. If SPQR get themselves in 3rd, they will drop 17th from their standings, which is 24 points, and they'll gain 50, so they'll gain 26 points. That'll put them on 200 and so they will still just finish behind Rocket Sim Sport.
Yeah.
So Rocket Sim Sport do need, in fact, Rocket Sim Sport only need to finish the race if they can get into 5th and actually improve on their current point standing. Anything worse than 5th today will see no improvement on their points tally.
Which it is looking like they will get, potentially, I don't know, we'll see. They're going to be down a lap here. In fact, they're going to be down an entire lap on P5, which is Simone Basolio. So it's going to be very tough to make any ground on Simone and the SPQR Ferrari here. Definitely not where Malo wanted to be at this point. And Gogo Box says, Hajo, we're out. Says Hepburn, unfortunately, yes. But that is also, I have the calendar on screen. Let's take that, or the points on screen. We can take that away. We got Charlie Booth, other box 3 out there on track. So definitely still some box 3 representation to be had. Currently, though, P6. Got a bit of an improvement in the results from Raphael there. Raphael is going to be a little bit behind, actually, and on about 8 seconds behind and on the charge. We'll see that battle potentially unfold here soon. Lucas Lichten did end up with a 5-second penalty. A minor time penalty there being given to him. Yellow flag for Ricardo Sapien, a trip off into the gravel. Let's see here, Ricardo, right on board as we come down. That is not a fully straight steering wheel, I can already tell you that. And the car just wasn't put together, or I mean, I'm sure it was put together properly, but it seems that it has already made a collision with the wall that has, well, knocked a couple things out of place. And as a result, Ricardo Sapien, probably with a meatball flag, the Mexican is going to have to come into the pits. Did Rob drive? Yes, Rob's already been out there. We saw Rob Kieser out on track for a little bit, putting in think, at least one stint. He might have put in 2 stints. But he at least put in 1. We have Alessandro Zampieri in chat as well. How's it going? Been good here in the booth so far. Saw your stint. That was very nice. Managing to put it, or keep the team there on the track. Keep it between the mayo and the muster. Not pick up any penalties or anything. So everything on your end was a checkbox. And keeping the pace up as well to keep Simone in P5 here. Currently coming around the final few corners now. Complete lap 119. On to the 120th lap here tonight. Andy Borchers, he's got Peter O'Brien here. We were saying before, one to keep an eye on is Andreas. Maybe potentially fastest lap later on. You never know. I still find that tough, of course, as the track temp ever is increasing. We are up to 30 degrees track temp, which is going to turn those solid rubber tires into liquid rubber very, very quickly. Need to be careful of blistering, of course. Blistering as well as graining, which can happen quite quickly in these conditions if you don't treat your tires right. One little slide, and that really can start a spiral of, well, your tires just falling off a cliff. I know you've heard that expression before, but it is a true statement. The tires, they work and they work and they work extremely well up to a certain point where they just stop working and they fall off the cliff, as it's so called, and the pace just plummets. Andy hasn't quite hit that point yet. He did take fresher tires. Peter O'Brien, though, he is on old tires. So one to keep an eye on for this stint. Has been out. Andy's been out there for an hour. Peter O'Brien's been out there for a half hour. But those tires that Peter has, they're over an hour and a half old.
Atomic in chat proving to have the brains as well as the beauty, falling off the mountain.
That's good.
On the cliff. Very, 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 very good indeed. Not only quick on the calculator.
You are now Atomic's favorite streamer. Congratulations.
I cut short blowing my nose to throw that one out there.
Full onboard lap. How do you use this thing? Who would you like your full onboard lap for? Full 420. Also, I never did the David Cesar full onboard lap. I just realized. So this, in fact, I'm going to show you how a full onboard lap works. After this one, we'll wait for David Cesar to get to the checkered flag, and we'll do a full onboard. I didn't do that, and that's my apologies. I don't remember who redeemed that earlier, but we will get that. I just remembered, so. Send me to a good Porsche driver. You don't know anything. I find that hard to believe that you don't know anything. But we can send it over to a Porsche driver. We'll send it to Gabriel Felipe, in fact. That'll be the one leading Porsche driver. So let's get the David Cesar one first, though. And that's right, Atomic redeemed it. Yes, Atomic redeemed Cesar, and I totally forgot and neglected it. I'm sorry, Atomic. I know you redeemed first. What do you... Calm down. We're getting there. We're getting there. Peter O'Brien as well, one to keep an eye on in these. I will say, though, he is going to be... He's come out of nowhere, it seems. Started in P7 and up 4 positions into P3. He's also on the same strategy right now that Gabriel Felipe is on. They're almost identical in their times. I think 1 lap separating them. But let's hop on board with David Cesar and begin his lap here. Heading out into Hell Corner. The reason that it has that name, it's caused a lot of chaos over the years. Nice and tidy, though, maybe a little bit deep for the AMG. Heading now up the mountain straight. Beginning the ascent, which will turn into a bit of a descent before the massive, massive ascent up the mountain. 174 meters of elevation here. It's going to be 571 feet for you American peoples out there. Now getting ready to brake into the cutting. You can see hard on the turning there, left hand, trying to straighten the car up and get it to brake in as straight of a line as possible for the cutting. Nice job maximizing the minimum speed there for David Cesar. Now it's all about getting as close as you can to the wall, avoiding that white one, going as close to the green one as you can through Reed Park. Now into Sullivan. We're going to get really close to this wall as well. Nice, clipping these rumble strips. That's how you know you're getting to the right spot on the track. Through McPhillamy and into Skyline now. Down onto the brakes. Third gear down to second. It's going to go all the way down to first as we approach the dip. No, it's not. We're going to stay in second because David is better than I am. Coming now towards Forest Elbow onto the Conrad. We're going to be looking at the straight line speed. Bumps the wall, does David Cesar. A little bit wide. Very light tap. I'm not sure the game even registered that as damage. But you can see the KPH climbing. 251, 258, 263. We're going to be approaching the 280s, I presume. Maybe 285, 281 here. 282 is going to be the top speed, so very similar actually to the Porsche that we saw. Porsche was around the 282 mark, maybe a heavier downforce setup for David Cesar, as the AMG should be quicker in a straight line than the Porsche. As we come around now to round the final corner and across the line, David Cesar with a 201.9 that lap, into the 201s again. Very solid. And more spam this to push the RNL roar. And skill issue, I'm assuming that was on the wall tap.
Yeah, and then straight into another on-board mic.
Yeah, do you want to take that one, Gabriel? Go right ahead, John, if you want. It's up to you.
Yeah. Yeah, can do. Yeah. I was going to. Sorry, yeah, I was just going to look for the Porsche. I jumped on the Charlie Booth. But there it is. Yeah, so a Porsche driver at 420. Not a bad choice around here, as we saw. Hanging with the pace. That could be, of course, running a very little wing on the Porsche. Able to have a bit more wing on the Mercedes, but up towards the cutting where the back of the car does get ever so lively, as we've seen, so close to the curves once again through Griffin's Mount. Then it is the trio of Parks, Reed, Suleiman and McPhillamy. I've actually seen an overtake through that left-hander there. It was incredible. Down into Skyline, which, much like Sunset at Kailami, do not keep putting your eyes on the Skyline or you'll find yourself into the S's and the Big Dipper wall. Down into Forest Elbow. Now, I have to disagree with Mike for the first time ever. We all know why Hell's Corner is called Hell's Corner. No, we don't. Why isn't Forest Elbow called Hell's Corner? It's far more hellish than the first one, in my humble opinion. And then we can jump on board with the Porsche. We're still on board, of course, along the Conrod Straight. The longest part, the only part of the track that's ever been changed, as I mentioned, in 1986, almost 50 years after the track's inception, and it's the only change that's ever befallen the track. A third of a mile it gained with that chicane, and round the last corner, Murray's Corner, of course, surprisingly not named after the famous Scottish tennis player. Who would have thunk it? There it is, Gabriel Felipe. Vacuum Racing hunting down one of those guaranteed places in the grand finals, the road to the grand finals here at Trackalicious, almost coming to an end. An hour and 45 minutes to go. It will be 36 hours of racing the drivers have put in to get themselves a place in those finals. All that, and they've still got the finals themselves to go. And those themselves are going to be interesting races. I absolutely cannot wait for those events to take place. But there's still a lot of maths to be done here before the end of this one. Drop rounds, pit stop strategies, potential penalties, and of course the Bathurst walls all still need to be navigated for an hour and 45 minutes, Mike. So no chickens can be counted until fully hatched, especially at a track like this, as we've just seen with Malo into the wall.
That was, you took the words right out of my mouth there, John, as I was about to make that point exactly. As the mountain, I know I said it at the beginning of the stream, I haven't said it since, but the mountain giveth and the mountain taketh away. That is the famous saying here, of course, at Bathurst. And a big thank you to Rock Rock1821, thank you for the follow as well. Dropping a little bit of love for Malo and Nunez. I'm assuming that's Malo and Nunez. I'm not sure. I don't. Where are they from? Nunez.
Portuguese, I believe.
They are Portuguese? Okay, so that is Portuguese. Okay. And yes, welcome Eric the Boss Kakas with a little bit of a short word.
Hello, chat. How is everybody doing? Mr. Wright, Mr. Nause.
Excellent. Good man. How are you in your Hobbit's cave?
My Hobbit's cave is quite comfy and cozy, as one would expect. My feet are hairy and warm.
Excellent.
Albeit bare. But we're waiting by the fireplace for Gandalf to come and tell us a story.
Well, sit comfortably. I am here.
John Dolph the Grey.
That's the one. I actually have a hat that is very reminiscent of Gandalf. My daughter went to Germany on holiday with the Scouts. It was a world jamboree. Went to Germany. She asked me if I would like anything brought back. I said, bring me back a funny hat, please. So she brought me back a grey, looks like a witch's hat with a daisy on the front and red and white pigtails. So yeah, I've got my own Gandalf. So yeah, John Dolph the Great. We can definitely go with that one, I think, Eric.
Yeah, John Dolph. I think you gotta drop the Raven nomiker and just go with John Dolph the Grey moving forward.
Yep.
New identity.
Complete rebrand.
Yeah. But yeah, this Malo O'Brien incident has really livened up not only the race but the championship. Some interesting things. I don't even know how this is gonna play out, but yeah, Malo no longer in first place, sealing that comfortable lead that he had over everybody. These are the times where incident apart, right? So yes, it happened. I'm sure one of the people are at fault. We've been looking at it. No one's filed a report yet, but it's just one of those situations where you go, should you have put yourself in that situation? Should you have just waited another second or a couple of minutes, sit back and relaxed and kept your position, and everything would have played out for you? Seemed like a risky situation to be a part of, and obviously the outcome was not favorable.
A non-favourable outcome would certainly be a fairly gargantuan understatement at this point. So definitely a non-favourable. The Lambo's really not doing well. We saw the Mercedes struggle with the back tyres, and that's a couple of Lambos that we've seen off into the wall along that straight. So, and it's, as you say, the calculators are now in full meltdown mode, or as I was saying, because you mentioned, no one knows. The outcomes here are certainly all up for grabs. There was one connotation where SPQR were going to miss out on third by a point. It's all going to be very close. Onboard lamp commentary suite, thank you very much. Cool feature on the stream 420. It's one of the many cool features that Mike and Eric have put into place here at Trackalicious. I've just been fortunate enough to jump on the bandwagon, the attention-seeking so-and-so that I am. So it's all about Mike Nause. He gets this all done, and of course Eric as well, but I'm sure Eric will agree that the vast majority of the stuff that goes on stream, Eric, that's all to do with Mr. Mike Nause himself.
No, screw Mike. I'm taking all the credit for it. He's not here.
Short man syndrome, that's it. Taking over the world.
No, I'm the leader of the community, and I take credit for everything. Everything that's phenomenal that happens here is all because of me. Of course, I'm completely joking. I always say that without the people in this community, the community would not be what it is. I am merely the head to the neck and the body and everything that happens around here, and I try to turn the head in the direction that we would like to go, and everybody else does a phenomenal job of getting us to where we are. The stewards, the admins, the streamers, of course, Mr. Mike doing an absolutely legendary job for all of our streams and committing so much time to do it, not just to do it well, but to really put in research into understanding the tracks better, the cars better, the drivers better, because ultimately those are the people that we're here to see. Yeah, just amazing. I couldn't have asked for a better commentator to be a part of our community. Bar the witch of a Scotsman that's present as well, who I'm sure would have been a fantastic member to be a part of as well. But that being said, you have come into our lives and colored our vocabulary and our accents and brought a life to the stream that did not have before, a flavor that was not present, a worldly influence, if you'd like.
Eric, you took it from me. I was gonna go for it. I was gonna say he improves our love and our knowledge for racing to an absolutely amazing level. So thank you, John, for being here.
But yeah,
I'm really honoured to be here. So thank you both for giving me the opportunity.
Sounded like John had a blue screen error in there.
Raven.exe not responding. Full factory reset recommended.
No, truly. I mean, again, obviously we try to do the best we can around here, but there's a ginormous amount of effort that goes into it, and I'm, as a community leader, a very small portion of that effort that goes into it. Cannot be more thankful for the effort that goes in, and ultimately, again, there's a small percentage that are, let's say, in a leadership role, in a staffing role at Trackalicious. The community itself has been phenomenal, and never let the low percentage of riffraff that do put a bad taste in one's mouth sometimes really affect the rest of the community, because we do have hundreds of members that are such a positive influence. Primarily, I could give a very recent example that we made our GT4 Open Championship a pay-to-drive championship, and people have different positions in life and situations, and some are not in a position to be able to afford it, and so many people have come forward to say they're going to sponsor a driver or two drivers or three drivers to help fill up the grid and help support having a successful championship. So such a great community to be a part of, and I'm appreciative of everybody who's here and who makes us what we are.
Yeah, as well. Big thank you
to
to
I love to hear that as well. I've got to say, massive pat on the back to everyone that helps out like that. 100%. So it's great to hear that the grid is going to get filled that way. Kind of done similar things in the past, but you don't do it so people can pat you on the back, I'm sure. So I'm sure these people aren't looking for pats on the back, but we're going to give them anyway. So on behalf of the drivers that are going to take advantage of those sponsorships, thank you very much. And I'm sure Mike, and as a commentator I know as well, there's nothing better than these big full grids, Mike.
Oh, especially in the Rookie League, we've seen it where we had full 50-car grids. That was truly something. Big thank you guys as well. Corona Viper, as well as Annie Chovy. Sorry, Annie Chovy. Thank you very much for the follows. And as well, I wanted just to say another little mention as well, as we wouldn't be here without. Thank you guys so much just for being here in chat and making what we do enjoyable. Thank everybody for that, and as well as hitting our 1555 follower goal. Eric, I don't know if you heard that, but we have hit our follower goal over on Twitch. I know I set that like a few months ago at this point. It was like 700 followers ago or something like that, and we managed to hit it. I never thought it would be possible, but we did it. So thank you guys so much for being a part of that. Now, as a result, because you guys are weird and wanted to see a kiss cam between Dominic Smedger and I, you guys get it. So.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Wow. Yeah, John, are you not aware of what achievement is unlocked at the 1555 follower mark?
So across in America, I believe you have a program called Shark Tank. Now, Shark Tank originated from Dragon's Den.
Yeah.
Dragon's Den had a very famous Scotsman on it. And he was very much known for the phrase I'm about to utter. I'm out.
Look, it's the community.
I'm going to say no thank you on that. I mean, I've got nothing but a stomach full of medication at the minute, and we may be revisiting.
I think you're missing out.
I think
you're missing out.
I still think chat is wild, but that's all right because like I say, I love them. But yes, it is definitely one of the more odd goals that you'll see out there. But that's what we try to do here at Track. Let's just break the mold. As well as I've had one other thing I wanted to mention before we move on from moving on. Shout out to Professor Chronotis, the man on screen right now. One of the going back to talking about important members of our community. This is one of the most important members of our community.
No.
So,
before we do Professor Chronotis, can we get back to the kiss cam?
Okay, what would you like to talk about the kiss cam? Yeah, sure, we can talk about that.
So, who came up with the idea and when exactly will this be taking place now that you've reached the follower goal?
We don't have a date in mind yet, but it's going to be obviously in one of the Sunday streams.
Okay, so this is going to be a full romantic evening.
Oh,
of
course.
Going out for dinner.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a full Sunday.
Well.
It's going to be a full Sunday night date. Absolutely, yes.
With some George Michael Careless Whisper in the background, some sexy sax,
Okay, see now, Eric, you're like actually talking. That's a great idea.
I mean, John, look at it this way, right? We have our broadcast booth, right? And quite kind of a unique feature within the sim racing world. Not often do you see that, or ever. I don't know if ever we've seen a broadcast booth like that one.
Correct.
What good a broadcast booth be if you can't emulate some things like you do in reality, right? Sure, our members are hundreds of miles away, but you get the feeling that they're in the same place. And what more would give you a feeling that two people are in the same place than a kiss cam?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Eric, I guess.
I cannot at this moment think of a logical argument against what you're saying, and I'm not sure how I feel about that at this point in time.
what this goal and this achievement has brought us is a ticket into the reality that we're trying to sell.
And in the future,
it's a ticket
great
into
clip.
the mentality of the viewers.
It definitely
If we
has.
continue to follow this
Holy
channel, we will get
smokes.
kiss cam.
Speaking of crazy goals that I never thought were going to be achievable, AV6
This was my
Scott
next question.
has redeemed the T-Rex costume. Oh my goodness. Well, guess I got to figure the logistics of having a green costume with a green screen out now, so time to bust that one out and break the cobwebs off that.
Way.
He has
So,
done
Mike,
it.
I think now is the best time to test that. Eric and I will take over if you want to quickly throw the suit on. We can see how it looks now. We can have a few testers, but I think...
No spoilers.
I know I said I wouldn't be on camera today because I look like death warmed up because I look like Skeletor. For anybody that wondered, I look like Skeletor today with the illness. Yeah, a bit pale, a bit red about the eyes. I'll throw on the panda onesie if you throw on the dinosaur suit.
No. We can't give... It's going to be a full stream experience. I'm not going to spoil anything, not going to show anything. I'm not going to play any of our cards just yet, because it's going to be for a full stream. So, trust me. It will not just be a little 5-minute me in the booth with a dinosaur.
Oh, no, you were about to be in this thing for the next hour and a half, Mike.
Well, we're not... No, we're definitely...
right-hand corner.
Definitely not doing... I'm not setting that up right now, but... Not doing that live, risking that live on camera. That sounds like a terrible idea. But yes, that is incredible. AV6 Scott, thank you so much for viewing our stream for 75. Now to get 75 more. Now I need to come up with another one, to be completely honest. Got to come up with a reversible green/blue screen. See, now you're talking. But like, yeah, I need to get a blue sheet, I suppose. It's basically the next on the list. Or some sort of monocolored thing, but yeah. That's awesome. I'm really looking forward to that, as well as gonna need to bust my air conditioner out because that suit is warm. And we're not doing the kiss cam in the T-Rex costume. No, we're not. It's their individual events here, folks.
Stacking up redeems there and achievements.
No, it doesn't work like that. We're one-offs.
Yeah, no, I'm all for the T-Rex kiss cam. I think that's the only thing that could improve on the kiss cam. I mean, the kiss cam seems like the pinnacle.
I need to be
you
proper.
Chuck a T-Rex outfit in there.
I need the proper attire, though. I can't go out on a date and, have a nice commentary night out with Dom where basically I'm dressed like a slob or a T-Rex. It just doesn't work like that. Get Dom a T-Rex costume too. He's got his own. He's going to be in a racing suit and a helmet. So we're not going to be able to hear Dom that well now. I just kind of have realized that. He might have to go visor up. Oh, this is going to be a ridiculous stream when we do that. But regardless... And yes, of course, Steven Tomazic back to being up in the booth. Of course, we all fly to every single race to keep the full immersion at all times. We are here in Bathurst, New South Wales, in Australia. I'm
in the Bath, someplace just north of Wales.
Well played, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm here all week. Tip you about this.
You're not just looks, you're wits as well, huh?
Sorry, say that again. I was trying to laugh and cough and breathe and sneeze at the same time there. I really am going to have to just go and run a bath and just let the steam try and work the rest of this out.
And the Big Pook also asking, how many times have I had to wear a T-Rex costume while streaming? Well, to be completely honest, 0 as of now, but that's going to be one that I can add to my CV here near in the future, so... Will be
not
very
to blow my own
interesting.
trumpet. I did do an 8-hour race for charity. I commentated on a charity race, and I actually did a stint behind the wheel as well for about an hour and 10 minutes, and the whole thing was on camera in a red panda onesie.
All right. Hey, man, you got to do whatever for charity. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
With the tail,
do what you got to do.
I got to admit, my dinosaur costume also has a tail, and I have not also figured out the logistics of that yet. It's rather inconvenient to have a tail. I don't know why evolution decided for animals to have tails, but it's rather inconvenient when you're a human disguising as it.
Balance.
Well, yeah, I get it.
As an ex-gymnast,
I get it from a literal standpoint.
I would have loved to have had a tail.
What kind of dinosaur is it? It's a T-Rex. 420. It's a T-Rex. Yeah, I know, right? What a name.
So, I'm just amazed by John. Not only is he so let's say 6'2" basketball player, apparently a legend amongst his community. Of what, the 12 people you have in your town that play basketball, because everyone plays football. But also a scientist genius, a handsome man, and a gymnast. Yep. Like, what else is left, John? And a wizard, apparently.
I did a bit of gymnastics. When I was younger. Just look at Zlatan Ibrahimovic, one of the greatest football players of all time, did ballet. But yeah, no, with my height, because I did so many sporting things, I was decent at gymnastics as well.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say gymnastics, it wasn't all cartwheels and stuff. It was vaulting over horses and all kinds of crazy throwing yourself in the air type scenarios.
Yeah, John. You know what I think of when I look at you is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. That's exactly what I think of. Like, when I first saw you, I'm like, oh my God, this guy seems like he's just as talented as Zlatan is.
That's the one. No, that wasn't the comparison I was making. I was simply saying the gymnastics was for a very good reason. Yeah,
you have the aerial prowess of Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Wow, I wish I did. I would take Zlatan on a basketball court. Just saying. Don't anybody play that for Zlatan. I'll get destroyed. I don't imagine there's much he isn't good at, to be fair.
Now everybody interested in John's gymnastics career. I'll have you guys know I did gymnastics as well. Thank you for asking. In case anybody was curious, my mother was a gymnastics coach, so I had no choice but to be I had no choice but to be roped into it. Yeah. So I also did gymnastics technically.
Roped into it.
If you were to look at me today, though, you definitely would not say, gosh, I bet that guy used to do gymnastics. That's definitely not something people say when they look at me now. But hey.
He used the cartwheel with the best of them.
Right? No.
How is it that we're in a 6-hour online sim racing community commentators booth and I'm the weird one for not being in a gymnastics program?
I was also in Jump Rope Club.
You've lived your life all wrong.
Yeah.
Jump Rope Club was pretty dope, I'm not gonna lie. Back in the days, you know. Once again, another thing that my mom coached and I got roped into. But hey!
Hey, I saw what you did there.
Well, I
Jump
can't
rope,
keep
roped
up with you
into, so-
guys. I'm clearly not the physical specimen as my co-commentators here, so I am going to bow out. Enjoy the rest of the stream, gentlemen. Almost towards the end of the race, and wow, we still got some good racing going on.
We're
We do
working on
indeed, the
it.
strategies. Enjoy the Hobbit Cave. We'll make sure we get you some kind of small climbing frame so we can expand your gymnastic prowess, Eric.
I will
I'm
work
sure
on
we could
that.
get you one for the kids.
I'll work on that. Cheers, guys.
Yep, have a good one, Eric. Enjoy the
Up on Eric.
stewarding, and thank you to all of our live stewards as well. As it stands, back to the action, which we've been thoroughly derailed from. We have Gabriel Felipe, who is leading the way.
Speaking of thoroughly derailed,
Okay, derail us further. Let's go.
Rocket Sim Sport are no longer in the race.
I saw a disconnect, and I was wondering who that was. My goodness, yes, indeed. Rocket Sim Sport have bowed out. This is going to be their drop round, so that means they are going to finish the championship on the points that they have currently. We can take a look once again here. Guarantees, Box 3, Lambo, and Rocket Sim Sports both dead on their points here. So, math, it just got more complicated, basically. Well, not really. Kind of. Not really. It actually got simpler, didn't it? It got simpler now. Look at that. The RNL Roar not still leading this race, excuse me, in P3 now, because they have taken their pit stop. They took it 12 minutes ago. We are going to see Gabriel Felipe and Peter O'Brien coming in relatively soon, as well as Simone Basolio and a few other drivers. Jace Wright, the controller king, out on track currently. Going to be coming in for his stop soon enough. But the championship, once again, could not be closer. And yes, competitive jump roping. Yeah, it wasn't competitive, to be honest. It was more like after school, we just kind of jump roped, I guess. It was in elementary school, guys. It's not like or primary school, I guess as other people call it. It wasn't, we weren't going to try to get a college degree in this, It's not quite that level just yet. But Jump Rope Club was pretty fun, though. I'd do it again, honestly. I like jump roping. It's fun. Got to be able to do the double Dutch. Can you do the double Dutch, John?
Oh, jump rope was not something I was good at.
I guess tall people would probably struggle a bit more with that, huh? But you're not.
Yeah, the back of the head definitely hurts when it catches you.
They got longer jump ropes, but you got a longer swing, I guess. I don't know the physics behind jump roping. I was in elementary school. Not like I ever took it seriously. I still do, like I say, enjoy it. That's one thing I will. Jump roping's fun. See Lucas Lichten here, who is now in P10, has managed to make his way into the top 10 as a result of a disconnect. Nonetheless, still into it. The Team Iris currently 10th in the standings. Oh my goodness, the gap between Jace Wright and Professor Chronotis has gotten to an astronomical level. It was before 250 days. Let's see what it is now. It is wait, what? Oh, I added two few zeros. Whoops. Regardless, we're looking at like 270 days now between the gap between these two drivers, according to my ACC TV. Absolutely hilarious. Is Charlie still in the race? The number 41 Porsche still is in the race, currently piloted by Rob Kieser for the Box 3 Esports team. The bonnet, though, not fully attached. It doesn't look like the most showroom-ready Porsche here. Definitely going to need to get the rubber mallet out before they head back to the post-race area. And it's not looking too great there for the downforce. And Andreas Borchers here Not quite the result I was expecting from the man on the mountain. What happened to car 22? It looks like they disconnected. I think they maybe saw the fact that this is just my guess on what their thought process is, by the way, purely assumption. I think they realized that they were not going to be finishing higher than any of their previous rounds. So here, let me pull up the standings real quick to explain why they dropped. So we can see the Rocket Sim Sports number 22 there. We got round 1, they won. 2, they got 6th, then 3rd, 5th, and 5th. So the round that how do I word this properly? Your worst scoring round will be dropped from the results. Everybody's worst scoring round will be dropped from the results. So the Box 3 Lambo had a dropped result for today because they DNF'd on one of the first few laps. And the Rocket Sim Sports, they're also going to have a DNF on this race, which means that they will not be having any points counted towards them or against them for this race. Their standings and the points is where it's going to be. But, like, why am I talking about this now, you ask? Because they weren't going to finish above... Whoops, actually. They weren't going to finish above P6. So there was no point in them really continuing in this race long term. They would just be driving for the sake of finishing the race, which personally I think I would do. But they disconnected because they were probably, like I say, realized that it didn't matter if they finished the race or not. It was just down to a time investment at that point in time. Oh, Steven, he picked up his motorcycle. Let's go. Of course, this is going to be Steven's first motorcycle. I totally forgot what you said you were getting, but I know it was just a little beginner bike that you mentioned. I can't wait. I also, in regards to motorcycles, not that anybody cares, just finished the Lego BMW RR. So yeah, nobody cares, but hey, I just finished that. It looks really awesome. It's like the coolest Lego kit I've ever seen, the Lego Technics. Fully functioning 3-speed gearbox that has a sequential seamless shift, as well as a functioning little inline 4. Once again, did anybody ask? No, but you now know. And Steven with a Honda CRB 500. Sick. That's all I gotta say. Have fun. Stay safe. Make sure you got proper leathers and and don't get a strap, for God's sake. Don't get a safety strap or non-safe. Oh my goodness! Easy there. As that was Jace Wright having a bit of a moment at the top of the mountain. Why don't we go back and watch this? You can already see getting out of shape coming up into McPhillamy here. Now heading into it. Way too deep and a huge correction as soon as he hits the grass. And you can see him just trying to not come back into the path there of Andy. Luckily, Jace manages to get it stopped in time, and he continues on. And watch out for the grandmas and 16-year-olds on the road. Stay safe. Yes, indeed. John Hawley is 100% right with that. There's some idiots out there, and people, for some reason, do not treat motorcycles like they are on the road. I don't understand why people are so against that, but hey, they just, sometimes people just want to commit manslaughter and open their door on somebody when you're when you're lane splitting, which is totally legal in 49 states, just not California. Jake Wells! What's up, Jake? We see David Cesar has caught back up with Peter O'Brien. However, David has a 5-second penalty to be served at his next pit stop. He will have to remain stationary for 5 seconds before he is allowed to be lifted up onto the jacks. Jake, you're at the Indy 8-hour. Let's go. You're watching an endurance race at an endurance race. That is full immersion right there. David Cesar here. He needs to get this overtake done relatively soon, or else... Okay, he's done it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Peter O'Brien into the pits. As a result, David Cesar is by. Had to come show some love. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate it. I appreciate it beyond words. Jake, we had our redemption thank you to AV6 Scott. I will now be wearing a T-Rex costume in an upcoming stream. We'll find out which one soon. Like I said, I don't have the full information yet. Also, we have hit 1555 followers, which also means that Dominic Smedger and I are going to have a kiss cam. And so, some very exciting stuff up and coming here at Trackalicious. Definitely things to keep an eye on. Other up-and-coming things to keep an eye on is this pit battle between David Cesar as well as Peter O'Brien. We'll see where Peter comes out, and when David comes in, where he ends up as well. Since I have a little bit of downtime, we see heading into the pit phase, not much going on track. Why don't we talk about 75 minutes of fuel? How long can... Actually, that's a great question, John Hawley. So according to Burnsy, Hepburn, in chat, he mentioned that these cars can go only for about 70 minutes without fuel saving. Now, obviously, there's other maps that you can use, as well as drivers lifting and coasting, which means that they're saving fuel. Also saving fuel is going to be Vadik, who's parked on the side of the road. Whoa, big drift. Slides down the hill. I think that's at Forest Elbow. It's kind of hard to tell where we are right now. The marshal waving the green flag, which is... I mean, I guess it's in the next sector. Vadik in a very sketchy part of the track. Heaven Austin powers it. Luckily, nobody comes by. No, we're not doing the T-Rex costume and the kiss cam at the same time. And calm down, everybody. That's not... I can confirm right now that that is not going to happen. I want full immersion for both. Neither of them can be taken away from the moment. And that's info from Malo. Okay, fair enough. And they're going longer than expected. Yeah, they said earlier they're going longer than expected. So yeah, we're looking at around 75 minutes, basically 70 minutes to 80 minutes of fuel, which if you're in that 80-minute timer, well, great, because you only have 75 minutes you can be out there. And Jake, who's going to tell him? Okay, Hepburn is going to tell him. And T-Rex and Kiss Cam have never been done on Twitch before. It would be... You know, Holly, you got a point. It would be the first. That would be a first. But also, it's going to be the first time on Twitch that Dominic Smedra and Mike Nause have had a kiss Cam. So, we're already breaking new boundaries and setting new trends here. And Jake, not to brag, but I put mega fuel in so he wouldn't have to do a drive-through for stint timer. Oh, I love it. Best enduro moment. Definitely, Jace, I caught the moment at the top of the hill. That was not your best enduro moment. You did manage to keep it out of the barrier mostly, but you tested the structural fortitude of your underwear. Definitely a hefty price to pay. But luckily, he came into the pits and got those changed quickly. Gabriel Felipe, he's in. Making his stop after an hour and 13 minutes. Porsche even making it all the way on the stint timers. Definitely a good sign. Oh, you meant to do that on the hill. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, my bad. Apologies, Jace. I'm sorry. Obviously. Pure skill in order for that move to be made. How could I not credit you properly for your... true talent. But also, what a save. I do gotta correct, at least compliment you on your talent a little bit there, because what a save. You went full opposite lock before you even hit the, you know, grass or anything. I mean, you saved it like perfectly. Also, you meant to wear brown pants. They started off white. Yes. It's unfortunate. Andrea Borchers, for some reason, is very close to the window of Gabriel Felipe here, but Gabriel is out on track and way ahead of him. Not sure what my race control is thinking there, or my ACC TV. We're back to a bit of a lull, though, in terms of action. And now, while that's happening, I can go into what I was going to talk about before, which, of course, is our calendar and our upcoming races. I haven't mentioned that in a while. We have it coming up, our GT3 Championship. That is going to be Sunday, October 22nd, coming up to start again, as well, by popular demand, our Porsche Cup Series, starting at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time as well. Followed up after that on Sundays is going to be our GT3 Championship, and yes, you can participate in both if that is, I know some people have asked that. You absolutely can participate in both, and they are both the same track, obviously, just different cars. So if you're willing to practice for that, absolutely go right ahead. You love to see the people that do. The crazy people, there was a few. I know Alexandre Afonso in the previous, he was one of the drivers that managed to switch back and forth in one of the previous leagues. There's a few others as well that I can't quite remember. George Elmer rings a bell for some reason, and that he did that as well. I don't think either drivers are in this race tonight, unfortunately, but very great community members. We also, coming up, have our Hyperclock race. That's going to be 90 minutes of a 24 hours in 90 minutes. That's going to start at 8:30 p.m. and run for, like I say, 90 minutes. And we will go through an entire day, 16 times time multiplier, which means we're going to have some crazy weather and some crazy changes in weather. And the day after that, you asked, that's going to be the IRL friend swap over at Brands Hatch. Where, what is an IRL friend swap? Well, what that is basically you have a friend over at your house in real life, and you, rather than doing an in-game driver swap, you do a real-life driver swap where you get out of your sim rig and they get in. Ideally, that's going to be somebody with lesser experience. You're trying to show your passion and love of sim racing to some other people. I know a lot of people got their wives involved and their spouses and just sisters, brothers, friends. It's very awesome to see the amount of people and the true competitiveness that people really practice for that, and they take it seriously, which is so cool to see. Our last friend swap that we did went so well, so one of the coolest races we have. Also, on the calendar, we have more than just this, of course. We also have our GT4 Rookie Series, which is going to be coming up starting on the 23rd. Oh, it's going to be round one at Silverstone. And John Hawley says, my wife is super nervous, doesn't want to kill anyone. Just make sure she practices a little bit, you know? That's the biggest thing. Get her some practice around some AIs, you know, get them comfortable with side-by-side action, be it, you know, with skilled drivers or not, or AIs. It's, you know, just, they need to know what it's like to be next to somebody. That's the biggest, in my opinion, one of the biggest things. But regardless, we also have our Monday Rookie Championship. That's going to be on the 23rd over at Silverstone starting then. Race 1, as well as our GT4 Open Championship, which is a paid-for series over on SimGrid. You can find all the information there. It's going to be a 40-minute sprint race right after the rookie race. Rookie race, of course, free entry. Everybody is welcome in the GT4 Open. Also, our M2 reverse grid. That's going to be Thursdays, where we're going to be driving the good old-fashioned M2s. And it's going to be reverse qualifying order. Going to be round 1, October 19th at Kyalami. Cannot wait. It's going to be so much fun. Steven says he can't wait for the Rookie Series. I can't wait for any of these leagues. It's the calendars and the race tracks that are on these calendars are amazing. It's such a good rotation. I'm really looking forward to it, and it's going to be awesome. Like I say, the Rookie League is going to be true rookies this time around, all red plates. But the Monday Open Series will be open for everybody. A little bit confusing, I know, but if you read on SimGrid, it makes sense. We also now have Simone Basolio. They've come into the pits to make their
I was on
stop.
mute there.
Oh,
Sorry.
Welcome back, John.
Thank you. Yeah, so I had to go and get myself some more honey. That's a bit of that. But yeah, that's Basolio in the pits, and that'll be the last pit stop for the team. And it looks like Vacum Racing have done their final pit stop as well. Renato Dornelles is out on track. Came out 2 laps ago, so is going to be well within the stint timer, and they are in second place at the minute. So they are looking very good for that podium position, and I dare say Basolio and the team will be chasing that down as well. They've got Andreas Borchers ahead of them. He, of course, still needs to take his pit. So too does Jeremy Mercer
No, Jeremy should be
for
good.
Tyre Sim Racing.
Jeremy should be good
Oh
to the
no,
end.
sorry, no, Mercer is good actually.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
Jeremy and Simone, they should both be good to the end, as well as Jason Provolone and Vadik should be good to the end. So, drivers in the final pit phase now. Been a long one, too. A long series. 36 hours of racing. We've completed 35 of them just about. Once again, John, thank you so much for being in the booth with me for these series. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I think we've had a lot of fun in these races, so
Oh, yeah, listen, pleasure's been all mine. Thank you for having me. I did come cap in hand asking if I could join Trackalicious for this competition. Very graciously let me jump in, and yeah, solid behind-the-scenes look at everything that goes in. And it is the greatest virtual sports desk there is out there. I've wanted one myself for time, but it's been great. Even though I'm not on camera today, believe me, I'm a lot less than suited and booted for today's broadcast. My apologies. But this house coat is very dashing. I have to admit, my dressing gown is very dashing. It's got a beautiful plaid pattern on the inside. But no, it's been yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be here to cover the racing. I mean, never mind the level of broadcasting, the level of racing I've had a front row seat to has been absolutely off the chart. So kudos to the drivers for putting on the show that they have, and yeah, kudos to yourself and Eric, Mike, for putting on the competition and the broadcast you do. So yeah, thank you for having me. Honestly, pleasure's been all mine, bud.
No, I absolutely, like I said, thank you. And yeah, it's been such an incredible series. I think we work very well together. I think chat would agree. And
Indeed.
So probably expect more of that in the future. We'll see, though, obviously.
Oh, yes.
I would say definitely expect more of that in the future.
Sorry, but did that seem too keen? Sorry, take them keen, keep them mean. You know what, Mike? Maybe I'll have a think about it. We'll see.
But yeah, plenty of leagues coming up here, so we'll see. We'll see indeed. The 114 did not take a penalty of the contact of the 22. I am unsure. You can take a look at the penalty page. And I currently see a penalty. Yes, they definitely did. It was deemed a racing incident with the number 97. That was with the number 97. I'm not sure. Not with the number 22. So I don't see any.
It may still be under review.
Yeah, I don't, or it wasn't reported. One of the two. I'm not sure. 22 crud across the 114 self-inflicted. It definitely was a hard one to, but yeah, I think. I know Eric made the comment when he was in there that I don't think anyone has reported it yet. That was the biggest thing. They've been reviewing it. They mentioned that they were reviewing it, and that I would assume there is a review. But if it's not reported, we're not gonna go looking for penalties, basically. The rules are the drivers report their incidents, I think. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, because there is only
right.
so much a stewarding team can do. Proactive stewarding would be a logistical nightmare over a 6-hour race. You would need an incredibly large and dedicated team to do that. So yeah, if an incident's reported, it's looked into. And I'm sure if anything is caught on stream, they'll have a quick look in preparation that it may be reported. But certainly, yeah, proactively going through a 6-hour race, checking, you would therefore have to check every single contact and make a ruling on it. And that just, I'm sure you can, yeah.
Well,
that just can't happen.
If I scroll over to my highlights where it tells me every single bit of contact in yellow flag, I can see there's been a couple of those if they were to review them all. Obviously, it just shows the littlest bumping and banging all the way to somebody pile driving somebody at full speed. And it just says contact, so it doesn't mean much.
But yeah, certainly if that one has been reported, it will appear in the stewarding sheet. If not, no penalties will be handed out, and the drivers will continue onwards, much like David Cesar is. He is getting closer and closer to his final pit stop. He's also getting closer and closer to our RNL Roar win. Will this be their first? Well,
yes,
it'll be their first win. They've been on the podium twice already. They've had a second and a third. but this would complete the full house of podium trips.
Now they
saving the best till last, certainly.
They still have a 5-second penalty to be served, as well as 1 pit stop. Obviously, they will serve that at their 1 pit stop. As I pull up the pit sheet that's updated. Give me a second here. We have here at Bathurst, it's going to be a 54-second pit stop. So as of currently, he does not have the margins to come out ahead of Renato Nause. Renato obviously still has to pit. Or does he?
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. So David Cesar, I think, is going to come out behind potentially... No, not Jeremy Mercer. I don't think there's any way he comes out behind Jeremy Mercer. But he is going to probably come out behind Renato Nause, and we are going to see a Vacuum Racing leading this race, I think. He is going to make his pit stop now, so we're about to find out. Let's jump on with Renato here. He's currently heading on to the Conrad Straight, so I'd say there's no doubt that Renato gets by. Will be close, though. Also,
yeah,
John,
Andreas Borchers has been in to take their final pit stop. He's behind the Basolio and Mercer. They're both promoted now 3rd and 4th. Basolio doing his best to catch up to Mercer. He's got a bit of a gap, as you say. David Cesar is going to come out someplace. Pretty close. Dornelles. We're talking about David Cesar potentially with the team's first win. You, Mike, I was the one that doubted it. It's all you. You said Vacuum Racing, a trio of wins, and I said, the Porsche might struggle here.
I think that was said before the stream, but yes, I did make that prediction.
It was before the stream. You did make that prediction before the stream. You did say Vacuum Racing. I said I'd seen them racing someplace recently. You mentioned they had a large amount of solid drivers, and you wouldn't be surprised if they made it a trio of wins here. I said it would be a surprise, kinda, because the Porsche I didn't feel had the power around here. Yeah, racing drivers never fail to make a mockery of my predictions, but you, Mike, once again, absolutely nail on the head. We've still got just under an hour to do at Bathurst around these walls, but Dornell is in the gang. The race trim for the Porsche, it doesn't look like that can be questioned, as they are, yeah, they're a bit ahead of David Cesar and the RNL Roar team. This is going to be a grandstand finish if they get close.
Also, Simply Race, welcome. Is that... Who's going to be that behind the profile there? Welcome, though.
Yeah, it does say first time chatter.
Yeah, welcome.
And Simply Race Mike. Is that Mike?
It is Mike.
It is Mike.
It is. Okay, welcome, Mike. How's it going?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, I thought you had have you got 2 different Twitch names? Because it does say first time chat, which threw me off a bit.
Yeah, same. That's interesting. Okay, but yeah, welcome.
What was it?
As well, we have
Mike,
plenty of support here for Provolone. I love to see that. Jason Provolone going to be out for the final stint here. Just 8 minutes on track. The Stinky Cheese Man himself, the number 42, one of the fan favorites. Definitely maybe not the winner out on track, but the winner in our hearts is Provolone behind the wheel of the Trackalicious car. He's going to be taking the final stint. Also, thank you, Mike. You as well. You have a great one. But really, Renato Nause, I know you're saying, Renato has just made an absolute incredible drive here these past 3 races, taking the past 2 wins in a row. Really, the only thing that has stopped them is a disconnect, and that happened, I think, at Zandvoort, if I'm not mistaken, where they didn't have the greatest result. Looking at the standings right now, it was going to be round 2, which was Spa? Maybe Zandvoort, I don't know. Anyways, on round 2, they did have a little bit of a disconnect. Mike Yao broadcasting iRacing while watching a Trackalicious stream. Absolute legend.
Yeah, that man has the broadcasting setup of the gods. It's the type of thing I can only dream about.
Nice 5
but
PC
yeah,
setup.
Yeah, I'm apparently getting into iRacing broadcasting myself, thanks to Simon SOP, so I will once again be taking hints from the great one.
I'll have to take some notes too, because I got to start getting into iRacing commentary myself. But yes.
Yeah, apparently so.
What happened? We started just 15. Yeah, people disconnected, people left. Some people didn't find it worthy of making the checkered flag due to the fact that they have a drop round here. You know, it is what it is. Some people just not able to make the checkered flag. We're down to the final 52 minutes, 52 seconds, though. And still got 10 drivers out there looking to make it for the entirety of the 36 hours. And that is really the biggest accomplishment. And it happened at Spa. There we go, Fabiano correcting me there on that one. Thank you for that. And Steven, I'm not sure who that is. Full onboard lap for Provolone redeemed from Raven. All right, we can do a fan favorite Provolone lap.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, Helmetron was asking, so let's give the fans what they want.
Yeah, we can give all right. So why don't we start here? As the top of the mountain, we're getting ready to head down the hill here. A bit of a lift as we come through McPhillamy Park there, heading now to Skyline, where we're going to begin the descent down the 174 meters of the Bathurst Mountain. You can see using that second gear throughout. A little bit low on the revs, now heading down the hill, accelerating full chap. Has the car behind of Quinn Smith, needs to be careful. Probably going to let him by on the straight here as we come through Forest Elbow onto our 1.1 mile long straight, Conrad. We're going to see Provolone move to the side here. He keeps it flat, though, is going to allow Quinn, he lifts, okay. Jason Provolone lifts off the throttle there, allows his buddy Quinn Smith, these two very good friends, of course, to go by. He doesn't want to hinder him or cause him any incident, that's for sure, heading especially at this time of the race. Now looking for your braking marker, which isn't going to be there. All the braking boards have been taken out. Coming now back up towards Murray's Corner, where we're going to finish our lap. We're going to keep on board, though, all the way. Heading now, braking it around the 75-meter mark. Nice and tidy on the brakes. Clips the apex nicely onto the rumble strips. Now heading towards Hell Corner. Looking for it. Late braking here at about the 50 board, more like the 60. A little bit twitchy on the apex there. Milking the cow a little bit with the steering wheel. But now accelerating towards Quarry Bend. We've seen a few incidents happen here so far. Also got a nice little tow from Quinn Smith. So using Quinn Smith to our advantage as we head for the braking zone there, maybe a little bit late. Looking for that slip road off to the left. Short shift into third to gain traction as that off camber, your rear right tire is barely connected to the ground at that point in time. Now into the cutting, a bit hot into the cutting. Does get the car stopped in time, has to make a couple corrections at the wheel. Now going to try to get as close to the green wall as we can here. Miss that white wall and just kiss the green wall. Maybe a little bit more on the cards there for Jason Provolone. Whoa! Big twitch and a nice save. Having to fully lift off the throttle. Jason Provolone almost losing it at the top of the mountain there. Now once again though, down Skyline. Second gear again, down the dipper. Nice and easy. Very conservative line through there. Provolone not wanting to risk the barriers at this time, that's for sure. A little bit deep through Forest. Actually, that was pretty good, actually. Great exit through Forest Elbow there. And now, once again, flat out 1.1 miles. We'll end off this lap here with Provolone. We'll finish it. Accelerating now to, once again, the only part of this track that has ever seen any change. This right-hand turn, nice, gets it done nice and tidily. Looks for the braking zone, which is so hard to spot when there aren't any markers. Of course, Provolone could have relogged and might have the markers himself. And now one more corner to navigate, but from this 23-corner track, 9 corners to the right, 14 to the left. The last corner being a left-hander comes across the line, and it's going to be a 2:05.4. Nice little onboard lap there. And Mike, thank you very much. Hope you have a great broadcast as well. And Steven with a hydrate. Yep. Great idea.
Ahead of you. I'm literally pouring honey today to help with the,
Yeah, I can imagine talking with a, yeah.
Oh. Fun times, fun times.
As I have downed one monster now.
That's no way to talk about Eric, okay? I think the Hobbit jokes were bad enough. To call him a monster, though, I mean, really, Mike. Wow, honestly. Great commentary by the Helmetron. Thank you very much. Good job, Big Cheese. It's always very easy for me to redeem an onboard lap when there's a Ferrari involved. I'm not biased, you are.
I know, I should have made you do the onboard lap. You redeemed it.
I might be a bit.
Also, I'm boosted. I don't know if I said that. Thank you for the follow.
Oh yeah, for Keezer.
Yep, we got Rob Kieser as well. The Box 3 Esports Porsche. Going to be starting their lap soon enough. A little bit wounded here is the Porsche. Take a whoa, whoa. A little bit too much of a look. Slow down there. Nice look here at the Box 3 livery. Box 3 Porsche. And we begin here.
Two onboard laps. Because Pantry has just redeemed one as well. So two for the Porsche.
We'll do one now and one a little bit later. Just make sure we remind you. As we head now up...
I'm sorry, can I just say as well, before you start, Pantry, that is of course Charlie Booth. You are absolutely one of my favourite sim drivers, so thank you for being a sim driver. I'm a bit of a fanboy. There's you and another driver who races over in a race that you've actually been as well, but yeah, I think you are unbelievably good on track, and I love to see you overtaking and stuff, so keep up the good work. There you go, my apologies. I've embarrassed myself.
Don't apologize. You don't need to apologize for that. But yeah, back to Rob Kieser, though. Rob Kieser here, as he ascends up the hill now, going to be going quite quickly. That Porsche, able to get up to its speed. Oh, okay. I shouldn't have said anything. He's fine. He's continuing on. Makes a slight little brushing with the barrier, exchanging paint. He says that sponsorship logo on the wall would look really good on his car, and he decided to trade out the one that he has. Currently, the Box 3 one he thought would look better on the wall as well. So, just having a little bit of there. Now, down the mountain. Third gear, second gear through Forest Elbow. Gonna get on the throttle a little bit late, actually. Although, of course, you can only get on the throttle so early around that corner as your rear tires are hardly planted to the ground and they just want to spin. Very easy to just put yourself into the wall there, especially in the Porsche. Now, flat out, looking at our KPH here, we're going to be up to about 281, I predict, by the time we reach our braking zone. Oh, we're topping out at like 278. All right. Straight line speed definitely affected from the damage picked up there on Rob Kieser's Porsche at 992. Not quite up to the full spec that Renato Dornales is. Also could be on a different aero package. Maybe a bit more aerodynamics through the corner. Is going to come around the corner, though. We're going to complete our lap. We'll stick with it for a little bit longer. But completes our lap here at 2:05.0 this time around. Going to look for our braking marker at the 50 board there. Nice. Getting it stopped in time, too. Coasting through that middle of the corner. In fact, maybe even could have carried a bit more speed. Heading up towards Quarry Bend now. Going to be a long flat out. This is one of the advantages here. We're in map 8 as well, so we are in race mode for this Rob Kieser Porsche. Coming around Quarry Bend now, looking up towards the cutting. This is where the Porsche shines, is in this mountain section. Decelerating very early. That corner is just so scary, though. It's so hard to not lift. You have to keep it flat if you really want to gain those extra tenths. Rob leaving a couple tenths there on the table, definitely no doubt. I mean, you got to go flat out through there, but it's so hard to, especially when you've been driving for this amount of time. Fatigue kicking in, the tire wear kicking in. I think Rob here, he's on a new set of tires, I predict, but in this final stint, definitely taking the more conservative line, does not want to put it into the barrier at the very end when it all matters. But that'll conclude our lap here, because that is pretty much a full onboard lap. A little bit more
back though, because Burnsy and Palmtree both redeemed an onboard lap.
We'll get to the second one later. Don't worry. That was just one. That was just one. We'll pick up on Rob in another 10 minutes or so. We'll do that second one. I don't like doing 2 in a row for the same driver, so if you want to change it, feel free, Charlie. But if you don't, we can do that one. Like I said, we'll do that one in another like 10 minutes or so. It's not a big deal. And also some more support for the Stinky Cheese Man, Jason Provolone in chat. Gotta love it. The man who has a fan base on Twitter. Of course, he has done almost nothing in terms of trying to be a public figure, but he has become one nonetheless with just his name alone. It's absolutely awesome. Provolone doesn't stream, does he? Like, nobody... If he does, I don't know. And some love there being shown. I presume I can't speak other languages. I apologize there, David. But, is that David? Yeah, David. Okay, that is David. Apologies, but yeah, some SPQR love, I predict. He's low-key our idol. Yeah. And yeah, he should, he's, like I say, probably the most popular person that I know of that isn't actually a public figure in any stretch of the imagination. He does nothing to make a public image, but he has still had it. He has a fan base on Twitter. The Provolone fan base, of course, run by Wet Socks. Shout out to Wet Socks. Not sure if you're here with us in chat right now. I'm sure if he was here with us in chat, he would be making his presence known by spamming Stinky Cheese, so I don't think he's here. But it is so cool to see. Jeremy Mercer here in these closing phases. We are down to the very end here. Rob Kieser, he actually is going to be the only driver that needs to still make a pit stop, I think. Vadik, it should be good to the end. Yeah, Vadik is good to the end. That's right. I remember already saying that. So both Jeremy and Vadik are going to be good, and Rob Kieser, he's going to be the only one that needs to come in. Oh, he's at a wedding right now? Otherwise, he'd be here? Yeah, fair.
Priorities are clearly all wrong.
How could you not support your number one driver out there? Wet Sox is his manager, quote unquote. I love it. Kind of like how Dom is the manager over at the, oh my goodness, I put myself on the spot and I messed it up. The Schmidt Motorsport. With Brian Knappen. As well as, why am I forgetting? What is Dom's racing team? Why have I forgotten? He's going to come in chat right now and light me up because I don't know. Yit Cows Racing, obviously. Yes, thank you, Steven. Yeah, Yit Cow Racing. We'll say we've gone fully off the rails here, but there's not much going on track, to be fair, at this point. David Cesar is currently trying to lap Vadik and Stitsiev, but 12 seconds down the road is Renato Dornales. Be a bit of an ask to catch him here. It's still a chance. Helmatron Gaming, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate you dropping some chat messages, and enjoying the content. Is what we're here for. Actually, David Cesar has just closed the gap by 3 seconds in one lap. In one corner, more or less. Actually, 2.5 seconds. 2:03 from Renato. 2:01.8 from David. There's some pace to be found here. Maybe we'll see a potential chance here, John, at the end of this race. I'm not sure.
So here's the thing, Mike. I have been very, very, very fortunate recently to have managed to be able to cover almost 30 hours of racing. I did miss one. I covered almost 30 hours of racing at a place called Trackalicious. And there's something that has taught me. Never count anything out at any point in time, because the field, the drivers, the teams, incredible things can happen in the closing stages, as we can just see. Because there we go, Mike. Just to highlight the point.
Yes.
Just to highlight
yes.
the point so beautifully and succinctly. This is 38 minutes and 40 seconds, and even those 40 seconds count at Bathurst, Mount Panorama, Mount Pain and Heartache, as it is known by the vast majority of drivers. Those would be the drivers that haven't made it to the end of this race. There's still 10 out on track looking to do so. And do I think anything is possible at the end? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. From what we've seen so far, just in this series alone, all things are still most definitely possible. Um, Definitely don't think, not wishing, clearly not wishing any more incidents on the drivers, certainly, but the pace that some of them could show. And again, we're at the mountain, Mike. Even now, there is still, with only 10 cars on the track, there is still back markers. That costs you a couple of seconds over the mountain, and suddenly that Mercedes badge looks a bit bigger in the rear view mirror of the Porsche, or indeed Jeremy Mercer. Tyre Sim Racing up to third place ahead of Basolio, and the gap is looking comfortable for them at the moment. It's set at 20. Yeah, that's a moment there.
Easy enough
I've
for you
no
to
idea
say.
what happened there. Yeah, hey, there we go. But yeah, the gap sitting at 20 seconds. Irish wristwatch. Everything still works.
Purple
But the gap set.
burglar alarm. That's my impersonation of a Scotsman.
Impressionation.
You know, I do
Yeah.
what I can. I've been told I'm part Scottish. But also, as you were
Yeah.
saying with the back markers and Quinn Smith there, we just saw a perfect example of what can happen when you catch up to a back marker in an inopportune time. Catch that dirty wake, you end up taking an very, very inopportune line and hit the curb, bottom out, and end up spinning off into the gravel with some freshly blistered tires. Quinn Smith going to be feeling the pain towards the end of that race, no doubt with that. Still, though, plenty of gap as Rob Kieser is actually the next car behind him. And he is currently trying to lap him again, actually. He's already made a lap on him. And 9-second gap now? Yeah, I think I was wrong. I think David Cesar has gotten the hammer down and just wants nothing more than this race win.
Did take pole position in qualifying, which, yeah, obviously cannot be overlooked. That gap is dropping. Interestingly, no one at the minute has been given credit for the fastest lap, because no one has gone faster than the lap held by Malo. Not sure what that's going to do. Can you be accredited with the fastest lap of the race if you don't finish? I don't think you can. I don't think anyone can go faster at the minute because the track temperature is now 33 degrees.
I think he should be fine because he may have completed, and I don't remember what the percentages of this race, but you need to complete a certain percentage of this race, and it might be 75%, well, but I think he completed 75%.
Yeah, he's done well. Completed 131 laps, and we're currently on lap 157.
Then,
so
yeah, he
got
most
about
certainly
17 laps to go, 180 laps in total.
I think he should be good for getting the... once again, I don't remember what it is, but I think he should be okay. Chat, if somebody can correct me on that as well, we still have that full onboard lap. Why don't we do that here, coming around the next time? That was, of course, for David Cesar. Was it not?
Rob Kieser.
Rob Kieser, that's right, yes. Okay. Well, why don't we get that now? John, why don't you do that one?
Yeah, let me... Where's that looking? There we go. Let me get some shots of the side of the car, and there we go, into Hell's Corner. Why this isn't called Forest Elbow, it is the elbow that leads you into the forest, and Hell's Corner should definitely be Forest Elbow. I'm going to bang that drum for as long as I can. You absolutely better believe it. Along the mountain straight, always a fun one, that little kink to the right just before you take the full right-hander. I've seen that be an undoing all on its own. Then it is, of course, the chase up the hill to the cutting, and we've seen many a race cut short through this corner series. Up at the top of the hill here as well, we've seen a couple of cars, Malo himself and a couple of Lambos clipping this barrier here on the left. Makes it just so much fun over the top of the here. I really do love driving the Ferrari, those little zero-G moments as you just left turn it in, left turn it in, left turn it in, and just hope that you've got it right. These drivers do a lot more than hope, of course. On the brakes, down the gear for every single apex, down through the S's and into the dipper. Again, so close to the walls. The camber of the road I mean, we talk about this being a public road. Let's just take that into consideration. I mean, look how much the tarmac dips towards the edge of the road. These are public roads. All those little grey cut-offs at the side there, that's not escape roads, that's driveways along the Conrod Strait. So yeah, people drive this home at night. The tarmac not the smoothest. You think they've done some work on that, but coming into the chase, the only modification of the track in its history, almost 100 years old. Bathurst is. I'm sure there'll be quite a party when they do get to 100. There's actually live racing going on at Bathurst right now. So as soon as this race is finished, jump yourself over and you can see live racing at Bathurst as well. What better way to finish off your Saturday night, and what better way to finish off the lap Murray's Corner. Not a single thing spoke about the actual lap he's just done there, Mike. But certainly an appreciation of the car and the onboard. And yeah, Bathurst itself, it is a stunning, stunning track.
It truly is. Located, as I've said before, in New South Wales here. It's a track where you can see anything, to be completely honest. As we were saying before, this is a public road where people live on it. I mean, we have a forest that's just right across the way. There's deers, there's kangaroo, there's echidnas, there's lizards, there's everything you could possibly think of. Trees falling down on the road. Bathurst, if you can think of anything that can happen here, it probably can happen at this track. Racing at Bathurst, like John said, over the past 100 years just about. Track course founded back in 1938. So still got a little bit longer till we hit that 100-year mark, but it's still approaching. One of the oldest tracks that we race on, that's for sure, if not the oldest track that we race on in ACC. Last modified back in the 80s, 87 to be exact, and that was when we had a little bit of a safety modification, as on the Conrod Strait, cars were going maybe a little bit too fast and not able to stop in time.
So much they weren't able to stop in time, it was the fact that the cars were leaving the track and catching so much air, they were landing in the surrounding residential gardens. Genuinely, as you come along the Conrod Strait, you'll see, just before, as you see, it kicks to the right before you go left again. If you go straight on there, you can see the difference where that black barrier is with the red writing on it. And there's a very famous iRacing video. Driver on the last lap just drove straight ahead, took that hump, let the car fly through the air, landed. You got one track cut warning for it. You had 3. So he used one wisely, and it gained him 2 positions.
Wow. It's a Ross Chastain moment right there, just about, but still.
Indeed, we've got a live standings update in the chat. I actually wish I'd been keeping an eye on these properly and copy and pasting them, but name's Luca has a live standings update. Current championship leaders as things stand at Vacuum Racing, 266 points. RNL Roar in second on 250. SimSport, as we said, will stay on 238 points. They will finish in third, 3 points ahead of Box 3, and SPQR a point behind Box 3 in 4th position on 234.
So they need the fastest lap.
They need the fastest lap. Not only that, the live standings are potentially going to change again, because the gap between first and second place is down to 6 seconds. That's 2 seconds in the last 6 minutes. You don't need to be a maths genius, Mike, to figure out that those next few seconds are going to be gobbled up by the 29 minutes that we've got left on track. And David Cesar, RNL Roar, are they bringing home their first race win, or are Dornales and Vacuum Racing going to make it 3 wins on the bounce to take the championship? This is incredible. Won't change the position in the final standings.
If David Cesar
and neither
and
it will,
Renato,
because there's a 16-point difference.
So,
you're right, so it will. Okay, my apologies. So Vacuum have done it. They just need to get to the end.
Yep. In fact, they probably can get second and still be okay, but I wouldn't risk it, and I don't think they're going to. Well, they're going to try. Of course, as we said, David Cesar is going to be on a charge, but it's one thing to catch, and it's another thing to overtake, especially here at the mountain. I hope we don't see 2 elbows out racing and it doesn't compromise both of them. Actually, we just saw, did Renato just hit the wall? Hang on now, let's go back a little bit. I just saw a little bit something pop up on my ACC TV. What did I see? I don't think I saw... No, there's no bonk of the wall. My ACC TV just freaked out. It's fine. Renato was driving probably millimeters away from the wall, but the trees were blocking it, so I couldn't see. How's Provi doing? He is currently sitting still in P7. He has 18,757 seconds, apparently, to Vadik, which I don't think that's true. That's just the information that I have, and I don't think that is correct. And an entire lap to Rob Kieser. How my ACC TV has managed to come up with that number, by the way, I am not completely sure. Unless 18,000 seconds is the beginning of this race. That very well might be. Nonetheless, I don't particularly care because it's wrong. So, is what it is. I think what I really care about is David Cesar and Renato Dornales. As we come down to this closing stages, it is going to get really tight.
Yeah, I was just checking on the gap between Basolio and Mercer as well. And it's still at 20 seconds, so Mercer and Basolio are doing exactly the same lap times at the minute. Yeah, 2 minute 2.862 for Mercer, 2 minute 2.845.
23 thousandths of a second separating those two in terms of their lap times, so pretty much dead even.
Incredible.
In case anyone was curious, I know this is like one of my favorite statistics to reference, but it's also one of my favorite statistics. The human eye takes 0.2 of a second to blink, which seems like an eternity when you think about it. 0.2 in qualifying is such a big margin, but when you actually conceptualize it, that's the blink of an eye. It's
so it really
tight.
takes as long as 0.2 of a second to blink.
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
I know, right? It's insane. It's such a crazy statistic. But it's true. I mean, it takes, the human eye takes 0.2 of a second to blink. So when you see photo finish that's a blink of an eye, yeah, that's not that close of a finish, but yeah. No way it takes out. Chrono, look it up. You are a professor. You should know this. It takes 0.2 of a second to blink. I'll look it up right now even. Between 0.1 and 0.4 of a second. So on average, about 0.2.
Wow.
Bam. Fun facts of Mike Nause here at Trackalicious. I don't have many of them, but that is one of the most
Almost
fun.
half a second.
I know,
seen
right?
Up to 16 cars qualify that close to one another.
Yeah, it's a blink of an eye. Yep.
Wow.
0.1, you'll believe. It says 0.1 to 0.4. The average is about 0.2. A little bit slower than that, actually, but still. Point being, humans blink very slow, it turns out. It's kind of what I learned from that. Also, these cars, driving within 3.8 miles, are lapping within that close to each other. Thousandths, in fact, of each other. So 1/10. I can settle for 1.5 tenths. I don't know. I still think it takes about 2. Between 100, yeah, exactly. So it's all different. So roughly about 2/10, I would say, but 1 to 4 tenths in that range. Yeah, it depends on who you ask. Yeah, it depends on the study, depends on the sample size, depends on the people. Yeah, what time of day it was held at. I mean, there's so many variables for freaking blinking. But did the man drink 3 energy drinks? You know. But roughly about 2/10 of a second. So now that that's cleared up, David Cesar, while that whole conversation's happening, is closed within an entire second That's 5 blinks of an eye, in case anyone was curious. Okay, I'll stop with that. That's we're beating a dead horse.
We certainly are. But no, that is. I didn't realise it took that long. Well, there we go. So it just goes to show you, don't blink in the braking zone.
Well, I would hope not. I mean, you might.
No.
Who knows? People are weird.
This is true, Chronotis. What could be more important than blinking time? The amount of did I get that wrong? So it's the top 2 finishers in the series. No, so the top 5. Top 5 will go straight to the final. First, second, and third to get a GT3 car, and fourth and fifth get a GT4 car, and then sixth, seventh, and eighth go into the playoffs. So it's the top 5 that get themselves the automatic spot in the finals.
Kronos says sneezing on the mountain is bad luck. Yeah, that is one of those things that I've heard. You know, you sneeze, you walk under a ladder, you cross a black cat's path, you pour pepper over your shoulder or something. Also, as well as sneezing on the mountain at Bathurst. Those are all very common things.
Pretty sure you mean salt, but okay. So Neo in the chat, if the blinking time, Mike, could be increased if they have a hyperactive orbicularis oculi muscle.
We're talking average here, people.
Indeed.
Thank you.
I think we're also talking in
Neo
Latin.
Kabuki.
No idea what that says.
Yeah, thank you, Neo Kabuki. I appreciate it. But we're talking average here. We're not talking the Usain Bolt of blinking, okay? David will take it home, says Sarah Loves Simon. Pepper over the shoulder. It's salt. Look, I had a 50-50 shot, okay? And I thought that it was salt, but then I was like, nah, there's no way it's salt. I thought that was for getting rid of bad luck or something. So I thought it was pepper, which is like the opposite of it. Clearly, I don't know what I'm talking about. We all knew this already. I know how fast the human eye blinks, but I don't know if it's salt or pepper that you throw over your shoulder for bad luck. Not sure what that says about me as a person, but it says something. One thing that we're also seeing is blue flags being caught at a very poor time. Luckily, Rob Keister's a very nice guy and allows David Cesar through before we reach the point of no return on the mountain. Only sometimes, Atomic. Most of the time, no. But like, you know, 1 out of 10 times, yeah. Not the greatest average, but it's the average that I got to work with.
Indeed. He is working up to becoming a broken clock. Of course, they're at least right twice a day. So that is...
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
But, yes.
I won't be here again after that one.
Oh.
The guys in the truck suddenly having sound with my audio. Suddenly having issues with my audio.
John, did you say something? You're breaking up. I hear lag. Man, RNL roar. You can really feel the passion and energy from back at home here. The RNL roar. The Germans getting up here, out of their seats. David's German, right? Yes, he is. Okay, I'm good.
Neo pointing out in the chat that it's a broken clock. Right,
David's military.
It's only correct once a day if it's on military time.
Yeah, if you're on 24
hours. So there you go,
hours,
Mike. You can at least say you're running on military time.
Yeah, I run on the 24-hour clock myself. I'm right once a day. Yep. Dornalis is struggling
so good.
in the mountain sector, and Cesar is catching him roughly about 0.5 per lap. And a David Cesar full onboard lap. You got it. As we now approach the first corner of the mountain, at least the mountain uphill, second corner of the track through Quarry Bend. Now heading towards the Audi cutting, we're going to have a left-hander into a left-hander, getting on the brakes, trying to keep the wheel as straight as humanly possible is Cesar. This is where we're going to see the AMG gaining on the Porsche, which is really a surprise. Porsche maybe struggling for grip come these closing laps. Definitely could be a possibility. Both of them are on fresh tires. And Dornalis is on older tires than Cesar. Cesar 37 minutes out of the pits, 50 minutes for Dornalis. So maybe A little bit of rubber more here at the end. You can see just seesawing at the wheel, locks up actually in the descent. That's not going to help his time. Loses a couple to actually loses about half a second with that lockup. Needs to get his head down, get that out of there, and just basically look forward here at the charge. You can hear that AMG roaring and the okay, he knows he's on stream. You love to see it. Just trying to tilt me, putting his windshield wipers on. One of my least favorite things when people put windshield wipers on in the dry. Still heading towards the chase, braking at the crumbled up polystyrene braking board. Not doing the greatest indicator marker, or not really greatest distance marker there. Sort of a pile of rubbish at this point. Now looking for the 60-meter mark there to begin braking for the heavy AMG into the final corner to begin another lap. That lap, 2:02.3 for Cesar. We also have a... No, we got the other Rob Kieser lap. That's right. We did both Rob Kieser laps. Okay. Rain has started. No, it definitely has not. It is currently 33 degrees on track. There's not barely a cloud in the sky. Definitely is not raining here at Bathurst. And like salt over the shoulder when the commentator is watching you, it's like turning... Trying to avoid the curse there. It's like garlic. Garlic and a vampire. A little bit deep there into the cutting is the AMG, but that might just be the line actually on the... Not really on heavier fuel though. They're on a lighter fuel at this point, so yeah, definitely could have tightened that up a bit. Still struggling for grip, I understand. Clipping the curb nicely through Reed into McPhillamy here. Or Solomon rather, into McPhillamy. Now down Skyline, double downshift, getting a bit out of control there. Clips the inside curb a bit too much there, does David. Maybe clipped the wall, that I think was just... No, I don't think he did. Getting it stopped in time for the Forest Elbow. Woof. Almost clipping the wall. Losing 3/10 there on the charge. It's a struggle here for David Cesar to gain any time whatsoever battling here with Dornales. Still though, 15 minutes, 55 seconds. Dornales' tires are still going to be worse. That's never going to change. But David Cesar, he needs to use every little bit of rubber that he has left while he still has it, because he is going to be ice skating, just like Dornales is coming up soon. Although Dornales, I say, is ice skating. It looks extremely planted, to be completely fair. Just a little bit off the pace. We come into the final corner. Lovely Kia-sponsored livery there. Last lap, a 2:02.3. This lap, a 2:02.1. Improving on the pace a bit. Okay, get out. You're freaking the guy out. Okay. Yes, we will focus on Renato, the Brazilian team driver here. The Vacuum ORT boys trying to make a very, very strong stand here in the terms of their finishing results. 3 races in a row for the Trackalicious 6 hours would be race wins if the positions retain where they're at. David Cesar, though, he would like to take his first race win. And I think, John, I think a lot of chat really wants David to take his first race win here as well.
Oh yeah, the popularity is not to be underestimated here. He is being absolutely cheered on. The push, David push, and the spam this to help RNLR go faster. RNL roar. Goodness me, I'm going to get that one wrong time and time again. Thankfully, we've only got a few minutes left for me to continue to butcher it. But yeah, will it be the trio for Vacuum, or the hat-trick for Vacuum, or will it be a maiden win for RNL? Certainly the time to do so, but they do have the place in the final. So yeah, a bit of caution likely to be showed, but as someone in the chat was saying, if it's going to be a pretty easy overtake if the Mercedes can get close enough, and I would say that now is close enough. If Cesar can put in another lap like that and keep this distance on the next time round on the Cornrod Straight, you've got to think this one very much job done. We've got an onboard redemption in chat as well for car number 20.
Go ahead, John,
David
take it
Cesar,
away.
Daniel Riccatelli. Calling for the onboard lap. Here we go then. It's lap number 169 that we are starting. It's almost 6 hours. The drivers have been in combat, and it is just coming to a head now. As we can see, David Cesar getting his onboard lap once again. Coming through Quarry Bend to ascend the hill into the cutting. He's still chasing down the Porsche of Dornelis. Can he get it done on the Conrod Straight? Still needs to survive over the mountain to do so. Name's Lucas in the chat. Push, David, push. They're all cheering him on to bring home the race win. Here comes Spam this to push RNL, and if that does work, it's definitely going to work through the trio of parks. Of course, after Griffin's Mount, it is Reed and Suleiman, through McPhillamony, and then down through Skyline. The S's there, those curbs in the middle, can so easily undo the car. And as Mike pointed out, the much fresher tyres are with the Mercedes at the moment, but out the Forest Elbow it is a very good exit there by the Porsche. Bit of a gap between them then. I didn't think he would be quite this far back, but along the Conrod Straight, the Mercedes going into full power mode, trying to get that slipstream to reel it in, but the Porsche is going to hang on for the minute. I thought it would be in this lap, but coming into the chase, heavy on those brakes. Gets nice and close to the Porsche once again, but the Porsche squirreling its way through. You've got this 66, keep it up. So Dornella is getting cheered on in the chat as well. Vacuum Racing, I mean, they're looking for the hat trick, and we know how much Brazilians love hat tricks.
All right.
They do.
Fair enough.
Let's face it, they do.
Fair enough. I'll take your word for it.
That's a football reference.
Okay. Like I say, I'll take your word for it. But
so a hat trick, scoring 3 goals in a football match, and it's something that Brazil do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Brazilian players tend to do that quite a lot.
As it stands, the Vacuum Racing, I'm pretty sure, is going to have this championship secured no matter what, barring collision and barring catastrophe at this point. Regardless of the overtake from David Cesar, the championship is still going to be sealed for Renato, but he wants the 3rd win in a row. Don't take anything away from this man. He's not going to hand it to David just like that. He is going to fight with every bit of passion. And also, we have another onboard lap. I'm pretty much going to be full on board for the rest of this race, I feel, with David Cesar at this point. Getting a bit out of shape at the top there of McPhillamy Park, or Solomon Park rather, heading into McPhillamy, and he actually gets 2 tires into the air. Both rear tires were detached from the track momentarily. Bit of a brown pants moment there for David Cesar, but he keeps it on the throttle and it doesn't even faze him. That is insane. Oh my goodness. David Cesar. I know we saw in chat earlier from Felipe Gabriel that his buddy here, Renato, well, Gabriel Felipe, not his teammate. It's confusing. Regardless, no relation to Renato Dornales' teammate, is going to be cheering him on, but he said that once David gets close, it's going to be an easy overtake. Renato has something to say about that. You can see him parking that car in the middle of the track and making it so hard for David as he actually gets a little bit too eager onto the throttle too early and gets the curbing. He's trying so hard. 9 minutes and 25 seconds left. They're driving like it's the last lap of their last race in their career. John, this is insane.
Really is, the two of them absolutely going at it. They've both got the places in the final, but they both want the race wins for very, very, very good reasons. Vacuum Racing have got the championship. They just need to bring this one home safely over the next 9 minutes. Second or first, but that first place will mean a trio of wins. That would put them head and shoulders above the rest of the field. In fact, Madhouse, another team, the only other team with as many as 2 wins, and they got a place in the final through another competition, so they weren't here today. So yeah, Vacuum Racing certainly looking to separate themselves from the rest of the field by bringing home the championship and a trio of race wins, but RNL Roar, they've had a taste for the podium, they've had a second, they've had a third, they've had 2 fourths. The first place here would mean the absolute world to them and their supporters as Vacuum Racing will to them as well, and it is a finely poised battle. Both drivers acutely aware of the fact that they're in the finals. They're also acutely aware of what's on the line for the teams as far as win goes. Ooh, there we go. Can we get a rear cam from 66? That is, so if you have a look at the bottom right, that is where I'm on board. Well, unless you want to jump on and I can go external. So we get a larger view of the rear cam, Mike.
That's fine. Oops, I went to the wrong car. As we're having a move actually happen right now. So maybe we don't do that. Renato under threat on the outside. David Cesar, though, not going to be able to stick the car into the right spot there and get the overtake just yet, but he is trying to pry this away from the Vacuum Racing team here. You can see not willing to give an inch, though, is the 66. That's what worries me. These two, they need to remember at the end of the day, their championship standings are secure, so they can't race too hard. Don't end your race here, guys. That's what I need to urge. I don't want to see this end in flames, though it would make it thoroughly entertaining, I would say. But currently, these two just need to keep it clean. They can race hard. You can see him move from David Cesar. He wants it. He wants the win so bad. Even if he gets the position, though, he will have to defend from Renato Dornales, but you can see that defending is what you want to be doing here. Having the track position is so much more important than being in the slipstream or anything else of that nature at this point. It's no more strategy on the cards, John. This is all about raw pace down to the closing minutes here as we're climbing the mountain once again. This is lap 171, and we're eking ever closer to the checkered flag.
We're also eking closer to one of the longest predictions I've ever made.
Okay.
1 hour into the 36 hours of racing, I said that this wouldn't be decided until the last 5 cars crossed the line. 4 cars crossed the line, 5 cars crossed the line. You've got a memory for these things, Mike. I believe it was something along those lines that I said.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember.
I definitely said this is going to. I'm sure maybe even at the end of race 1, I did say it was going to come right down to the last few laps and the last cars. I mean, if you looked at the teams that started,
oh, here we go.
And he's going for it. Into the chase, the Mercedes, he's got his nose in front in the braking zone. He's going to have to go around the outside. The Porsche is going to be better on his way through. He gets the exit. Oh, game on, Mike.
Renato,
I don't have enough
there.
breath in me at the minute to keep up, sorry. But yeah, Dornelles defending the closing 5 minutes. After 36 hours of racing, they're still millimetres apart with only minutes to go, Mike.
Oh, you can see the dummy being sold there and almost outbraking himself is David Cesar. He's getting ever so impatient here, running out of laps. We're down to the last 3 laps here at Bathurst. It's been 6 hours of incredible action. We see the 42 car yeeting himself off to the side, not wanting to have any impact on this lead battle. Outside line being picked for David Cesar. We've seen this happen multiple times. Is it going to end the same way? No, it doesn't. The cars are not, both of them are not into the barrier. Thankfully, we have seen that a few times, though not this time. David Cesar managing to keep it clean. Renato Dornales, though, leaving plenty of space throughout all of these corners as well. It's got to be said, extremely fair racing from the bunch of them. David Cesar has fallen back, though. 1.5 seconds now. He needs to gain again. And that's so crucial. He's got such little time, but he needs to be careful. Keep a calm head on your shoulders. Do not get too excited as you're gonna overdrive the car. And this is not the time to overdrive the car in this sector. Will end in much a worse result than just simply stopping the charge slightly, going from that 110% mark maybe down to 102%. That is more where you want to be here. Is the AMG blinking? I don't think the AMG is blinking.
Oh, so yes, so onto the start-finish line. The RNL row car, I think he did give a quick flash of the lights just to say hello.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it does look like, certainly on my screen as well, with the fancy graphics that they can put out these days, it does look like you do see the sun catching off the race reflector lights, or the race lights. You can see but yeah, no, certainly it's a strategy that some drivers use to try and unsettle their opponents ahead of them, flash their lights, try and distract them. Gamesmanship, call it what you will. I'm personally not a fan of it, but then I'm very easily distracted and find it very easy to crash. So that would be why I wouldn't be a big component, which would only lend credence to the argument of those that do use it to say, well, it works, so why not?
Absolutely. I'm a firm believer of that. I think it's totally fine to be a thing. I'm for the rule completely. Yep. I personally don't do it, but I also don't have any issue when somebody's behind me doing it, because I'm just like, cool. What do you want? Like, what do you want from me? I don't know what you. I'm not moving out of your way, unless I am gonna move out of your way if I'm a blue flag. Obviously, if it's a blue flag, it's a different scenario. But yeah, here I think it was maybe just a little high to camera. It could be, but maybe also just high. That was some hard racing. Who knows? Flash of the headlights, and who knows what's going through these drivers' head at this point. The adrenaline is running so thick that anything could be said at any moment from these guys, and I'm pretty sure they wouldn't mean it. So just a heads up for that. We're approaching some back markers once again. Could get a little spicy. We're going to be heading to the final lap here. And the gaps, like I say, could not be any further apart, literally, barring the fact that they'd be touching. Only way they could be any closer. And all of Germany here, all of the RNL Roar handball team is watching and wanting to see David Cesar here try to take the win in the final race of the road to the grand finals. What a road it's been. This coming up, of course, will be the VCO grand finals, not hosted here on Trackalicious, but hosted over on SimGrid. And the Deutschland forever, of course, being Spanish. Yes, you can see the German audience cheering his fellow compatriot on, and as he goes for the move around the outside, leaders on the final lap. This is going to come down to, as John said at the very start of the series, the very last lap between these drivers, and my goodness, who would have predicted it? Renato Dornales and David Cesar at the very end here. John, I know I've given credit to Renato in the recent past here, but at the start of this series, I don't think I would have seen that coming.
Yeah, no, the Porsche, like we say, given the car choice, you would imagine being in a field with Lamborghinis, McLarens, Ferraris, to see the Porsche bringing home the victory, it really does show the strength that they've got in that team. The consistency, though, across the series is definitely what's held them in phenomenally good stead. They do have that 17th, but that will, of course, get dropped off thanks to the drop round. 1/10th place as well, but other than that, firsts and seconds all the way. So no matter how this closes out, they're going to equal their previous finishes. That'll be a third first or a second.
This is it. This is the final few corners here. David Cesar needs to set up his exit perfectly if he wants any chance of getting the overtake here onto Renato Dornales. We're going to be heading now onto the final lap here. Final straight, 1.1 miles to decide this race lead, more or less. Of course, there are a couple more corners after that, but this is going to be David's best opportunity. Heading down the back straight now as we approach the chase. Back marker getting out of the way, wanting nothing to do with it, is going to be the outside line as he is forced to the outside. The Porsche covering it off very nicely. Little late on the brakes, though. David Cesar off onto the grass, and I think that is going to do it. Renato Dornales. He is going to come home for the third race in a row, as well as to take the Road to the Grand Finals championship win here in the final race with a race win as well. What a drive for the Vacuum Racing team. Also credit to David Cesar, an amazing effort at the very end there. Tried everything he could, wasn't able to do it. Also, Jeremy Mercer coming home for third position. But John, what a league and what a race.
Oh, incredible. What a competition. What a 36 hours of racing, and it came down to the top two drivers being separated by the brakes at the chase at Bathurst. We said at the start of the series, I said it was going to be close as far as the series standings being decided with the top 5 crossing the line, and that definitely looks to be the case for some of the teams not quite making it to the end. But yeah, Dornales, Cesar and Mercer taking the podium spots. Basolio bringing home 4th place for SPQR, and Quinn Smith crosses the line in 5th with Rob Keyser. Where's Rob Keyser?
In P6.
Is he disconnected?
I think he disconnected after the race. He finished, though. He finished. I got him
Oh,
on
he
my
did
time.
finish.
Yeah,
He did finish. He did finish in P6. Yeah. So despite their misfortunes at the start of the race, Keys are making it back up to 6th position. So yeah, given and Trackalicious, Quinn Smith, that's a good result for them. That's going to see them solidly into a playoff spot as well. So Mike, I would say an unbelievably successful series for Trackalicious. Not only the competition itself, the level of drivers on the track, the level of broadcasting prowess on display from yourself. It's been a phenomenal season, and Trackalicious going to the finals as well.
Yeah, it's definitely been quite the season, and once again, John, thank you for, of course, adding to that prowess. Also, one thing I wanted to say before we get into all these post things, drivers from the top 3 teams, Renato Vacuum, RNL Roar, as well as Tire Sim Racing, top one of each driver, if I could get you guys into the interview room. So Tim Schaefer, David Cesar, Gabriel Felipe, Renato Dornales, or Peter O'Brien, Javier Marquez, or Jeremy Mercer. Any one of those from each team, if you guys could head to the green room and we could get you in here for some post-race interviews, that would be awesome. Thank you. But yes, what an incredible series it has been. And we are going to head back to the booth real quick. I know John, unfortunately, not able to join me in the booth in Australia here, but still here in spirit, of course, as we head over.
And contrary to popular belief, again, it is due to ill health. It wasn't that my visa was declined.
Hey, I had to come up with something on the spot.
Too ill to travel. I was just too ill to travel. So yeah, I wasn't stopped by Australian borders, and I'm not currently broadcasting from a holding cell in their immigration facilities. But there we go.
Is what it is, I suppose. You know, if sans buts, whatever. Is my game going to crash? Okay, my game is not going to crash, thankfully. We are going to get the replays up in the background while we wait for any drivers to head over, which I'm sure that the Vacuum Racing boys are already too busy celebrating and have disappeared into no man's land. Unless Eric, who I'm going to grab, it's fine. We'll skip the post-race interviews then. That's fine, as nobody wants to be interviewed. I really want an interview, though, from the Vacuum boys. So we're going to try to make this happen, as I don't do that. I do this. Eric Gakassian here in the booth with us as well. Welcome, Eric. Could you locate some of our post-race finishers, potentially some of the Vacuum boys down in Garage 13 as well?
Yep, I will. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. I see we have Luca from RNL Roar in the green room, so we can start there. Let's start here. We have Luca Savor with RNL Roar managing to come home and take P2 today, putting up a fight to the very, very end, but not quite able to take it. What were your thoughts on this, Luca?
Yeah, great drive by both of our drivers and everyone other in the championship. Thank you to everyone that supported us in the stream chat. I think David and Tim enjoyed it.
I think
much.
There was a lot of people supporting you in the stream chat.
Yeah, that was crazy at times.
There was definitely at least 1 to 5 people at all times supporting you in chat, which was just awesome to see. So congratulations there, managing to take home P2 in the championship. I'm pretty sure. I think if we can get an updated standings, I think Names is still in chat. Could you maybe get us an updated standings?
I am him.
Oh, you are Names?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Well,
yeah,
Luca,
it's me.
Did you manage to, since you now have the numbers, out of all people, that was perfect. Okay. That's, so what were the final, I mean, I think we already know it was Renato taking the championship, or rather the 66 car taking the championship behind with you guys. And then we had did SPQR take it, or who came in third?
to be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
The last few laps, I only enjoyed our race.
Fair enough. I don't blame you. Those are some really thrilling laps. And also, we have Renato Dornales, the number 66 driver, who managed to come across the line. What were your thoughts on those last few laps there, Renato?
Hello, everyone. It was not expected because Caesar was taking like a second lap from me, so I was not going to fight because on my math we could get second place and still get the championship. So it was not my plan to fight for the lead because we didn't need it. But
Well, 3 in a row.
It kind of happened because on the mountain it's pretty difficult to overtake. So I just kept my line, and I think he had 2 or 3 chances to be side by side, and I could hold, maintain the space for him. So it was quite a nice battle, actually.
I would say so. We had a very great perspective from it, so definitely wanted to go back and watch the post-race on for sure there, Renato, I would say. It was very, very fun. You provided some great entertainment there at the last minutes and some close action, I got to say. I think both of your guys' hearts were probably racing at the end. I know it didn't matter in terms of championship standings, but it's still the race win. And come on, 3 in a row for the Vacuum Racing team. Let's go. 3 races in a row here in the 6 hours. What a result. I mean, I think you got to be fairly happy with that.
Yeah, we are, because Porsche was... I can't say it's not fast, but was not the fastest on those tracks, but we found a quite consistent setup, and with no mistakes, no errors, and I guess no damage as well, and no penalties. We kind of survived because we didn't do any pole position nor fastest lap. So our first place was based on consistency and strategy. Yeah, with tires, we managed to do 2 hours and 20 minutes with 1 set of tires, and on this track we finished this stint with almost no tire, but still doing quite consistent laps. So it worked pretty well for us.
Awesome. And once again, congratulations for both of you guys, and great strategy calls all around. And once again, thank you for providing some awesome entertainment for us, and enjoy the seat in the grand finals as well. That's going to be a tough one. You're going to be up there with some pretty big names, I presume. So I think that'll be a really fun league for you guys, and a great challenge as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congrats and best of luck in the finals, teams.
Thanks. Yeah, guys, thank you for the broadcast, for everything, for the organization. It was great driving with you, and I hope we will stay in contact, put some more entertainment on stream.
Absolutely. That sounds like a good plan in my opinion. So thank you guys. You guys are all free to go. Both Luca, of course, here, and Renato representing their respective teams. RNL Roar taking home 2nd position, and the Vacuum Racing 66 taking home the championship as well as the race win. Incredible spectacles here. Eric, do you have anything that you would like to say here at the very end before we close everything out?
Yeah, thank you. Before you send it off, just a massive thank you to everybody who allowed this to happen. Big thanks to Chrono, Shooty, a bunch of the stewards that helped out, and especially to you guys, John and Mike. Really couldn't have had this fun experience without you guys. Really appreciate all the time you took to broadcast the races and to really show what this community is made of. Finally, to all of the drivers and the teams, we really appreciate you all being here. We are going to take a little bit of an enduro break over the next couple of months and focus on our regular series, but I am sure we'll be back in the future for some more enduro fun. So thank you, everybody, and love you guys.
And thank you, Eric, as well, for running such a great community. And thank you to John Wright, of course, at Double O Raven. John, why don't you tell us a little bit about you before we close this out?
I am an old, washed-up, has-been. No, not even a has-been. I wish I want to be sim racer who does a bit of comedy now and again. Sorry, I've just had a big, massive sneezing fit as well. I'm a wee touch under the weather at the moment. You should probably know that. But yeah, I do a bit of comedy at Raven Comms. I've got Mike helps me out with stuff there as well, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be involved in the Trackalicious Road to the Grand Finals. You can catch me occasionally on my own Twitch channel, Double O Raven. I don't race on ACC because I don't have the talent, quite frankly. So I do a bit of F4s on Race Room. So if you're into that, you can jump over and say hello. But yeah, no, just massive thank you to Eric. I reached out and asked if I could get involved in this series. Eric and I have both said, and I'm sure Michael will agree, there'll be more collaborations coming up. There's plenty in the time zones that suit me being in the UK and you guys running late at night. So it's been an absolute pleasure to be on board. Thanks to everyone in the chat that's been chatting away to us all the way through. Atomic Beauty, best of luck with everything in 9 weeks' time. I'll expect pictures of the new little one, the newest edition, in the chat. That's definitely the road to the grand finals, baby. I think we're going to go with that one. It has to be, and we still need, of course, names for Mike's car. So get them in to the chat as well. But no, again, Mike, thanks very much for letting me in the booth with you for this one. 36 hours of phenomenal racing, and thank you to whoever it was that stood in for me in the last race.
As Lizzie,
When I was a little bit under the weather. It was Lizzie, of course it was. It was Lizzie Sinead. So yeah, thank you for that as well, Lizzie. And yeah, I look forward to finding myself in your virtual booth again soon, Mike.
Absolutely. And big thank you to chat and everybody for participating. As John said, thank you guys for subbing, for hitting our follower goal, for hitting our points goal as well. 75,000 points redeemed today for the dinosaur costume. So look forward to that in the future, as well as all of our upcoming leagues. All of that information is on SimGrid, which you can find the link to, as Nightbot has just posted, luckily. You love
Mike,
to see it.
Before you send it off, we do have an Enduro special event coming up on November 11th. It is a multi-class Enduro 6-hour, and it is going to be at Watkins Glen, which I think is going to be a really, really fun event. So if you are looking for more Enduro racing at Trackalicious, definitely go in and sign up, where it's going to be a GT3, GT4 championship, GT4 race, multi-class at Watkins Glen on November 11th. So hope to see you guys there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, big thank you guys, everybody. We're going to raid SRO Motorsports, so make sure you guys go check them out, drop them a follow. They put on some of the most professional broadcasting ever because they're SRO, obviously. Who doesn't know about them? And if you don't, go check them out because you need to know. Regardless, thank you guys. I'm Mike Nause here in the booth. Big thank you to everybody for making this such an exciting 36 hours, and looking forward to coming back here soon. I don't even know what the next race is. I think it's a Hyperclock Special is the next race. I don't have the calendar handy on the screen, but yes, big thank you to everybody, and hope you guys have a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world, and thank you, and good night.